Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The scissors made no sound when Tomas cut hair. That's what I remember most clearly now, in the hollow hours when sleep refuses to come. The eerie silence of his work, punctuated only by the whisper of falling strands and the occasional murmur of his voice asking about the weather or my weekend plans. Never anything deeper, never anything that mattered. For 3 years I sat in his chair every 6 weeks, watching his reflection in the smudged mirror while his hands moved through my hair with the precision of a surgeon. He had the kind of face that inspired immediate trust. Soft brown eyes that crinkled at the corners, a gentle slope to his shoulders that suggested someone who'd never raised his voice in anger. The shop smelled of talcum powder and the faint sweetness of aftershave. And there was something almost meditative about the ritual of it all. The warm towel on my face, the careful attention he paid to evening out my sideburns, the way he'd brush the loose hairs from my collar with an old-fashioned horsehair brush. The barbershop occupied a narrow space between a laundromat and a tax preparation office on Millbrook Avenue, the kind of street where nothing much happened and people preferred it that way. Inside, the black and white checkerboard floor was always spotless, and the chairs, 3 of them, though Tomas worked alone, were genuine leather, worn smooth by decades of use. Photographs covered the walls, old pictures of the shop from the 50s, faded images of men with slicked back hair and serious expressions. Tomas had bought the business from the previous owner's estate, he'd told me once, keeping everything exactly as it had been. He was a preservationist at heart, someone who understood the value of continuity in an increasingly chaotic world. That's what I thought anyway. On a Tuesday in late October, I arrived for my appointment to find the shop dark. The closed sign hung in the window, which was unusual, but not alarming. Perhaps he'd had an emergency, or simply needed a day off. I tried calling the number on the door, but it rang endlessly into the void. The next week, I returned to find the same darkness, the same silence. By the 3rd week, dust had begun to accumulate on the windowsill, and I felt the first stirrings of genuine concern. No one in the neighboring businesses knew anything. The woman at the laundromat said she'd noticed his absence, but assumed he'd finally retired. The tax preparer hadn't spoken to Tomas in months. They'd never been particularly friendly, just cordial nods in passing. I found myself standing on the sidewalk, staring at that locked door, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. It seemed absurd to grieve for a barber, someone who'd never been more than a pleasant fixture in my routine. Yet the absence felt profound, like discovering a cavity in a tooth you'd never known was hollow. The rational part of my mind insisted on simple explanations. Illness, family emergency, the unpredictable tides of small business ownership. But something else gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, something I couldn't quite articulate. I began driving past the shop at odd hours, watching the windows for any sign of life. The photographs on the wall seemed to stare back at me through the glass, their subjects frozen in time, forever young and serious and impossibly distant. It was on one of these aimless drives, 3 weeks after Tomas's disappearance, that I decided to search for him online. I don't know what I expected to find. Perhaps a social media post about an extended vacation, or an obituary that would at least provide closure. What I found instead was a news article from a small town in Eastern Europe, translated imperfectly by my browser, the words appearing in fragments that my mind struggled to assemble into coherent meaning. The article was 4 days old. A local man had returned home after 15 years abroad. His name wasn't Tomas. That realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The authorities had discovered 2 bodies in a rural house on the outskirts of town. His wife, then himself. The investigation was ongoing, but early reports suggested premeditation. There were details I couldn't bear to read fully, my eyes skimming past the words like stones skipping across dark water. But it was the photograph accompanying the article that turned my blood to ice water. The quality was poor, grainy and poorly lit, but the face was unmistakable. Those same soft brown eyes, the gentle slope of his shoulders, The article identified him as Dumitru Kovac, a man who'd left his hometown under circumstances that remained unclear, who'd built a new life in America under a name that wasn't his own, who'd returned one final time to settle accounts in a currency I couldn't fathom. I sat in my car outside the barbershop, my phone trembling in my hands, reading and rereading the article until the words lost all meaning. The evening air pressed against the windows, heavy and close despite the autumn chill. Shadows lengthened across the empty street, and I found myself staring at my own reflection in the dark glass of Tomas's, of Dumitru's shop, seeing a stranger's face looking back at me. How many times had I sat in that chair, vulnerable and exposed, while his hands moved around my throat with those silent scissors? How many conversations had we shared about nothing at all, pleasant small talk that revealed nothing of the darkness he must have carried? I'd prided myself on being a good judge of character, on my ability to read people, to sense danger or dishonesty. Yet for 3 years, I'd entrusted myself to someone I hadn't known at all. The next morning, I called the police. They listened to my story with professional courtesy, took down the information about the empty shop and the man I'd known as Tomas. An officer visited the barbershop later that day, but found nothing suspicious. Just an empty business. Its lease expired, the landlord already making arrangements to clear out the space. There was no forwarding address, no trace of where Tomas had gone after locking that door for the final time. Whatever life he'd built here had evaporated like morning mist, leaving nothing but the faint impressions of his presence. But the photographs remained, those black and white ghosts on the walls, and I found myself wondering if they'd always been there, or if he'd added them later, creating a false history to anchor his invented life. Had any of it been real? The careful attention, the gentle demeanor, the small kindnesses, were they genuine, or merely the performance of a man practicing for an audience of one? Sleep became difficult after that. I'd lie awake in the darkness, feeling the phantom touch of scissors near my throat, hearing the whisper quiet sound of his work. In dreams, I sat in the leather chair again, watching his reflection in the mirror, but now his eyes held something I'd never noticed before. A flatness, a distance, as if he were looking at me from very far away or not seeing me at all. The horsehair brush against my collar felt like insect legs, and the scent of talcum powder became cloying, suffocating. I started seeing him everywhere. Not Tomas, but the ghost of what I'd failed to perceive. The mask he'd worn so effortlessly that I'd never questioned what lay beneath. On the subway, I'd glimpse a man with the same gentle stoop to his shoulders and feel my heart race, only to realize it was a stranger who looked nothing like him. At the grocery store, I'd hear a soft-spoken voice asking about produce and spin around, expecting to see those familiar crinkled eyes, finding instead some random customer who regarded me with concern. The new barber I found was efficient and professional, chatty in a way that should have been reassuring but instead set my teeth on edge. I watched his hands constantly, looking for signs of tension or hidden violence, reading menace into every casual gesture. When he asked about my previous barber, I found myself unable to answer, the words catching in my throat like bones. I drove past the barber shop one final time in early December. The space was being renovated, the photographs gone from the walls, the checkerboard floor torn up to reveal raw concrete beneath. Young workers moved behind the windows, their faces bright with the uncomplicated energy of new beginnings. A sign announced the coming of a coffee shop, complete with artisanal pastries and free Wi-Fi. Everything clean and modern, and deliberately detached from any uncomfortable past. Standing on that sidewalk, watching the systematic erasure of Tomas's carefully constructed world, I felt something fundamental shift in my understanding of reality. We moved through life making constant judgments about the people around us, building elaborate architectures of trust based on the flimsiest evidence. A kind word, a gentle touch, the illusion of continuity and safety. We tell ourselves we can sense danger, that monsters announce themselves with obvious signs we're clever enough to spot. But what if we're wrong? What if the monsters are the ones who make us feel safest? What if the hands we trust are the ones we should fear most? I think about the wife he returned to find, waiting in that rural house half a world away. Had she seen something in him that I'd missed? Or had he fooled her too with that same gentle demeanor? Did she die surprised, unable to reconcile the man she'd known with the one who stood before her? Or had she always known something lurked beneath his careful surface, counting the years until he returned to settle accounts? The worst part isn't the fear that comes with these thoughts. It's the growing suspicion that I'm becoming paranoid, that I'm allowing one devastating discovery to poison every other relationship, every casual interaction with strangers who mean me no harm. How do you distinguish between justified wariness and destructive suspicion? How do you trust again when trust itself has been revealed as nothing more than willful blindness? Sometimes, late at night, I find myself at my computer, searching for more information about Dumitru Kovac, about the investigation, about what drove a man to live a lie for 15 years only to return and destroy everything. But the trail ends with that single article, its imperfect translation and grainy photograph. There are no follow-ups, no deeper explanations, nothing to help me understand what happened or why. I've started cutting my own hair. The results are uneven, amateurish, but the scissors in my own hands feel safer than trusting anyone else. I watch my reflection in the bathroom mirror and see a man who looks increasingly hollow, increasingly suspicious of every shadow and soft voice. The face looking back might be becoming something I don't recognize, transformed not by obvious violence but by the slow erosion of basic trust. And in the darkest hours, when sleep remains elusive and the walls seem to press closer, I wonder if Tomas, if Dumitru, wonders about me at all, wherever he is now. Does he remember the man who sat in his chair every 6 weeks for 3 years, who made pleasant small talk and left generous tips, who trusted him completely and never suspected a thing? Does he think about any of us, the people who populated his invented life, or were we merely stage props in a performance he never believed in? I'll never know. That's perhaps the most terrifying realization, that the truth remains forever inaccessible, locked away in the mind of a man whose face I can no longer separate from the monster he became. All I have left are questions that multiply like shadows, filling every quiet moment with doubt. The coffee shop opened last week. I walked past it yesterday, drawn by some masochistic impulse I couldn't resist. Through the windows, I saw young people laughing over their laptops, steam rising from ceramic cups, everything bright and clean and aggressively normal. No trace remained of the barber shop, of the old photographs, of the leather chairs and their decades of accumulated history. But as I stood there on the sidewalk, in the exact spot where I used to wait for my appointments, I felt something shift in the air around me. A presence, perhaps, or merely the weight of memory pressing against the present. For just a moment, I caught the faint scent of talcum powder and aftershave, and heard the whisper quiet sound of scissors cutting through silence. I turned to look behind me, though I knew I'd find nothing there. The street was empty, autumn leaves skittering across the pavement in the evening wind. But the feeling persisted, that sense of being watched, of being judged by eyes I couldn't see. And I realized, with a clarity that felt like falling, that I would carry this with me forever. This knowledge that we can never truly know anyone, that the face we see might be nothing more than a carefully maintained lie, that the hands we trust might be capable of unspeakable things. Every haircut, every handshake, every moment of casual intimacy with strangers would now be shadowed by doubt. Tomas had taken more from me than just my trust in him. He'd taken my trust in my own ability to perceive reality accurately, to navigate the world with any certainty at all. And perhaps that was the greatest violence of all. Not what he'd done in that distant house, but what he'd done to everyone who'd known him here, unraveling our sense of safety, one silent scissor cut at a time. I don't go past the coffee shop anymore, but sometimes, in the mirror, I see my uneven haircut, and remember the sensation of his hands moving through my hair with surgical precision. And I wonder if I'm still sitting in that chair, still trusting, still blind, while shadows move behind my reflection in the glass. The scissors make no sound in my memory. They never did. That silence seems significant now, pregnant with meaning I can't quite grasp. But I listen for it anyway, in the quiet hours when sleep refuses to come, waiting for the whisper of blades that might help me understand what I failed to see for 3 long years. The answer never comes. Perhaps it never will. And so I remain suspended in uncertainty, forever questioning, forever doubting, forever wondering what other monsters wear the faces of friends. Story 2. The apartment still smells like her perfume, though she left 3 weeks ago. I've checked every cabinet, every drawer, every corner where a bottle might hide, but there's nothing. Just that persistent scent of jasmine and something darker underneath, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The building manager swears no one's been in here since I changed the locks. He gave me that look when I asked, the one that says he's already decided I'm the problem. I stand at the kitchen window most nights now, watching the street below. The coffee shop across the road closes at 9, and after that the sidewalk becomes a stage of orange streetlight and shadow. Sometimes I think I see her standing there, just beyond the light's reach, but when I blink she's gone, or was never there at all. The rational part of my brain, the part that used to solve problems and make decisions, tells me this is grief manifesting as hallucination. The rest of me isn't so sure. The separation wasn't clean. Nothing about the end was clean. She'd accused me of things I couldn't defend against because they existed only in the architecture of her suspicion. Every late night at work became an affair. Every phone call outside her earshot became evidence. By the end, I was explaining my own thoughts to her, trying to prove that my silences weren't plots, that my tiredness wasn't guilt. When she finally left, she did it while I was at the grocery store. I came home to empty drawers and a feeling in the air like static before a storm. That was when the sound started. At first, just small things. The creak of floorboards in the bedroom when I was in the living room. The settling of old wood, I told myself. Old buildings make noise. But old buildings don't make the same noise every night at the same time. 3 soft footsteps. Pause. 2 more. Then silence. Old buildings don't breathe the way mine does. That subtle shift in air pressure that makes my ears pop when I'm lying in bed at 2 in the morning. I mapped the sounds on a notepad for 5 days straight. Drew a floor plan, marked each noise with a timestamp. The pattern was too consistent to be random, too irregular to be mechanical. On the 6th day, I threw the notepad away. Trying to make sense of it only made the weight in my chest heavier. That feeling of something pressed against my sternum. Waiting. The neighbors claim they haven't heard anything unusual. The woman upstairs says she's a light sleeper and would know if someone was moving around in my apartment at night. She touched my arm when she said it. That soft pressure of concern that makes you feel both comforted and pathetic. I stopped asking after that. Started keeping my questions inside where they could multiply in peace. 3 nights ago, I found my phone moved. I'm certain of this. I'd left it charging on the kitchen counter before I took a shower. I remember because I'd been watching a video about sleep paralysis, trying to convince myself that's all this was. Some neurological misfire. When I came out, towel around my waist, water still dripping down my spine, the phone was on the coffee table. Screen dark, still plugged in, but the charger cord stretched tight across the room like a tether. I stood there for 10 minutes just staring at it, watching steam rise off my skin. The apartment was locked. The windows were locked. I was alone. I had to be alone. But my hands were shaking when I picked up the phone. And when I saw my reflection in the black screen, I looked like someone I didn't recognize. Eyes too wide, jaw too tight. The expression of a man who's already decided he's going mad and is just waiting for confirmation. The video I'd been watching was still paused. Same timestamp. But the playback position had moved forward by 17 minutes. I deleted it. Deleted the app. Sat on the couch and tried to remember if I'd taken the phone with me to the bathroom, if I'd carried it back out without thinking, if the dissociation that sometimes happens after our fights could make me forget simple actions. But we don't fight anymore. She's not here to fight with. That's the whole problem. Or maybe that's not the problem at all. Yesterday I found a strand of her hair on my pillow. Long, dark, with that distinctive wave at the end from how she used to braid it wet. I held it up to the light filtering through the bedroom blinds, and it seemed to shimmer. almost translucent. My first thought wasn't concern about how it got there. 3 weeks should have been enough time for all traces of her to disappear into vacuum bags and laundry cycles. My first thought was relief. Proof. Evidence that I wasn't fabricating her presence from nothing, that the feeling of being watched had some tangible origin. But when I tried to save it, to put it in an envelope or a plastic bag, something I could show someone later if I needed to, it disintegrated between my fingers. Just fell apart into nothing, into less than nothing, and I was left standing there rubbing my fingertips together, feeling for some residue that never appeared. That's when I started to understand. The thing about losing your grip on reality isn't that the world becomes strange. It's that you can't trust your own attempts to verify what's real. Every test I devise could itself be compromised. Every piece of evidence could be something I created in a moment I don't remember. The harder I look for proof, the less certain I become. I've stopped going to work. Called in sick, then called in again, and now they've stopped calling back. My phone fills with unread messages, concerned at first, then annoyed, then nothing. The silence is worse than the questions would have been. It confirms what I already suspected, that I'm becoming invisible, fading into the same uncertain space she occupies in my apartment, neither fully present nor completely gone. The mirrors are wrong now. I noticed it this morning, or what I think was morning. Time has become slippery lately, hours dissolving into each other without clear boundaries. My reflection moves a fraction too slow, like there's lag in the connection between my body and its image. I raise my hand, and a moment later, the reflection raises its hand. I turn my head, and the mirror version follows with a delay I can almost but not quite measure. I've covered most of them with towels and sheets, but I can still feel them underneath, watching through the fabric. The bathroom mirror I left uncovered, and now I avoid looking at it directly. Use my peripheral vision instead. Catch glimpses of myself without confronting the full image. In those sideways glances, I sometimes see things that shouldn't be there. A shadow where no shadow should fall. A shift in the light that has no source. Her face instead of mine for just a fraction of a second, before my brain corrects the image. The scent of her perfume grows stronger every day. It's concentrated now in specific places. The doorway between the bedroom and the hall, the corner of the living room where she used to sit reading, the space in front of the refrigerator where we had our last real conversation before everything fell apart. I can walk from scentless air into clouds of jasmine so thick it makes my eyes water, then back to nothing within a single step. The boundaries between where she was and where she wasn't are becoming physical things I can map. Last night I woke to the sound of breathing, not my own. I was holding my breath, lying perfectly still in the darkness, every muscle rigid. The breathing came from beside the bed, slow and steady, the rhythm of someone deep in sleep. I could hear the subtle catch in each exhale, that tiny irregularity in her pattern I'd memorized over years of sleeping next to her. For a moment, I was relieved. For a moment, it felt like coming home. Then I remembered she was gone, and the relief curdled into something else entirely. I didn't move, didn't reach for the lamp. Just lay there in the dark, listening to her breathe, feeling the mattress dip slightly under weight that shouldn't exist. The air grew cold, not with temperature, but with a quality I can't name. The coldness of absence rather than presence, of something missing where something should be. My skin prickled with it, every hair standing up, body responding to a threat it couldn't identify. The breathing continued for hours, or minutes. I lost track. Time does that now, stretches and compresses without warning. When I finally found the courage to reach for the lamp, when I finally flooded the room with light, there was nothing there. Just empty space and sheets undisturbed except where I'd been lying. But the air still felt compressed, still held that sense of occupation, like the moment after someone leaves a room when you can still feel they were there. I haven't slept since then, haven't tried. Sleep seems dangerous now, a state where my defenses drop and reality can be whatever it wants to be. I sit in the living room chair instead, the one facing the door, and watch the shadows shift as the sun rises and sets. The apartment goes through its daily transformation from dark to light to dark again, and I go with it, moving through the hours without participating in them. This morning, I think it was morning, the light had that thin quality of early day. I found a note. Not written on paper, nothing so concrete. Written in the condensation on the bathroom mirror, letters formed by finger drawn through moisture that shouldn't have been there in the first place. The heating hasn't been on. No one's showered. The mirror was dry when I walked in, I'm certain of that. And then I blinked, and there it was. 2 words, simple and direct. Come back. I stared at them until they began to drip, letters losing their shape and running down the glass in streams. Come back where? To what? The message was unclear, the sender ambiguous. Was it her, reaching across whatever boundary separated us? Was it me, some fractured part of my psyche leaving messages for the rest? Or was it this place itself, the apartment that's become more prison than home, calling for a version of me that no longer exists? I wiped the mirror clean with my hand, and my palm came away wet. The moisture was cold, far colder than condensation should be, cold enough to ache in my bones. For the rest of the day, I felt that coldness spreading up my arm, settling into my chest, wrapping around my heart with fingers I can almost feel. The logical explanations are running out. Gas leak, carbon monoxide, neurological event. I've considered them all, turned them over in my mind like stones looking for the one that feels right. But stones don't explain the phone that moves, the hair that disintegrates, the breathing that keeps me company in the dark. Stones don't explain why I feel more present when I'm experiencing these things than I do during the hours in between. Maybe I'm not going crazy. Maybe I went crazy a long time ago. During those final weeks when she looked at me with eyes that saw a stranger, when every word I spoke was translated into a language I didn't understand before it reached her. Maybe the separation didn't happen 3 weeks ago. Maybe it happened gradually, so slowly I didn't notice, until one day I looked around and realized I was alone, not because she left, but because I'd been alone for longer than I could remember. Or maybe she never left at all. Maybe she's still here, in the walls, in the air, in every shadow that doesn't fall quite right. Maybe the separation only happened in the physical world, and in all the other worlds, the ones we can't see but feel pressing against our reality like membranes too thin to hold, we're still together, still locked in that dance of accusation and defense, suspicion and proof, presence and absence. The sun is setting again. I can tell by the way the light through the windows turns honey gold, by the way the shadows in the corners deepen and stretch. Soon it will be night, and the sounds will start, and I'll sit here in my chair, watching, waiting, trying to decide if I want them to be real or if I want them to stop. I think about the note on the mirror. Come back. The more I replay it, the less certain I am about what it meant. Come back to her? Come back to sanity? Come back to the moment before everything broke, when I still knew the difference between memory and experience, between fear and reality. The apartment breathes around me. The walls expand and contract with a rhythm I can feel in my chest. The air thickens with jasmine and that other smell underneath, rot or rust, or something that has no name. Somewhere in the bedroom, floorboards creak in their familiar pattern. 3 steps, pause, 2 more. I close my eyes and try to remember her face, the real one, not the glimpse I catch in mirrors or the shadow on the street. But memory is slippery now, unreliable. Every time I recall her, she's different. Features shifting, expression changing, until I'm no longer sure I'm remembering her at all. Maybe I'm creating her from nothing, building her from fear and loneliness and the desperate need to believe that what I'm experiencing means something. Or maybe she's creating me. Maybe I'm the one who's not quite real anymore, the one who exists in that uncertain space between presence and absence. Maybe I'm the ghost haunting this apartment, replaying the same thoughts, the same fears, the same desperate questions on an endless loop while the world outside moves on without me. The phone buzzes. I look at it, lying on the coffee table where I definitely didn't leave it, and see a message on the screen. From her number. 4 words that make my blood run cold and warm simultaneously. That answer nothing while confirming everything. I never left. My hand trembles as I reach for it. The screen goes dark before I can touch it. The room fills with the scent of jasmine, so strong now I can taste it. And somewhere behind me, so close I can feel breath on the back of my neck, she speaks my name. I don't turn around. I can't turn around. Because I know that when I do, I'll either see nothing, confirming that I've lost myself completely, or I'll see her standing there, and I won't know if she's real or if I am. And in that moment, the last thread holding me to certainty will finally snap. The breathing continues. The apartment breathes. I breathe. We breathe together in the gathering dark, and I realize that the question isn't whether she's really here. The question is whether I ever left. Story 3. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual dying insect drone as I swept hair from around the third station. Blonde strands, dark brown clippings, the occasional streak of chemical bright red, all of it gathering into small drifts against the baseboards. Outside, West End was settling into its evening rhythm, the street lamps flickering to life one by one, casting their sickly orange glow through the salon's front windows. Ivy was counting the register, her fingers moving mechanically through the bills. She'd been quiet all day, quieter than usual, but I'd attributed it to the post-holiday slump that always hit the shop in early January. The wall clock read 8:47 p.m. 13 minutes until we could lock up and leave. That's when the first hammer hit the glass. The sound wasn't what I expected. Not a simple crash, but a wet, grinding crunch that seemed to vibrate through my teeth and into my skull. The front window spider-webbed outward from a central point, and then 3 figures were pushing through the door before either of us could move. Before my brain could process what was happening, they wore masks. Not the kind you see in movies, not rubber Halloween novelties, but something worse. Burlap sacks with crude holes torn for eyes, the fabric stained with what might have been oil or rust or something I didn't want to identify. Their hammers were different sizes, different weights, but all of them had that same dull metallic sheen, that same purposeful heft. The tallest one pointed at Ivy and then at me. That was all. No words, no demands, just that single gesture. The other 2 moved with practiced efficiency, and within seconds we were on the floor, plastic zip ties cutting into our wrists, duct tape pressed across our mouths with enough force to make my eyes water. The chemical adhesive smell mixed with my own panic sweat, creating a nauseating cocktail that made my stomach lurch. Then they began to destroy everything, methodically, systematically. The tall one started with the mirrors, working from left to right along the wall. Each impact sent shards cascading down like frozen rain, tinkling against the tile in a rhythm that became almost hypnotic. The other 2 focused on the equipment, sinks torn from their moorings with a screech of metal on ceramic, hair dryers smashed against the floor until their plastic housings shattered into jagged fragments, styling chairs overturned and battered until the hydraulics leaked dark fluid across the white tile. But here's what I remember most clearly, what still keeps me awake. Their silence. No grunting, no heavy breathing, no muttered curses or words of coordination. Just the steady percussion of destruction, and underneath it all, barely audible, what might have been humming. A low, tuneless sound that seemed to come from all of them at once, or from none of them, or from the walls themselves. They never looked at us directly after that first moment. Their attention was reserved entirely for the salon, for every surface and fixture, for every trace of the business that Dorian had built over 15 years. The filing cabinets were upended, client records scattered like confetti. The product shelves were swept clean, bottles of expensive shampoo and conditioner exploding against the walls in fragrant eruptions. They tore down the framed photos of before and after transformations, of satisfied clients, of Dorian himself, standing proud at the grand opening. It lasted 17 minutes. I know because I counted every second, my eyes fixed on that wall clock, watching the minute hand crawl forward while my world dissolved into chaos around me. Then they were gone, vanishing back through the shattered door as suddenly as they'd appeared, leaving only the sound of their footsteps receding down the street and eventually fading into the ambient noise of the city. The police arrived 20 minutes later, called by Mrs. Chen from the pharmacy next door. They cut our restraints, asked their questions, took their photos. Detective Reeves, a woman with tired eyes and a notepad filled with cramped handwriting, asked us to describe the attackers. Height, build, any distinguishing features. But what could we say? 3 figures in sack masks, 3 people-shaped voids carrying hammers. They could have been anyone. They could have been anything. The detective's final question stayed with me. Had Dorian made any enemies? Was he involved in anything that might attract this kind of attention? I'd shaken my head, but the truth was I didn't know. None of us really knew Dorian beyond the salon. He was professional, skilled, fair with his employees. But his personal life? That remained carefully partitioned away, existing in some space we never accessed, never even thought to ask about. The salon stayed closed for repairs. 2 weeks, then 3, then a month. Dorian paid us for the time, which was generous, but money wasn't what I needed. What I needed was to understand why. Why the silence? Why the methodical destruction? Why did they leave us unharmed when it would have been easier to ensure our silence permanently? I started having trouble sleeping. Not insomnia exactly, but something else. A reluctance to close my eyes, because when I did, I was back on that floor, smelling adhesive and fear, listening to the rhythm of hammers against glass and ceramic and wood. The humming would return in those moments between waking and sleep, that low, tuneless sound that seemed to resonate in my bones. Ivy quit via text message 2 weeks after the incident. She'd moved back to Ohio to stay with her sister. She wished me well. She hoped I was doing okay. She was sorry she couldn't say goodbye in person, but she needed to leave the city, needed to put distance between herself and that night. I understood, but I couldn't follow. Something held me here. Some invisible tether that I couldn't quite identify. Maybe it was pride, a stubborn refusal to let fear dictate my choices. Or maybe it was something else. Something that whispered I needed to see this through. Whatever this was. The salon reopened in early March. New mirrors, new equipment, new everything. Dorian hired 2 replacements for Ivy and seemed determined to treat the incident as an unfortunate aberration, nothing more. But I noticed things. Small things. He checked the locks obsessively, testing them multiple times each day. His phone rang constantly, and he'd step outside to answer, his voice too low to hear, his body language tight and defensive. Once I caught him standing motionless in the supply room, staring at the wall as if he could see through it into some other space, some hidden dimension. And there were the clients. Or rather, the lack of certain clients. Regulars who'd been coming for years suddenly stopped. When I asked about them, Dorian would deflect, saying they'd moved or changed salons or simply needed a different style. But the way he said it, the way his jaw tightened and his eyes shifted away, it felt like another kind of lie layered on top of older lies. I started staying late, volunteering for closing duties. Partly because I needed the extra hours, but mostly because I wanted to see if it would happen again, if they would come back. Some part of me, the part that had been changed by that night, needed to know if it was over or just beginning. The city felt different after dark now. Every shadow held potential threat. Every stranger on the sidewalk could be wearing a burlap mask under their real face. The sound of footsteps behind me would send adrenaline flooding through my system, my heart hammering against my ribs in that same rhythm, the rhythm of destruction, of systematic dismantling. One night in April, I was locking up alone when I saw them, 3 figures standing across the street just beyond the reach of the streetlight. They didn't move, didn't approach, just stood there, watching the salon, watching me. I froze, key halfway to the lock, every muscle in my body locked in sudden paralysis. The street was empty otherwise, no cars passing, no pedestrians. Just us, me on one side of the glass, them on the other side of the street, and between us all that dark space filled with nothing but potential. Then a bus pulled up, blocking my view for perhaps 5 seconds. When it moved on, the figures were gone. I told myself I'd imagined it. Stress, trauma, lack of sleep, all of them conspiring to create phantoms out of ordinary people waiting for transportation. But I knew better. Some deep instinct recognized the configuration, the spacing between them, the absolute stillness of their posture. I started researching. Late at night, after my roommate had gone to bed, I'd sit with my laptop and search for similar incidents: targeted destruction without theft, silent attackers, unsolved cases. The internet is vast and full of shadows, and I found more than I expected. A restaurant in Baltimore completely demolished while the staff was bound and gagged. A law office in Portland, every file shredded, every computer smashed. A tattoo parlor in Detroit, its equipment destroyed with what witnesses described as ceremonial precision. None of them resulted in arrests. None of them had clear motives. And in each case, the owners subsequently closed their businesses, left their cities, and vanished from public record. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, pattern seeking in chaos, but the details aligned too perfectly, the methodology too consistent. And in each case, like with Dorian, there were hints of hidden lives, suggestions of activities that existed in the margins, never quite coming into focus. I began watching Dorian more carefully, following him sometimes after work, keeping distance, staying in shadows. He'd go to different places: a warehouse near the port that seemed abandoned, a brownstone in a neighborhood I'd never visited, a storage facility where he'd disappear inside for hours. I never confronted him, never asked questions. Some instinct told me that knowledge was dangerous, that the moment I pushed for answers, I'd cross a threshold I couldn't return from. But the questions consumed me anyway. What had he done to deserve that attack? What was he still doing that made him so paranoid? And most troubling of all, why had they left us alive? The answer came to me slowly, like developing a photograph in chemical baths, the image emerging from blankness into terrible clarity. We were witnesses, yes, but not to the attack itself. We were witnesses to whatever came after. Our survival was the message, proof that they could reach Dorian through anyone connected to him. We were walking warnings, constant reminders that he wasn't safe, that his secrets weren't hidden well enough. In May, Dorian disappeared. No warning, no goodbye. Just an empty salon one morning and a terse email from a lawyer explaining that the business was closed permanently. Our final paychecks would be mailed. We should remove any personal items by the end of the week. I went back one last time, alone, standing in that empty space where I'd spent 3 years of my life. The new mirrors reflected nothing but my own hollow-eyed image multiplied into infinity. The air smelled like industrial cleaner and fresh paint, all traces of the old salon buried under new surfaces. But I could still hear it if I stood very still, very quiet. That low humming, vibrating up through the floor, resonating in the walls. Or maybe it was just the building settling, pipes cooling, the ambient sound of any empty space. Maybe it was only in my head, an auditory hallmark of trauma that would eventually fade. I wanted to believe that. I tried to believe it. That night, I saw them again. Not across the street this time, but outside my apartment building. 3 figures with burlap sacks, standing in the courtyard, looking up at my window on the 4th floor. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just watched them watch me. That familiar configuration, that terrible stillness. A neighbor's dog started barking, and the figures turned their heads in unison toward the sound. Then they walked away, disappearing around the corner with synchronized steps that seemed almost choreographed. I packed my bags that night. Just the essentials, nothing that would slow me down. I told my roommate I was going to stay with family for a while, needed a change of scenery. She didn't argue, probably saw the fractures spreading through me, the way I'd been coming apart at the seams. But here's what I haven't told anyone. I never left. I'm still here in West End, watching the empty salon from a coffee shop across the street. The windows are papered over now, a for lease sign hanging in the door. But sometimes, late at night, I see lights moving inside. Shadows passing behind the paper, accompanied by sounds that might be footsteps, might be hammers, might be nothing at all. I don't sleep anymore. Not really. I drift through half-consciousness, that space where reality blurs and reforms into stranger shapes. The humming is constant now, a baseline beneath all other sounds, and I've started to wonder if it was ever external at all. Maybe it's just the sound of my own thoughts fragmenting, the noise of sanity slowly unwinding. Yesterday, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. No subject line, no message, just an attachment. A photo of 3 hammers laid out on white cloth, their heads polished to mirror brightness. I haven't opened my curtains since then, haven't answered my phone. I sit here in the dark, listening to that sound that might be humming, or might be my blood moving through my veins, or might be something else entirely. And I wait, because I'm starting to understand now. The attack wasn't punishment for what Dorian had done. It was an invitation, a recruitment. And by surviving it, by witnessing it, by becoming obsessed with understanding it, I've already accepted without knowing. The hammers are waiting. The masks are ready. And somewhere in this city, there's a salon or a restaurant or a law office that needs to understand what it means to cross certain invisible lines. The only question remaining is whether I'll pick up the hammer when they offer it, or if I'll be the one on the floor next time, bound and gagged, watching someone else learn the rhythm of methodical destruction. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the dark windows, and for just a moment I swear I'm wearing burlap. Just a trick of the light, probably. Just my mind finding patterns in chaos, creating meaning from coincidence. But I can hear the humming getting louder, feel it resonating in my bones, and I know, with a certainty that transcends logic or reason, that when they come for me again I won't resist. I'll simply ask, where do I find my hammer, and what needs to be destroyed next? The city has its secrets, its hierarchies of violence and retribution, its codes written in broken glass and splintered wood. I'm part of that system now, whether I chose it or not. Or maybe I'm just insane, a traumatized man constructing elaborate delusions to explain random violence. I honestly can't tell anymore. And that uncertainty, that terrible, liberating inability to distinguish between reality and madness, might be the most honest thing I've felt in years. Story 4. The dogs started barking at 2:47 p.m. I know because I'd been staring at my phone for the past 20 minutes, refreshing the same 3 apps in a mindless loop. The sound jolted through the house like an alarm, sharp and insistent, the kind of territorial warning that makes your stomach clench before your brain catches up. I lived alone in my parents' house while they traveled through Europe for their anniversary. 3 weeks of responsibility I'd assured them I could handle. At 21, I should have been at university, but a gap year had stretched into something longer, something I didn't like examining too closely. The house sat on the outskirts of Johannesburg, surrounded by high walls and electric fencing, the kind of suburban fortress that South Africans build to feel safe. Most days, the isolation felt comfortable. That afternoon, it felt like a trap. Through the kitchen window, I could see movement near the back garden. A figure bent over the flower beds, methodically turning soil with a spade. My chest tightened. Nobody should be there. I hadn't hired anyone. My parents hadn't mentioned anyone. The dogs, 2 ridgebacks named Juno and Apollo, pressed against the glass door leading to the patio, their ridge hairs standing straight, bodies rigid with aggression. I'd never seen them react this way to the usual gardener, old Mr. Dlamini, who'd been tending our property for a decade. But my parents had mentioned something before they left, hadn't they? Something about Mr. Dlamini's nephew filling in while he visited family in KwaZulu-Natal. The memory felt slippery, uncertain. I slid the door open just wide enough to let the dogs out. They exploded into the garden, barking furiously, closing the distance to the stranger in seconds. I expected him to startle, to drop his tools, to do something. Instead, he straightened slowly, turned to face the charging animals with an expression I could only describe as expectant, and raised one hand. The dogs stopped. Not gradually, not the way animals slow when they recognize someone. They stopped as if they'd hit an invisible wall, their barking cutting off mid-growl. Then they sat, perfectly synchronized, heads tilted at identical angles. The man lowered his hand and went back to digging. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mouth dry. The afternoon sun beat down with that particular intensity that turns everything sharp and surreal. The man wore khaki work clothes and a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. Every movement seemed deliberate, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world and knew I was watching. When I finally found my voice, it came out rougher than I intended. I called out that I wasn't expecting anyone, that perhaps he had the wrong address. The words felt stupid even as I spoke them. Wrong address for what? He was already inside the property, already working. He didn't respond, didn't even look up. The heat seemed to press down harder. Sweat traced down my spine despite the cool interior of the house behind me. I wanted to step outside, to confront him properly, but my feet wouldn't move. Something in the geometry of the scene felt wrong. The angle of his body, the way the shadows fell, the unnatural stillness of my dogs. Eventually, I retreated inside and locked the door. Through the glass, I watched him work for another hour, methodically covering every flower bed, edging the lawn with mathematical precision. The dogs remained seated the entire time, as if waiting for permission to move. When he finally finished, he gathered his tools, walked to the side gate, and let himself out. The click of the lock sounded impossibly loud. The dogs came alive again instantly, shaking themselves and trotting back to the house with their usual energy, as if nothing had happened. I checked the lock 3 times that evening. The delivery happened 2 days later. I hadn't ordered anything, but the notification appeared on my phone around noon. A package would arrive within the hour. The tracking information listed my address, or close to it. The street number was off by 10 digits, but the suburb and street name were correct. When the doorbell rang, both dogs went berserk again, throwing themselves at the front door with that same frantic energy. I grabbed their collars. They were strong, nearly pulling me off balance, and managed to shuffle them into the laundry room before checking the intercom screen. The delivery driver stood at the gate, holding a medium-sized box. Even through the grainy black and white camera, something about him seemed off. His uniform looked legitimate enough, but he stood too close to the intercom camera, his face filling the screen, eyes aimed directly at the lens as if he could see through it into the house, into me. I buzzed him in. What else could I do? And watched through the window as he walked up the driveway. He moved slowly, head swiveling to take in the property, the gardens, the windows. Looking for something, or cataloging everything. When I opened the front door, just a crack, the security gate still locked between us. His smile appeared too quickly, too wide. He asked if I was the recipient, reading a name from the package label that definitely wasn't mine. I told him there must be some mistake, that the address was wrong. His smile didn't change. He informed me that sometimes the system glitched, that he'd been having trouble with the GPS all morning, that he'd driven around this neighborhood for 30 minutes before finding the right house. But he hadn't said, finding the right house. He'd said, finding this house, with an emphasis that made it sound deliberate. I repeated that the package wasn't mine, that he needed to take it to the correct address. He just stood there, holding the box between us, his smile fixed in place. Up close, I could see that his eyes didn't match his expression. Flat, assessing, taking in every detail of my face, the hallway behind me, the layout visible through the doorway. The silence stretched. Somewhere in the back of the house, the dogs had gone quiet, which somehow felt worse than their barking. Finally, he shrugged and said he'd take it back, but his voice carried a tone that suggested we both knew better. As he turned to leave, he paused and mentioned that he'd been doing deliveries in this area for years, that he knew all the houses, all the families, but he'd never noticed this property before. Funny how he'd driven past it hundreds of times without seeing it. The way he said seeing made my skin crawl. After he left, I stood at the window and watched his van idle at the curb for nearly 5 minutes before driving away. I could see him in the driver's seat, phone raised, pointing at the house. That night, I dreamed about standing in the garden, watching myself through the kitchen window. In the dream, I couldn't tell which version was real, the one outside looking in, or the one inside looking out. Both felt equally trapped. The fence incident happened on the 6th day. I'd started doing perimeter checks every morning and evening, walking the property line with a flashlight even though the motion sensor lights were supposedly functional. The high walls topped with electric fencing created a barrier that should have felt secure, but increasingly felt like a cage keeping something in, rather than keeping threats out. That morning, I found the damage on the eastern side, near where the property backed onto an empty field. 3 sections of chain link had been cut, not torn or damaged by weather, but precisely severed with wire cutters or something similar. The gaps were large enough for a person to slip through if they bent low. The electric fence above remained intact and armed, its faint hum unchanged. Whoever did this had been careful to avoid it, working in the narrow space between the ground and the electrified barrier. The dogs had been outside all night, standard practice since my parents left, as they preferred sleeping under the stars. But they hadn't barked, hadn't alerted me to any intrusion. When I found them that morning, they were lying together near the pool, watching me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite guilt, not quite fear, something closer to resignation. I called the security company, reported the damage. They promised to send someone before end of business. In the meantime, they suggested I review the CCTV footage. The house had 6 cameras covering different angles of the property. I'd checked them obsessively since the delivery driver incident, scrolling through hours of nothing, just shadows lengthening, the occasional bird, the dogs moving through their nocturnal routines. The footage from last night showed the same benign emptiness until 2:34 a.m. Then for exactly 7 seconds, every camera went black. When they came back online, the fence was cut. 7 seconds. Not a power failure. The timestamp continued uninterrupted. Not a technical glitch. All 6 cameras simultaneously affected. Someone had looped the feed, or blocked the signal, or done something I didn't have the technical knowledge to understand. I replayed those 7 seconds a dozen times, as if staring at the black screen would reveal something hidden in the absence of information. The silence in the house felt crushing. Every creak of the floorboards, every click of the air conditioning, seemed amplified to the point of parody. The security company called back around 3 p.m. The technician had been delayed, an emergency call across town. They'd come tomorrow instead, first thing in the morning. I could hear the insincerity in the dispatcher's voice, the subtle message that a cut fence wasn't really an emergency, that I was overreacting. Maybe I was. Maybe the damage was weeks old, and I'd only just noticed it. Maybe the CCTV blackout was a glitch after all, and I was connecting unrelated events into a pattern that didn't exist. But then I returned to the kitchen and saw the muddy footprints leading from the back door to the center of the room, then stopping abruptly as if whoever left them had simply disappeared. The back door was locked. Had been locked since morning when I'd let the dogs in. The alarm system showed no breach, no open doors or windows. The footprints were real. I could see the tread pattern, smell the damp earth. But their existence violated every logical explanation. I followed them backwards, toward the door. They didn't fade or diminish. Each print was equally clear, equally impossible. At the threshold, they simply ended. No corresponding prints outside on the patio, no trail through the garden, nothing. The dogs watched from their beds in the living room, absolutely still. Sleep became unreliable. I'd doze off around dawn and wake at noon, the missed hours feeling stolen rather than restful. The house had always been too large for one person, but now it seemed to expand at night, rooms stretching into unfamiliar configurations, hallways extending longer than I remembered. The gardener returned 3 times that week, always unannounced, always when I was distracted or occupied. I'd look up and he'd be there, working on some section of the property, his movements methodical and strange. Once I tried to photograph him from the window, wanting documentation, proof, something to show the security company or police or anyone who'd listen. But every photo came out blurred, his figure reduced to a smear of khaki and shadow. The delivery driver's van appeared on my street daily, never stopping at my house, but always passing slowly, the driver's head turned toward the property. I started recognizing the rhythm of the engine, the particular rattle of the suspension. Sometimes it passed 3 or 4 times in an afternoon, circling the neighborhood like a predator establishing territory. I stopped going outside. The dogs seemed to sense my withdrawal, and became increasingly agitated, whining at the doors, scratching to get out. But I couldn't shake the certainty that something waited in the garden, something patient and deliberate. The house developed sounds I'd never noticed before, creaks that followed a pattern, taps that corresponded to my footsteps, the sense of movement occurring just outside my peripheral vision. I'd spin around and catch nothing, but the air would feel recently disturbed, still settling from someone's passage. My phone started showing notifications for calls that never rang, messages from numbers that didn't exist when I tried to trace them. The content was always innocuous: package delivery confirmations, appointment reminders, surveys. But the timing felt coordinated, orchestrated. I found myself checking the locks compulsively, dozens of times per day. Front door, back door, side gate, garage, windows. A circuit through the house that became ritual, became necessary, became the only thing keeping the walls solid and real. The security technician finally arrived on day 11. He was young, professional, apologetic about the delay. I watched him examine the fence, photograph the damage, test the electric current. He made notes on a tablet, asked standard questions about when I'd noticed the breach, whether anything was missing, if I'd seen any suspicious people in the area. I mentioned the gardener, the delivery driver, the camera blackout. As I spoke, the words sounded increasingly unhinged, the connections too tenuous, the suspicions too paranoid. The technician nodded patiently, the way you'd humor someone you've already categorized as unreliable. He recommended additional cameras, upgraded motion sensors, maybe an armed response panic button. All the suggestions were reasonable, practical, expensive. None of them addressed what I was actually describing. After he left, I found his business card on the kitchen counter, except the company name was different from the one I'd called. The phone number was one digit off. When I tried to look up the company online, nothing appeared. Not their website, not reviews, not even a basic listing. Maybe I'd misread it. Maybe I was exhausted and paranoid, and my mind was filling gaps with sinister implications. Or maybe nothing about any of this was real. That night, I sat in the dark living room with the dogs pressed against my legs, their breathing the only sound besides my own heartbeat. The garden lay beyond the windows, utterly black despite the motion sensors and security lights. I could see my reflection in the glass, distorted and pale, and for a moment I couldn't remember if I was looking at myself or at someone looking back at me. The dogs began to growl, low and sustained, directed not at the windows but at the hallway behind us. I didn't turn around. Couldn't turn around. Because if I looked and saw nothing, it would mean I was losing my mind. And if I looked and saw something, it would mean everything else was real. The growling continued. My reflection stared back from the window, and somewhere in the house, impossibly, I heard the sound of a spade turning earth, methodical and patient, as if someone had all the time in the world. I still hear it sometimes, even now, after my parents returned, after the security company installed new fencing, after everything returned to normal. The dogs hear it too. I can tell by the way they pause mid-stride, heads cocked, listening to something just beyond the range of human perception. The gardener's tools were never found on the property. The delivery driver's company has no record of any deliveries to this address. The security footage from those weeks has been archived, but when I try to review it, the files are corrupted, displaying only static and that same 7-second blackness repeating in an endless loop. My parents think I had a breakdown. Maybe they're right. Maybe none of it happened the way I remember. Maybe I spent 2 weeks alone and scared, and my mind constructed threats to justify the fear. But sometimes, late at night, I check the tracking apps on my phone and see a delivery vehicle circling my neighborhood. Sometimes I look out the window and notice flower beds that have been freshly turned, though nobody came to tend them. Sometimes the dogs sit perfectly still, heads tilted at identical angles, watching something I can't see. And I wonder which version of events is the delusion, the paranoia I experienced, or the normalcy I'm pretending to accept now. The fence was repaired, but I never learned who cut it. The cameras were upgraded, but I've stopped checking the footage. The security company sends monthly statements, but the technician's name never appears on the service logs. Everything is fine, Everything is normal. Everything is exactly as it should be. Except when I'm alone, I can still hear that spade turning earth somewhere in the house, patient and methodical. And I know with a certainty that lives deeper than reason that whoever's holding it is waiting for me to finally look. I just haven't decided yet if I'm more afraid of seeing something or of seeing nothing at all. Story 5. The first time I saw him, he was standing in the laundry room holding Pepper. My dog doesn't like strangers. She's a terrier mix with trust issues and a bark that could wake the entire complex. Yet there she was, cradled in this man's arms like a sleeping infant, her eyes half closed in what looked like contentment. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting that sickly green tint that makes everyone look recently exhumed. The man wore maintenance coveralls, navy blue with an embroidered patch I couldn't quite read in the dim light. His fingers moved slowly through Pepper's wiry fur, methodical, almost hypnotic. He looked up when I entered, and that's when I noticed his eyes, pale, nearly colorless in the harsh lighting, like looking into fog. "Friendly dog," he said, his voice carrying an accent I couldn't place, something that bent vowels in unfamiliar ways. I reached for Pepper, and she came to me willingly enough, though I could swear she looked back at him as I tucked her under my arm. The dryers tumbled behind us, a rhythmic thumping that should have been ordinary, but somehow felt off-tempo, arrhythmic, like a heartbeat under stress. "I'm the new maintenance supervisor," he continued, gesturing vaguely at the machinery. "Just checking the systems. You're in 1B, correct?" I hadn't told him my apartment number. The complex had 12 ground floor units, but he knew. I attributed it to the master key protocol. Told myself that maintenance workers probably had access to tenant lists, that this was normal, that I was being paranoid because of the thesis deadline and 3 consecutive nights of inadequate sleep. "Yeah," I said, moving toward the door with my detergent. 1B. His smile was polite, professional even, but something in the geometry of it felt wrong, like a photograph slightly out of focus. "I'll probably be around your unit this week, checking the radiators before winter. Hope I won't disturb your studies." I didn't remember mentioning that I was a student. The knocking started 2 nights later. Not loud enough to be alarming, just 3 soft taps on my door at irregular intervals. The first time, I checked the peephole to find an empty hallway, the motion sensor lights triggered but no visible source. The second time, I opened the door immediately, fast enough that anyone lingering would still be visible. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, silent except for the building's perpetual mechanical breathing, the HVAC system, the pipes, the mysterious clockwork of an aging structure. Pepper growled at the doorframe, her hackles raised, staring at nothing. I started keeping a log. Tuesday, 11:47 p.m., 3 knocks. Wednesday, 2:15 a.m., 3 knocks. Thursday, no knocks, but I woke to find my deadbolt unlocked, though I distinctly remembered securing it. The maintenance man's face flickered through my mind, those pale eyes, those methodical fingers. On Friday, I found him in the hallway outside my apartment. He was standing there, completely still, facing my door with his head slightly tilted, as if listening to something beyond normal hearing range. His hand rested on a toolbox, but he wasn't moving, wasn't doing anything that resembled actual maintenance work. The hallway lights created a strange halo effect around him, and for a disorienting moment, I couldn't tell if he was solid or somehow translucent, as if the wall behind him was visible through his form. "Problem with your radiator," he said when he noticed me approaching from the elevator. His voice had that same quality as before, words that seemed to arrive slightly delayed, like watching a poorly dubbed film. Had to check the pressure valves. "I didn't report any issues," I said, my key suddenly feeling too large in my hand, comically oversized, though rationally I knew it was the same key I'd used every day for 8 months. "Preventive maintenance," he replied, and something in his expression suggested he found this amusing. "Building protocol. Can't be too careful." He walked past me toward the stairwell, and I caught his scent. Something like ozone and old pennies, the smell of storms and metal. Pepper barked from inside the apartment, a frantic, terrified sound I'd never heard from her before. When I opened the door, She was in the far corner of the living room, trembling, staring at the radiator with such intensity that I found myself looking too, searching for whatever she saw. The metal was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been for early autumn. I pressed my hand against it and felt a vibration, subtle but distinct, like the radiator was breathing, expanding and contracting with something resembling respiration. Sleep became difficult after that. I'd lie in bed, hyper-aware of every sound, the settling of the building's foundation, the whisper of air through the vents, the occasional creak of footsteps in the hallway that might have been other residents, or might have been something else. Pepper slept pressed against me, her small body tense, occasionally whimpering in dreams I couldn't access. I started noticing patterns. The maintenance man appeared to know my schedule with uncanny precision. When I left for campus at 8:15 a.m., he'd be in the parking lot, ostensibly checking the dumpster enclosure but positioned where he could see my door. When I returned at varying times, deliberately varying times, I'd started mixing up my routine. He'd materialize within minutes, always with a plausible reason, checking the exterior lights, inspecting the gutters, measuring something near the building's foundation. My advisor commented that I looked tired. A friend suggested I was working too hard, that the stress of the thesis was manifesting as anxiety, that maybe I should talk to someone at Student Health Services. I started doubting my own observations, questioning whether I was constructing paranoia from coincidence, whether the isolation of research and ground floor living had warped my perception into patterns that didn't actually exist. Then I found the photographs. They were slipped under my door, 4 Polaroids on thick, vintage paper that nobody used anymore. The first showed my apartment building from across the street, taken at night, my window visible with the unmistakable blue glow of my laptop screen. The second was closer, taken from the courtyard, my shadow visible through the curtain. The third was from the hallway, my door centered in frame, the peephole's tiny glass eye reflecting the camera flash like a predator's retina. The fourth photograph was of me sleeping. The angle suggested it was taken from inside my bedroom, from the corner near the closet, the perspective impossible unless someone had been standing there in my room while I was unconscious and vulnerable. Pepper was visible too, curled at my feet, and I could see the exact pattern of the sheets, the specific book on my nightstand, the precise angle of my desk lamp. My hands shook as I examined them, searching for evidence of manipulation, for proof that these were somehow fabricated or altered. But the details were too accurate. The specific disorder of my room, the particular way I'd kicked the blanket half off, the title of the book, Phenomenology of Perception, which I'd been reading before bed, perfectly legible in the dim light. I called the building manager. She listened with increasing skepticism as I described the maintenance man, the photographs, the feeling of being watched. She informed me, in a tone that suggested she thought I was experiencing a psychotic episode, that the building didn't have a new maintenance supervisor. The regular maintenance staff consisted of 2 contractors who came Tuesday and Thursday mornings, both of whom she'd worked with for 5 years. She offered to check the security footage, but the cameras apparently only covered the main entrance and parking lot, not the interior hallways. "Maybe you should get more sleep," she suggested, her voice carrying that careful neutrality people use with the potentially unstable. "Graduate school can be very stressful." I stopped trying to convince anyone after that. The appearances intensified. I'd see him everywhere, standing at the bus stop I used, though he'd vanish before the bus arrived, sitting in the campus library 3 tables away, reading a book upside down, the pages never turning. In the grocery store, in the aisle I was about to enter, always just at the periphery of direct confrontation. His presence had become a constant, an ambient threat that I couldn't articulate without sounding paranoid, without confirming every fear people had about isolated students cracking under pressure. Pepper started refusing to enter certain rooms. She'd stand in doorways whining, hackles raised, staring at empty spaces with such conviction that I'd find myself looking too, searching for whatever she perceived. The apartment felt different, charged with an energy I couldn't name, as if the walls themselves had become aware, watchful. I installed a camera, a cheap security system from an online retailer, positioned to record my bedroom door. The first night, I reviewed the footage in the morning and found 6 hours of static. The image dissolved into white noise despite the camera being new, fully charged, functioning perfectly when I tested it in other rooms. The second night, the footage showed my room as expected. Nothing unusual. Until 3:33 a.m. when the camera angle shifted slightly, as if someone had nudged it, and in that brief movement, I could see a figure in the corner, tall, still, watching. I froze the frame, zoomed in, but the figure was just ambiguous enough, just pixelated enough, that I couldn't confirm it was him, couldn't prove it was anything more than shadow and poor resolution, and my own deteriorating mental state. The third night I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room with the lights on, Pepper in my lap, watching the door, the windows, the corners where darkness gathered despite the illumination. At 4:17 a.m., I heard the distinct sound of a key in my lock, the deadbolt sliding, the door handle turning. Pepper erupted in barks, and I grabbed my phone, dialed 911, my finger hovering over the call button as the door swung open. The hallway was empty, but the door was open, undeniably, impossibly open, and the air that drifted in carried that same scent, ozone and metal and something else, something organic and wrong, like flowers preserved in formaldehyde. I moved out the next day, broke the lease, abandoned the security deposit, packed everything I could fit in my car and drove to a friend's house 3 towns away. I didn't explain properly, just said there was a situation, an emergency, that I'd tell him everything later. Pepper was frantic during the drive, barking at the rearview mirror, at something she could see that I couldn't. The relief was immediate and profound. For 2 days, I felt the tension drain from my shoulders, my sleep improving, my appetite returning. I started questioning the entire experience, wondering if it had been a breakdown, a stress-induced psychosis, if the photographs had been some elaborate prank, or my own subconscious manifesting paranoia into physical form. Then, on the third morning, I went outside and found him standing next to my car. He was wearing the same coveralls, holding the same toolbox, his pale eyes fixed on me with an expression that might have been satisfaction, or might have been something else entirely, something for which language didn't have adequate terminology. "Building needs maintenance," he said, his voice carrying across the driveway with impossible clarity. "Can't ignore these things. They follow you." Behind him, in the morning sunlight, his shadow stretched wrong, extending at an angle that didn't match the sun's position, reaching toward me with fingers too long, too many. I got back in my car, started driving, kept driving. That was 6 weeks ago. I'm writing this from a motel outside Tulsa, the 14th place I've stayed. Pepper is beside me, calmer now but still occasionally staring at corners, at spaces between things. I've tried to rationalize, to construct explanations. Carbon monoxide poisoning, shared hallucination, elaborate stalking, government surveillance, parallel dimension bleed, quantum reality glitch, anything that fits the parameters of what I experienced. But last night, in this anonymous room with its generic art and stale cigarette smell, I woke to the sound of 3 soft knocks on the door. I checked the peephole and saw an empty parking lot, sodium lights casting everything in amber, no one visible in any direction. When I returned to bed, I found a Polaroid on the nightstand. It showed this room, this bed, me sleeping, taken from the same impossible angle, the corner near the bathroom, where no one could have stood without my knowledge. And underneath, in handwriting I don't recognize, a single sentence: preventive maintenance required. The knocking continues. 3 soft taps, irregular intervals, following me across state lines and through anonymous spaces. The building manager was wrong. There is a maintenance man, and his work isn't finished. Maybe it never will be. Maybe I'm the system that needs checking, the pressure valve that's malfunctioning, the radiator that won't maintain proper temperature. Or maybe I've been wrong about everything. Maybe the maintenance man was only ever in my head, a manifestation of stress and isolation, and the particular madness that comes from too much solitude and too little sleep. Maybe I'm still in that ground floor apartment, locked in some kind of fugue state, and everything since, the driving, the motels, this writing, is just elaborate delusion, consciousness fragmenting like old photographs, breaking down into static. I don't know which option is worse. Pepper is growling at the door again. The knocking has resumed. And somewhere, in the space between what I know and what I fear, I can smell ozone and old pennies, and I wonder if maintenance work ever truly ends, or if some systems just keep requiring attention, perpetual adjustment, eternal vigilance against entropy and decay. The lights in the room are flickering now. 3 soft taps. I should answer the door. I should run. I should do something besides sit here, writing this account that may or may not be read, may or may not be real, may or may not be anything more than the final coherent thought before complete dissolution. But the thing about maintenance is that it's inevitable. Systems break down. Things need fixing. And sometimes, the person who needs repair is you, whether you requested the service or not, whether you believe in it or not, whether you're ready or not. The door handle is turning. I've left the deadbolt unlocked. Maybe I always do. Story 6. The fluorescent lights in the stockroom hummed their constant electric hymn, a sound that burrowed into my skull during every shift at Fletcher's department store. I'd worked there for 3 months when he started, a tall, angular man with movements too deliberate, too calculated, like he was always measuring distances. The name tag pinned to his burgundy vest read Doyle, and from the first day, I felt his attention on me like heat from a lamp. He appeared beside me while I was reorganizing the electronics section. His approach so silent I didn't notice him, until his shadow stretched across the tablet display I was adjusting. The store's heating system had been malfunctioning all week, leaving the air thick and stagnant. But when he stood that close, I felt a cold draft that seemed to emanate from him. His questions started innocuously enough. Where did I live? What route did I take home? Did I have roommates? At first, I chalked it up to new employee small talk, the awkward attempts at friendship that sometimes bloom in the fluorescent wasteland of retail. But the questions never stopped. They multiplied, evolved, became more specific. Did I lock my windows at night? What time did I usually fall asleep? Did I live near any woods? That last question made me pause, my hand stilling on the inventory scanner. The device's red light cast strange shadows across Doyle's face as he waited for my answer, his expression unreadable but somehow expectant. I told him yes, there was a nature reserve behind my apartment complex, a stretch of dense oak and pine that I sometimes heard rustling at night. His eyes brightened at this, actually brightened, like I'd confirmed something important. The pattern established itself over the following weeks. He'd find me during my shifts, materializing from behind end caps and display racks, always asking, always probing. The questions became a catalog of my existence, my schedule, my habits, my routines, what time I left for work, which door I used, whether I varied my route, if I exercised in the mornings, whether I was a light sleeper. I started giving vague answers, half-truths, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with this inventory of my life. But Doyle had a way of circling back, of catching contradictions, of filling in the gaps I tried to leave. Sometimes I'd find him watching me from across the store, standing motionless in an aisle, his head tilted slightly as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Then came the hunting. He brought it up on a Tuesday evening during closing procedures. We were alone in the storage area, the rest of the staff having clocked out early. The overhead lights flickered intermittently, creating a strobe effect that made his movements seem jerky, discontinuous. He was telling me about tracking, about patience, about reading signs. His voice had taken on a different quality, lower, more intimate, almost reverent. He described it in detail, the way a pack operates, how they identify their target, isolate it, study its patterns, how they learn when it's most vulnerable, where it goes when it thinks it's safe. The best hunters, he explained, aren't the fastest or the strongest. They're the ones who understand their prey better than the prey understands itself. They become familiar, unthreatening, until the moment they're not. I remember the way he leaned against the metal shelving unit, his long fingers tracing patterns in the dust there. The storage room smelled of cardboard and cleaning chemicals, but underneath it, I caught something else. something earthy and wild, like soil after rain or the musk of animals. He wanted me to come hunting with him. He'd asked before, casual invitations I deflected with excuses about being busy or not having the right equipment. But now there was an insistence in his voice, an urgency that felt almost aggressive. The season was right, he said. The conditions were perfect. He knew a place where the prey was plentiful, where the woods were thick enough that you could disappear completely, where no one would hear anything that happened deep inside. The way he phrased it, where no one would hear anything that happened, sent ice down my spine. I made another excuse. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those eyes studied me the way I'd seen cats study birds through windows, with an intense, calculating focus that suggested they were counting feathers, measuring wingspans, planning trajectories. After that night, things shifted. I began noticing details I'd previously overlooked. The way Doyle always positioned himself between me and the exits. How he'd memorized my schedule better than I had, appearing for shifts we didn't share, claiming last-minute changes to his hours. The questions intensified, became more pointed. Did I live alone? Really alone? No girlfriend who might notice if I didn't come home one night. No family who checked in regularly. I started finding reasons to avoid him, taking my breaks in my car, requesting different sections to work. But the store wasn't that large, and his attention was relentless. He'd find me, always, appearing from behind clothing racks or around corners, his sudden presence making me flinch. The dreams started around then. Not nightmares exactly, more like impressions, half-remembered scenes of being followed through dark woods, of running while something paced me just beyond my peripheral vision. I'd wake up with my heart hammering, my sheets soaked with sweat, the sound of branches snapping echoing in my ears even as consciousness returned. During the day, I found myself checking over my shoulder constantly. The customers began to blur together into a mass of potential threats. Every shadow in the parking lot could be him. Every car that followed my route home might be tracking me. Then I noticed the marks. Small things at first. A scuff on my apartment door that I didn't remember being there. The arrangement of items on my porch slightly disturbed. Once I found a footprint in the mud beneath my bedroom window. Large, deep, facing toward the glass. The building's security cameras had been broken for weeks, the landlord promising repairs that never came. At work, I started finding notes in places only I would look. Nothing explicit. Nothing I could show to a manager as proof of harassment. Just observations. You changed your route home today. New locks won't help if you forget to close the windows. You move differently when you think you're alone. I considered quitting, but some irrational part of me felt safer where I could see him, where I could track his movements as he'd been tracking mine. At home, I didn't know where he was, what he was doing, whether he was watching. At work, at least I could maintain the illusion of control. One evening, he cornered me in the break room. The coffee maker burbled in the background, and the smell of burnt grounds hung heavy in the air. He spoke about pack dynamics again, about how some members are scouts, gatherers of information, how they learn everything about the target, its strengths, weaknesses, fears, how they catalog this data, share it, prepare. I asked him, trying to keep my voice steady, who he hunted with. He smiled then, really smiled, and it was wrong somehow, showing too many teeth. He told me he had friends who shared his interests, people who understood the patience required, the commitment. They communicated regularly, compared notes, coordinated. They were very good at what they did, he assured me. Very thorough. My hands shook as I poured coffee I didn't want, the liquid splashing over the rim of the cup and scalding my fingers. He watched this without expression, then asked again if I wanted to join them this weekend. The woods behind my apartment, he suggested. The ones I'd mentioned. He knew them well, he said, had explored them extensively. There were trails there few people knew about, places where the canopy grew so thick that even in daylight, it felt like dusk. I refused. He didn't react, just nodded slowly, and left the break room, his footsteps silent on the linoleum. That was Thursday. Friday morning, Doyle didn't show up for his shift. I felt relief so intense it made me lightheaded. but it was undercut by something else, a deeper unease. His absence felt like a held breath, like the pressure before a storm. Friday evening, the manager called me into her office. Doyle had quit, she said. No notice, no explanation. Just called that morning and said he wouldn't be returning. She seemed annoyed, but unconcerned, already discussing hiring replacements. I nodded, made appropriate sounds, and felt nothing but a vast hollow dread expanding in my chest. Because if he wasn't at work, where was he? That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound from outside, wind in the trees, an animal moving through underbrush, the distant call of an owl, seemed laden with significance. I kept the lights on, all of them, turning my apartment into an island of brightness against the dark. My phone remained in my hand, 911 pre-dialed, my thumb hovering over the call button. Around 3 in the morning I heard it, a sound like branches breaking, coming from the woods behind the building. Then another, then several at once, a pattern that suggested multiple sources, moving in coordination. I moved to the window, staying to the side, and peered out through the blinds. The woods were dark, impenetrable, but as I watched, I saw movement, or thought I did. Shapes that could have been shadows, or could have been figures, standing among the trees, motionless, watching. Counting them was impossible. They seemed to multiply the longer I looked, or maybe they were just the product of my exhausted, terrified mind. Then my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Good instincts, keeping the lights on. But we already know you're a light sleeper. We know everything. My legs nearly gave out. I backed away from the window, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Another text arrived. Some prey is too aware. Takes the fun out of it. You're no longer interesting. I stood there for hours, waiting for something to happen, for them to come, for the night to resolve into violence or reason. But nothing came. Just silence, and the dark, and the spaces between the trees where things might or might not be watching. Dawn came eventually, washing the woods in gray light that revealed nothing but ordinary trees and ordinary shadows. The shapes, if they'd been real, were gone. Saturday, I called in sick. Sunday too. Monday I didn't go to work at all, and by Tuesday I'd found a job across town, given my notice, started packing my apartment with frantic energy. But even now, in a new place with new locks and no woods nearby, I feel it. The attention, the assessment. I catch myself checking reflections in windows, looking for faces that shouldn't be there. I vary my routes obsessively, never taking the same path twice. I don't sleep deeply anymore, existing instead in a shallow state of semi-consciousness where any sound can jolt me awake. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in my head, a paranoid delusion built from innocent questions and my own anxieties. Sometimes I almost believe that. Then I remember the text messages, still on my phone, that now show as coming from disconnected numbers. I remember the footprint under my window, photographed but never reported because what would I even say? I remember Doyle's smile and the way he described hunting, the loving detail with which he explained how packs isolate their prey. Most of all, I remember what he said about becoming familiar, about making yourself unthreatening until the moment you're not. And I think about how he quit so suddenly, how he disappeared right after I'd refused him one last time. I think about how someone who was that obsessed, that persistent, that calculating, would just stop, just walk away, unless the observation phase was over, unless they'd learned everything they needed, unless they'd decided I was too aware, too difficult, not worth the effort, or unless, and this is the thought that keeps me awake, that has me checking every lock 3 times before bed, unless they're just patient, unless they're waiting for me to relax, to forget, to convince myself it was nothing, waiting for the moment when I stop varying my routes, when I sleep deeply again, when I let my guard down. Because that's what good hunters do, isn't it? They wait, they watch. They learn that their prey is most vulnerable not when it's alert and afraid, but when it thinks the danger has passed. And sometimes late at night when sleep finally claims me, I dream of woods I've never seen and a hunt that might not be over. I dream of Doyle standing among trees, patient and still, with others beside him whose faces I can't quite make out. They're not moving, not advancing, just watching my new apartment from a distance, making notes, learning my new patterns, waiting. I tell myself it's paranoia. I tell myself he was just an awkward man with poor boundaries, and I built a monster from nothing. I tell myself the texts were a cruel prank, the sounds were animals, the shapes were shadows. But I haven't stopped checking the windows, and I haven't stopped looking over my shoulder, because somewhere in the back of my mind, in the place where prey knows predator, I understand something Doyle taught me without ever saying it directly. The hunt doesn't end when the prey escapes. It ends when the hunter decides it's over, and I don't think they've decided yet. Story 7. The lake had always been there, silent and still, reflecting nothing but darkness after sunset. I should have known better than to suggest the walk. My wife squeezed my hand as we left the paved trail, our shoes crunching against the gravel path that wound closer to the water's edge. The air hung thick and motionless, unusual for October, carrying with it the mineral smell of disturbed sediment and something else, something organic and slightly rotten that I couldn't quite place. The moon hung low and swollen, its light painting everything in shades of gray and silver, transforming familiar landmarks into strange, misshapen shadows. She had been quiet all evening, withdrawn in that way that told me her mind was working through something she wasn't ready to share. I'd hoped the walk would help, that the night air and gentle exercise might loosen whatever knot had formed in her thoughts. Instead, the silence between us had grown heavier with each step, matching the oppressive weight of the atmosphere around us. The lake stretched out to our right, its surface unnaturally smooth like polished obsidian. No ripples disturbed its face despite the slight breeze I could feel against my skin. I found myself staring at it, watching for movement, for anything to break that perfect mirror-like stillness. The longer I looked, the more convinced I became that the surface wasn't quite right, that it was somehow too dark, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. We'd walked this path dozens of times over the past year since moving to the area. During the day it was pleasant, almost idyllic, with joggers and dog walkers passing by with friendly nods. But night transformed it into something else entirely. The trees that lined the path, oaks and maples that provided welcome shade in summer, now loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out much of the moonlight. The patches of illumination that did break through created pools of silver surrounded by impenetrable darkness, and I found myself unconsciously timing our steps to move from one lit area to the next, as if the shadows themselves posed some undefined threat. My wife stopped abruptly, her hand tightening around mine. She tilted her head, listening, and I strained to hear whatever had caught her attention. At first, there was nothing, just the soft whisper of wind through leaves and the distant sound of traffic from the highway, muted and far away. Then I heard it too, a sound that might have been wind, or might have been something else, a high-pitched keening that rose and fell, carrying across the water with an almost musical quality. She asked if I heard it, her voice barely above a whisper, and I confirmed that I did, though I immediately suggested it was probably just wind moving through some oddly shaped gap in the rocks along the far shore. Even as I said it, I didn't believe my own explanation. The sound was too regular, too purposeful. It came in waves, each one slightly louder than the last, as if whatever was making it was moving closer. We continued walking, both of us pretending we weren't disturbed by the noise, both of us lying to ourselves and each other. My pulse had quickened, and I became acutely aware of every sound, the rustle of my jacket, the rhythm of our breathing, the soft crunch of gravel that seemed deafening in the stillness. The path ahead curved closer to the water, and I could see where it would take us past a particularly dense section of brush that extended almost to the trail's edge. The screaming, because that's what it was, I could no longer pretend otherwise, grew louder. It was coming from somewhere ahead of us, from the direction we were walking, and yet I couldn't see anything that might be producing it. The sound had a human quality to it, but distorted, stretched thin and high until it barely registered as something a throat could produce. It reminded me of recordings I'd heard of foxes calling to each other, but deeper, more resonant, carrying an undertone that made my skin prickle with instinctive unease. My wife suggested we turn back, and I agreed immediately, perhaps too quickly, betraying my own growing fear. We turned on the path, and that's when the screaming changed. It no longer came from ahead of us. It came from behind, from the exact spot we were now walking toward. The sound had somehow shifted, or perhaps there had always been two sources, and we'd only noticed one. The rational part of my mind tried to explain it. Acoustics were strange near water. Sounds could bounce and echo in unexpected ways. But the primitive part, the part that remembered when humans were prey, knew better. We walked faster, not quite running but close to it. The screaming continued, and now I could hear movement in the brush beside the path. Something was keeping pace with us, matching our speed, staying just out of sight in the darkness beyond the trail. I told myself it was a deer, or maybe a raccoon, some startled animal fleeing from whatever was making that god-awful noise. But the movement was wrong. Too deliberate, too synchronized with our own steps. When we slowed, it slowed. When we sped up, it matched us exactly. The temperature had dropped, though I couldn't say when. My breath came out in visible puffs now, and I could feel the cold seeping through my jacket, penetrating to my bones. My wife was shivering beside me, and I pulled her closer, as much for my own comfort as hers. The path seemed longer than I remembered, stretching endlessly ahead of us, each familiar landmark appearing strange and distorted in the moonlight. That's when the screaming stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. It pressed against my eardrums, making them ring, and in that absence of sound, I became convinced that whatever had been making that awful keening was now holding its breath, listening, waiting. I could feel eyes on us, not see them, not hear anything to confirm their presence, but feel them with absolute certainty. The weight of that unseen gaze made my shoulders tense, made the back of my neck tingle with anticipation of something I couldn't name. We kept walking, faster now, and I found myself glancing back over my shoulder every few steps. The path behind us looked wrong somehow, darker than it should be, as if shadows were pooling in our wake, following us like a tide. The trees seemed closer together, their branches reaching across the path in ways I didn't remember, and I had to fight the urge to break into a full run. Then I saw it. At first, it was just a shape in the brush, taller than it should be. Too tall for anything that belonged in these woods. It stood perfectly still, visible only because the moonlight caught the edges of something dark and angular. As we passed, it turned its head, or what I assumed was its head, tracking our movement with a slow, deliberate rotation that no animal would make. My wife saw it too. I felt her entire body go rigid, felt her breath catch. We didn't speak, didn't acknowledge what we'd seen, as if naming it would make it more real, would give it permission to do something we both knew would be terrible. The figure began to move. It emerged from the brush with a rustling sound that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. And as it stepped onto the path behind us, I saw it clearly for the first time. Tall, over 7 feet surely, and dressed entirely in black that seemed to absorb the moonlight, creating a void in the shape of a person. But it was the sound it was making that froze my blood. Crying, not screaming anymore, but weeping, with deep, racking sobs that sounded almost theatrical, almost performed. We ran. There's no dignity in true fear, no grace in a panicked flight. We simply bolted hand in hand, our feet pounding against the gravel path, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. Behind us, the crying continued, and beneath it I could hear footsteps. Heavy, methodical footsteps that didn't seem to be hurrying, but somehow kept pace with our desperate sprint. The path blurred around us. I lost track of where we were, unable to recognize the landmarks that should have been familiar. The trees seemed to close in, their branches scraping at our clothes, and more than once I stumbled over roots or rocks I couldn't see in the darkness. My wife pulled me forward when I faltered, and I did the same for her, each of us driving the other onward through sheer terror. The crying grew louder. It was impossible. We were running as fast as we could, and yet that sound kept getting closer, those footsteps never falling behind. I risked a glance backward and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure was there, impossibly tall, impossibly dark, its face hidden in shadow even in the moonlight. Its arms hung at odd angles, too long, reaching almost to the ground, and as it walked it swayed slightly, as if its joints didn't quite work the way human joints should. My lungs burned. My legs screamed in protest, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. The parking lot appeared ahead of us like a miracle, its single sodium light creating a pool of harsh orange illumination that seemed like sanctuary. We burst out of the darkness and onto the pavement, and I fumbled for my keys with shaking hands, dropping them once before managing to unlock the car. We threw ourselves inside, and I locked the doors immediately, a purely instinctive action that logic told me would provide no real protection. My wife was hyperventilating beside me, and I realized I was too, both of us gulping air as if we'd been drowning. I started the engine with trembling fingers and threw the car into reverse, my eyes fixed on the trailhead. Nothing emerged from the darkness. We sat there, engine running, staring at the path we'd just fled down. The orange light from the parking lot lamp illuminated the first 20 feet or so of the trail, and beyond that was only shadow. I waited, every muscle tensed, ready to slam the car into gear and flee, but nothing happened. No tall figure appeared. No crying echoed from the trees. The night was silent except for the rumble of our engine and our own labored breathing. My wife spoke first, her voice shaky, asking if I saw it too, if it was real. I told her yes, I saw it, but even as I said it, I felt doubt creeping in. What exactly had I seen? A shape in the darkness, movement in the brush, a tall figure that might have been anything, a person, a shadow, a trick of moonlight and fear-twisted perception. The crying could have been an animal, the footsteps nothing more than our own echoing back to us. The mind plays tricks in the dark, especially when fear has already taken hold. But we'd both run. We'd both been terrified. That was real, whatever had caused it. I put the car in gear and drove home in silence. Neither of us looked back at the lake. That was 3 weeks ago. We haven't talked about it since that night, haven't acknowledged what happened with anything more than oblique references and careful euphemisms. We certainly haven't been back to the lake, and I found myself taking longer routes home from work to avoid even driving past it. But things have changed. My wife has been distant, even more withdrawn than she was that evening. She stays up late, and several times I've woken in the night to find her standing at the window, staring out at our darkened backyard. When I ask what she's doing, she says she thought she heard something, but her voice is flat, emotionless, as if she's reading lines from a script. Last night, I found her in the garage at 3 a.m. She was just standing there in the darkness, wearing the same jacket she'd worn on our walk. When I turned on the light, she blinked at me slowly, as if surprised to find herself there. She told me she'd been planning to go for a walk, that she couldn't sleep, that the lake was calling to her. I led her back to bed, but I barely slept myself. I kept thinking about that figure in the darkness, about those 2 long arms and that performative crying. I kept wondering what we'd actually seen, what we'd actually heard. Memory is unreliable, especially memories formed in moments of extreme stress. Had it really been that tall? Had the crying actually sounded that strange? Or had my fear magnified everything, turned something explicable into something monstrous? This morning I found gravel in the entryway. Not much, just a small scattering of stones that exactly matched the gravel from the lake path. They were in a pile, neatly arranged, as if someone had carefully emptied them from their shoes and left them there for me to find. My wife was still asleep. Her shoes were clean. I'm sitting here now, those pieces of gravel on the desk in front of me, trying to construct a narrative that makes sense. Maybe she did go back. Maybe she sleepwalked there and returned without waking. Maybe I'm the one who went, caught in some fugue state, acting out the very fear I'm trying to suppress. Or maybe something else came into our house last night. I can hear my wife moving around upstairs, getting ready for the day. In a moment, I'll go up and join her, and we'll move through our morning routine as if everything is normal, as if the world hasn't tilted slightly off its axis. We'll make coffee and read the news and pretend that we don't both hear it now, even here in our home, miles from the lake. That faint, distant sound that might be wind or might be weeping, rising and falling like a tide. The gravel is still on my desk. I should throw it away, dispose of the evidence, but I can't bring myself to touch it. Because if I do, if I pick up those stones and feel their weight in my palm, I'll have to admit that something was here, that something is still here, that the lake hasn't let us go, and maybe it never will. My wife is calling my name from upstairs. Her voice sounds strange, too flat, too measured. I should go to her. I will go to her. But first, I'm writing this down, documenting what I remember, what I think I remember, before the details blur and shift and reform into something I can live with. I'm writing this because I need someone to know, in case what? In case we go back. In case we're found someday, standing at the water's edge, staring at our reflections in that too still surface. In case the screaming isn't coming from the lake at all, but from inside our own heads, echoing in the spaces between what we saw and what we allow ourselves to believe. The gravel is still there. The crying is still there. The lake is still there. And I'm beginning to suspect that we never really left. The streetlights had begun their evening ritual, flickering to life in stuttered sequences along Ashworth Avenue. I'd walked this route home from campus hundreds of times, maybe thousands, but that particular Thursday felt different from the moment I stepped off the bus. The air hung heavier than usual, thick with the smell of wet asphalt even though it hadn't rained in days. October was bleeding into November, and the temperature had dropped enough to make my breath visible in small, dissipating clouds. I noticed the red sedan about 3 blocks from my apartment. It cruised past me slowly, too slowly for normal traffic, then turned left at the intersection ahead. The brake lights glowed like infected eyes before it disappeared. Nothing unusual about that. People drive, people turn, people go places. But something in my chest tightened anyway. Some primal instinct that had kept my ancestors alive on ancient plains where predators lurked in tall grass. 2 blocks later, the sedan reappeared. Same car. I was certain of it. The paint was a deep crimson that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and there was a dent in the rear quarter panel shaped like a question mark. It pulled alongside me, matching my walking pace with unsettling precision. The passenger window descended with a mechanical whir that sounded amplified in the quiet street, and a voice emerged from the dark interior. The passenger wanted to know how old I was. The question came out flat, emotionless, as if they were asking for directions to the nearest gas station. I couldn't make out their face. The interior of the car seemed darker than it should have been, even accounting for the fading daylight. I mumbled something about needing to go, kept walking, but my legs felt disconnected from my body, moving with a dreamlike quality that made each step feel both too fast and too slow. Then the door opened. The passenger repeated the command to get inside, but this time the words carried a weight that made my skin prickle. Without conscious thought, my body made the decision my mind was still processing. I ran. My sneakers slapped against the concrete in a frantic rhythm, and behind me, I heard the car door slam. The engine revved, a guttural sound that seemed too loud, too aggressive for a residential neighborhood. I cut through the alley behind the Vietnamese restaurant, vaulted over a recycling bin, and didn't stop until I'd reached my apartment building 3 streets over. Inside, I locked the door, then checked it twice more. My hands shook as I pulled every curtain closed and turned on all the lights. The apartment felt too exposed, too vulnerable. The windows were just holes in the walls, portals through which anything could observe. I convinced myself I was overreacting, that I'd simply encountered some confused individuals, maybe intoxicated, maybe playing a stupid prank. College towns attract all sorts. I showered, ate dinner standing up at the counter, and tried to focus on the statistics assignment due Monday, but I couldn't concentrate. Every car that passed outside made me flinch, and I found myself cataloging the sounds. The pitch of the engine, the speed of the tires against asphalt. None of them matched the deep, throaty rumble of the red sedan. I told myself this was good. They were gone. I was safe. Sleep came in fractured intervals that night. I kept dreaming of red things. Apples with bruised flesh. Stop signs bent at wrong angles. My own hands covered in something dark and wet. Each time I jerked awake, I checked my phone. 3 in the morning, 4:30, 5:15. The numbers progressed with agonizing slowness, and the darkness outside my window seemed to press against the glass with physical weight. Friday arrived gray and cold. I'd only slept maybe 2 hours total, and my reflection in the bathroom mirror looked hollowed out, skin pulled too tight over bone. Classes felt surreal, like watching someone else's life on a screen. My roommate asked if I was feeling okay, and I heard myself say something about a bad burrito, about food poisoning, about anything other than the truth. How do you explain that a car following you for 2 blocks has fundamentally altered your perception of safety? I took the bus home again. The alternative, walking, felt impossible. But as we traveled down Ashworth Avenue, I saw it. The red sedan, parked along the curb near the spot where it had first approached me. Empty. Waiting. The dent in the quarter panel caught the afternoon light, that question mark shape seeming to pulse with significance. I yanked the stop cord too early, got off 4 blocks before my usual stop, and walked home on side streets, constantly checking behind me. The sedan wasn't following. I checked, multiple times. But the feeling of being watched intensified with each block, growing from a whisper to a shout inside my skull. People I passed on the sidewalk seemed to look at me too long, their eyes tracking my movement with unsettling focus. A woman walking her dog turned to stare as I hurried past. A jogger slowed his pace and glanced over his shoulder. Were they watching me, or was I watching them watch me? The distinction began to blur. Saturday, I stayed inside, ordered groceries through an app, ignored texts from friends about evening plans, and spent hours researching red sedans online. The model was common, manufactured by the millions. The color was a popular choice. Nothing distinguished this particular vehicle except for that dent and the darkness that had filled its interior. I found myself down rabbit holes on obscure forums, reading stories from people who claimed they'd been followed, stalked, targeted by strangers in vehicles. Some of the accounts ended badly. Others simply stopped mid-story, the users never posting again. I closed my laptop and pushed it away, but the stories clung to my thoughts like cobwebs. Sunday brought rain, finally, and with it a temporary relief. I ventured out for a walk, telling myself that fresh air would clear my head, that I was being ridiculous, that the incident on Thursday was over and done. The rain fell in sheets, turning the streets into rivers of reflected neon and streetlights. Fewer people were out, fewer cars. I walked for an hour, getting thoroughly soaked, and felt almost normal again, until I turned onto Maple Street and saw it. The red sedan sat in a parking spot near the corner bodega. Same car, same dent. But this was 3 miles from where I'd seen it on Friday, in a neighborhood I rarely visited. The odds of coincidence stretched thin, transparent as wet tissue paper. I approached slowly, circling wide, trying to see inside. The windows were fogged from the inside, as if someone had been sitting in there for hours, breathing, waiting. But I couldn't see anyone. The car appeared empty. I should have kept walking. Instead, I found myself moving closer, drawn by a compulsion I didn't understand. My reflection appeared in the driver's side window, distorted by the condensation, making my face look longer, stranger. I raised my hand to wipe the glass, to see inside clearly, when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were handprints on the inside of the window, small ones, multiple sets, as if many hands had pressed against the glass from within, trying to get out. I stumbled backward, nearly falling into the gutter. The rain fell harder, drumming against the sedan's roof with a sound like fingernails tapping. I ran again, just as I had on Thursday. But this time the fear felt different, deeper, more primal. It wasn't just about the people in the car anymore. It was about what the car represented, what it might contain, what it might mean. Monday arrived with cruel normalcy, classes, assignments, the mundane machinery of academic life grinding forward regardless of personal terror. I functioned on autopilot, taking notes without reading them, answering questions without hearing them. Between lectures, I searched for the sedan, every parking lot, every street I crossed. It had vanished again, but its absence felt more threatening than its presence. My roommate suggested I talk to someone, a counselor maybe. He'd noticed the changes, my constant checking of windows, my refusal to leave the apartment after dark, the way I jumped at sudden noises. I laughed it off, said I was stressed about midterms, about a paper that wasn't actually due. But his concern lingered in his eyes, and I recognized the look. It was the same way people observe broken things, uncertain whether to help or simply step away. Tuesday night, I broke my self-imposed curfew. A study group met at the library until 10, and I'd promised to attend weeks ago. The session ran long, stretching past 11, and by the time I left, the campus had transformed into something alien. The familiar paths looked wrong under the sodium lights, shadows falling at angles that defied geometry. I walked quickly, keys gripped between my fingers like claws. The red sedan pulled up beside me at the edge of campus. This time, I didn't run immediately. Some part of me needed to confront this, to understand. The passenger window lowered and I forced myself to look inside. The darkness within seemed absolute, as if the car's interior existed in a different dimension where light couldn't penetrate. But I could see shapes moving, multiple figures shifting in seats that should only hold 5 people. The voice emerged again, asking the same question about my age. But now it sounded different, layered, as if multiple people spoke in unison, their words staggered by milliseconds. I should have run. But I heard myself answering, giving my real age, and as the numbers left my mouth, I realized my mistake. Something changed in the quality of the darkness inside the car. It seemed to lean forward, to reach toward me through the open window. The figures inside became more defined, and I saw faces, too many faces, more than should fit in any vehicle. They all looked wrong, features slightly off, like copies of copies degrading through successive generations. The passenger door opened slowly, and the voice commanded me to enter. But this time, additional words followed, spoken so quietly, I almost missed them beneath the sound of my own heartbeat. The voice said I'd been expected, that they'd been looking for me specifically, that I'd been marked since Thursday, since the first encounter, since the moment I'd made eye contact with whatever looked out from that darkness. I ran, again, but as my feet carried me away from the sedan, I noticed something that made reality crack like thin ice. All around the parking lot, all along the street, red sedans were emerging from side roads, from parking garages, from nowhere. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all identical, all with that same dent shaped like a question mark, all moving slowly, converging on my location with mechanical precision. I cut through buildings, across lawns, through spaces too narrow for vehicles. But when I emerged onto each new street, the sedans were already there, idling at intersections, parked at curbs, creating a maze of crimson metal and dark windows. My phone was in my hand. When had I grabbed it? But when I tried to call for help, the screen showed no service, no signal, no connection to the world I'd known before Thursday. The campus security office loomed ahead, lights blazing. I burst through the doors, and the officer at the desk looked up with concern. I tried to explain about the cars, about being followed, about the impossible number of identical vehicles surrounding the building. He listened patiently, then suggested we go outside together, that he'd help me file a report, that everything would be okay. We stepped into the parking lot and the sedans were gone. Every single one. The lot contained the usual scattered collection of student vehicles, Hondas, Toyotas, a few pickup trucks. Normal, ordinary. The officer gave me that look again, the one my roommate had perfected. The look reserved for broken things. He drove me home in his security cart, talking about stress and academic pressure and the importance of sleep. I nodded at appropriate intervals, but my eyes scanned every shadow, every darkened window, every reflection that might hide a red vehicle. At my apartment building, he waited until I was inside before driving away, and I appreciated the gesture even as I recognized its futility. Inside, the lights I'd left on were off. Every single one. I stood in the doorway, listening to the darkness, and heard breathing that didn't match my own rhythm. Multiple sources, multiple breaths, coming from different rooms. My hand found the light switch, flipped it up. Nothing happened. I tried again. Again. The darkness remained absolute. Then my eyes adjusted, or perhaps the darkness adjusted to me, and I saw them. Figures standing throughout my apartment, motionless, silent except for their breathing. They stood in doorways, beside furniture, in corners, too many to count in the dim illumination bleeding through the curtains from streetlights outside. And as I watched, frozen in my own doorway, they all turned to look at me simultaneously, heads swiveling with mechanical precision. One stepped forward, then another. They moved without sound, gliding rather than walking. The closest one reached toward me, and in the faint light I could see its features. My features. It wore my face, but wrong somehow, like a photograph printed slightly out of register. All of them wore variations of my face, and they all reached toward me with hands that seemed to have too many fingers, or too few. The count kept changing depending on how I looked. I slammed the door and ran. Down the stairs, through the lobby, into the street. Behind me, I heard my apartment door open, heard footsteps on the stairs. Too many footsteps. Dozens of them. Hundreds. The building entrance burst open, and they poured out like water, all wearing versions of my face, all moving with that same terrible silence. The street was full of red sedans again. They lined every curb, filled every parking space, blocked every intersection. Their headlights blazed to life in sequence, creating a corridor of light that led down the center of the road. The passenger door of the nearest sedan opened, revealing that absolute darkness inside. And from within, my own voice spoke, telling me to get in, telling me it was time, telling me that I'd been in the car all along. I looked down at my hands and saw they were translucent, fading in the headlights' glare. I looked back at my apartment building and saw one of the figures that wore my face standing at my window, looking out, looking down at me with an expression of deep concern. It pulled out a phone, began to dial. Behind it, in the deeper darkness of my apartment, I could see more figures gathering, but these ones looked different. They looked solid, real. The sedan's door remained open. The darkness inside beckoned, and as I felt myself beginning to fade completely, dispersing like smoke in wind, I understood with terrible clarity that the question wasn't whether I would get in the car. The question was whether I had ever gotten out. My last solid thought, before the darkness consumed everything, was about Thursday evening, about the moment I'd turned to run. But had I? Or had I hesitated a moment too long? Had I actually sprinted away? Or had my paralyzed body simply imagined escape while my mind refused to accept what was happening? Had I felt the seat beneath me as I entered? Had I heard the door slam behind me, trapping me inside with those wrong faces in that impossible darkness? The red sedan's door stood open, waiting. The darkness within was familiar now, welcoming. It looked exactly like every space I'd occupied since Thursday evening. My apartment, my classroom, the streets I'd walked. All of it had been the car's interior, its darkness expanding to match my expectations, to maintain the illusion of continued existence in the world I'd known. I stopped resisting and let myself drift toward the open door. As I merged with the darkness inside, I felt the presence of others, countless others who had also been asked their age, who had also been ordered inside, who had also believed they'd escaped. We existed together in the space between moments, between the asking and the answering, between the command and the compliance, forever running, forever fleeing, forever about to get away. The door closed softly behind me, and somewhere in the real world, on a Thursday evening in late October, a student walking home from campus noticed a red sedan cruising slowly beside them. The passenger window descended, and a voice emerged from the darkness inside. asking a simple question about age. And the cycle continued, as it always had, as it always would, collecting those who looked too long into the shadows and saw them looking back. Story 9. The first candygram appeared on Valentine's Day, tucked between the slats of my locker like a whispered secret. Red cellophane crinkled under my fingertips, the kind that catches fluorescent light and scatters it into 1,000 tiny crimson stars. Inside, chocolate hearts melted slightly from the warmth of the heating vents, their surfaces dulled and fingerprint smudged. No name, no message, just sweetness wrapped in anonymity. I should have thrown it away. The hallway buzzed with the usual February chaos. Couples exchanging gifts, groups of friends laughing too loudly, the metallic slam of locker doors creating a percussion section for teenage life. I barely registered the gift, tossing it into my backpack alongside crumpled homework and a half-eaten granola bar. My mom asked about it that evening when she found the wrapper in my jeans pocket during laundry. I shrugged, told her it was probably a fundraiser thing, some club selling candy to raise money for prom or a field trip. She smiled, that knowing smile parents use when they think you're being modest about secret admirers. The notes started 3 days later. The first one appeared under my windshield wiper, the paper slightly damp from morning dew, ink bleeding at the edges just enough to make the handwriting look organic, almost alive. The letters curved with practiced precision, each loop and flourish suggesting hours of practice. Your smile makes the world less gray. I looked around the parking lot, scanning faces in the pre-dawn dimness. Students trudged toward the building with the universal exhaustion of teenagers forced awake before their circadian rhythms permit consciousness. No one watched me. No one seemed remotely interested in my existence. The note felt heavier than paper should feel, as if the words themselves possessed weight. The second note came the next day, slipped under my dorm room door sometime between midnight and dawn. I know the timing because I checked the hallway at both hours. A restless bladder had me up twice, and the corridor was empty both times, just the emergency exit signs casting their sickly green glow across industrial carpet. The note waited for me in the morning, pristine and deliberate. I count your steps from class to class. Today you took 847. My throat tightened. I retraced my route mentally, trying to remember if I'd noticed anyone following me, anyone paying particular attention. The campus wasn't large. Everyone knew everyone to some degree, but I couldn't recall a single moment of sustained eye contact. No lingering glances. No presence that registered as more than background noise. The handwriting remained consistent across notes 3 through 7. They accumulated like snow, each one adding another layer of awareness, of being perceived in ways I couldn't reciprocate. You bite your lower lip when you're concentrating. Your left shoelace is always looser than your right. Thursday is your favorite shirt, the navy one with the faded collar. I started checking over my shoulder between classes. The sensation of being watched became a physical thing, a pressure between my shoulder blades that made my skin crawl and my muscles tense. I'd spin around in hallways, searching for the observer, but found only the usual chaos of students navigating their days with the oblivious self-absorption of youth. My roommate, Felix, thought it was romantic at first. He'd hold up each new note with a grin, reading them aloud in an exaggerated, sultry voice until I snatched them away. His amusement faded around note 9, when the content shifted from observational to possessive. Other girls look at you. They shouldn't. You're mine to watch. The mask appeared on a Tuesday. I saw it first in my peripheral vision during American history, a white face pressed against the classroom window. The Purge mask, the one from those horror movies, all grotesque smile and hollow eyes. LED lights dead in the daylight but somehow still menacing. My heart seized. But when I turned to look directly, the window showed only empty quad and distant trees swaying in wind I couldn't hear through double-paned glass. Mrs. Kowalski asked if I needed the nurse. Apparently I'd gone pale, my hands gripping the desk edge hard enough to whiten my knuckles. I mumbled something about low blood sugar and tried to focus on Reconstruction-era politics, but my gaze kept sliding to that window, searching for the mask that common sense insisted had been imagination. Except it wasn't imagination. The mask appeared again during lunch, visible for 3 seconds behind the cafeteria glass before vanishing behind a pillar. And again after practice, hovering at the edge of the parking lot between 2 cars, backlit by the setting sun so the features became even more grotesque, more wrong. Each sighting lasted just long enough to register, just brief enough to let doubt creep in afterward. Was I seeing things? The stress of finals, maybe, combined with these increasingly unsettling notes? I tried convincing myself of mundane explanations, but my hands shook when I gripped the steering wheel, and I couldn't stop checking my rearview mirror during the drive home. The Google Doc notification chimed during study hall 3 weeks after the first candygram. Trisha Carmichael has shared a document with you. Observations. My stomach dropped. The name meant nothing. I didn't know any Trisha. Couldn't place the name with a face despite mentally cataloging every girl in my grade and the ones above and below. I hesitated before clicking, my cursor hovering over the link while my brain screamed warnings that my curiosity ultimately overrode. The document loaded slowly, revealing a spreadsheet more detailed than any class project I'd ever encountered. Columns tracked dates, times, locations, clothing choices, interactions. My entire existence reduced to data points, logged with the obsessive precision of someone whose world revolved around my movements. February 14th. Red candygram delivered. Subject unaware of observer's presence. Subject wore jeans, gray hoodie, white sneakers. February 17th. Subject departed residence 7:23 a.m. License plate visible. My mom's actual plate number. Subject arrived school 7:41 a.m. Parked section B, spot 17. February 23rd. Subject attended basketball game. Sat with Felix Donovan and 2 unidentified males. Left early, 8:17 p.m. Seemed distracted. The entries continued, day after day, each one a violation of privacy so profound it made my skin feel too tight. The document was shared with view-only permissions, but I could see her cursor at the bottom of the page, a small label reading Trisha C. that proved she was there, right now, watching me view the evidence of her watching me. The cursor moved. New text appeared, typed in real time while I watched, helpless and horrified. You found it. I knew you would. You're so smart. That's what I love about you. My hands trembled so violently I could barely type a response. Who are you? Stop this. The cursor bobbed, playful. You don't remember me? I'm hurt. We've spent so much time together, even if you didn't know it. Check your window. I was in the library, 3rd floor, facing west. My chair scraped loudly as I stood, drawing annoyed glances from other students trying to study. The window overlooked the parking lot, and there, 3 stories below, stood a figure in a white purge mask, one hand raised in a slow, deliberate wave. I blinked. The figure remained. Not imagination, not stress-induced hallucination, but solid and present and real. Security found nothing. By the time I got someone to take me seriously, convinced a campus monitor to check the parking lot, the figure had vanished like smoke, leaving only my frantic insistence and the visible shaking I couldn't control. The monitor, a heavy-set man named Gerald who usually dozed through his shifts, looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion, like maybe I was the problem, not the phantom stalker with the movie mask. They took it seriously after I showed them the Google Doc. The administration moved with the slow bureaucracy of institutional concern, once presented with digital evidence. Meetings were held. My parents were contacted. The IT department tried tracing the document's origin, but the account belonged to a fake email, created specifically for this purpose, untraceable beyond the initial IP address that led to a public library computer anyone could use. The principal, Dr. Vance, assured me they were investigating. Trisha Carmichael turned out to be a name with no enrollment record, no yearbook photo, no digital footprint within the school system. A ghost name for a ghost girl. Security cameras were reviewed. Here's what made my blood ice over. There were multiple instances of someone in a purge mask on campus. library parking lot on March 3rd, near the gymnasium on February 28th, behind the science building on March 7th. But the footage was always distant, grainy, just clear enough to confirm the mask's presence, but too poor quality to identify height, build, or any distinguishing features beneath the costume. The notes stopped for 4 days after the school got involved. 4 days of blessed silence that felt more ominous than the daily messages ever had. I couldn't relax into the absence. Every moment without contact felt like the pause before a jump scare, my nervous system stuck in perpetual anticipation. Then came the package. It arrived at my house, addressed to me in that same precise handwriting. My mom brought it to my room, worried by how heavy I'd become with dread lately, how I'd started keeping my blinds closed and checking door locks multiple times before bed. She waited while I opened it, her presence both comfort and witness. Inside, a scrapbook, pages and pages of photographs I'd never posed for. Me walking to my car, me sitting in class, visible through windows, me at the gas station pumping fuel, me sleeping. And this was the image that made my mom's face drain of color. Me sleeping in my bed, photographed from outside my window, the angle suggesting someone had climbed the oak tree that grew close to my second-story room. The final page held a single sentence in that careful handwriting. "The school can't stop me from loving you." Police involvement became inevitable. Reports were filed, statements taken, patrol routes adjusted to include more frequent passes by my house. Officer Bradford, who handled the case with the weary professionalism of someone who'd seen too much, told me restraining orders require knowing who to restrain. Without an identity beyond a fake name and a mask, legal protection existed only in theory. The Google Doc remained accessible, though I'd stopped checking it. My IT-savvy cousin showed me how to view it in incognito mode, assured me that would prevent her from knowing I was watching. But the entries continued regardless of my viewing habits, each day adding new observations, new proof of constant surveillance. March 15th. Subject received police visit. Seemed scared. I don't want to scare him. I just want him to understand. March 18th. Subject's mother installed new locks. Unnecessary. I don't need to be inside to be close. March 21st. Subject looks tired. He should rest more. I worry about him. The school installed additional cameras. My parents considered transferring me to a different district, but I was months from graduation, and changing schools wouldn't necessarily change the stalking. She'd followed me this far. Distance seemed irrelevant to that level of obsession. Graduation came with police presence, officers scanning the crowd for anyone in a mask, anyone matching the vague physical profile we'd cobbled together from grainy footage. I walked across that stage with my skin crawling, hyper-aware of every face in the audience, searching for her in the sea of proud parents and bored siblings. I never saw the mask that day. Maybe she was there without it. Maybe she was close enough to touch. The notes stopped after graduation. The Google Doc went dormant, last updated the day I received my diploma. Weeks passed, then months. Summer faded into fall. I started college 3 states away, convinced myself that distance and time had finally severed whatever sick connection she'd formed. Last week, I received a friend request on social media. The profile was new, created days ago, with no photos and minimal information. The name, Trisha Carmichael. The friend request sat pending in my notifications for hours, while I debated blocking it, reporting it, or simply ignoring it entirely. But curiosity, that same toxic curiosity that made me open the Google Doc months ago, won out. I clicked through to the profile. One post, made private so only I could see it, shared 2 hours before the friend request. "I'm so proud of you. College looks good on you. 3rd floor, East Wing, room 317. You should close your blinds more often." I'm in room 317, 3rd floor, East Wing. My blinds are open right now as I write this. The darkness outside reflects my room back at me in the window glass, and I can't see what's beyond that reflection. Can't see if someone is standing in the quad below, looking up. Can't see if a white mask hovers at the edge of campus, watching and waiting with the patient certainty of someone who believes love justifies anything. The IT department at this school is checking the document now. Yes, I still have access. Still get notifications every time she adds an entry. They're trying to trace it, trying to identify her, trying all the same things my high school tried with the same lack of success. But here's the thing that keeps me awake, that makes my hands shake as I type this. The latest entry was logged 15 minutes ago, while I sat in the library, writing an essay for English class. The entry notes what I was wearing, what I ordered from the campus coffee shop, how many pages I'd written before getting distracted. All accurate details, all things someone would only know if they were there, watching, just a few tables away or standing outside those big library windows, blending into the background noise of college life. I looked around. I always look around now, constantly scanning faces and shadows in the empty spaces between people. I saw nothing suspicious. Dozens of students on laptops and phones, lost in their own worlds, none of them paying me any attention. But she was there. The document proves she was there. The school says they're taking it seriously. The police say they're investigating. Everyone says the right things, uses the appropriate concerned tones, promises action and resolution. But months of this have taught me a fundamental truth. You can't protect someone from a ghost. Sometimes, late at night when sleep won't come and anxiety turns my mind into a maze of worst-case scenarios, I wonder if Trisha Carmichael even exists. If maybe the stress and fear have fractured something in my perception, creating an external threat to explain the internal chaos. If the mask and the notes in the Google Doc are elaborate manifestations of paranoia, my mind's way of making sense of the constant dread that colors every day. But then I refresh the document. I know I shouldn't. Dr. Martinez, my school-assigned therapist, has made that clear, but I can't help it. And there's a new entry, time-stamped minutes ago, describing things only someone with access to my life could know. And I have to believe she's real. Because the alternative, that I'm doing this to myself, that my own mind has fractured into observer and observed, that's somehow more terrifying than a girl in a mask who thinks surveillance is courtship. My roommate here, Joel, doesn't know about any of this. I told the housing office I needed a single room due to family circumstances, paid the extra fee, chose isolation over the vulnerability of shared space. But even alone, I don't feel alone. The sensation of being watched has become so constant, so integrated into my baseline existence, that its absence would probably feel stranger than its presence. I've started timing my routines differently each day, varying my routes between classes, eating meals at random hours, trying to be unpredictable. But the Google Doc entries continue tracking me with perfect accuracy, which means either I'm more habitual than I think, or she's always there, adapting to my attempts at evasion with the patience of someone playing a game they know they'll eventually win. The friend request still sits pending. I haven't accepted it, haven't blocked it either. It exists in limbo, Schrödinger's connection, both threatening and harmless until I choose to observe it definitively. Dr. Martinez asks if I feel safe. I tell her yes, because that's the answer that prevents hospitalization, prevents worried calls to my parents, prevents the cascade of interventions that would complicate my life further. But safety feels like a concept from a previous existence, back when I believed in the sanctity of private spaces and the impossibility of being truly known without consent. Tonight I'll close my blinds. I'll check the locks on my door, even though I know locks are theatrical props in this particular horror show. I'll try to sleep with my phone face down so its light doesn't disturb the darkness, though part of me wants to keep it visible, wants to see if another notification arrives, another document update, another proof of her persistent attention. Because at least the notifications mean I'm not imagining this. At least the evidence is external, shareable, real in a way that makes my fear legitimate rather than pathological. The cursor is moving in the document right now. I can see it on my screen, that little label reading Trisha C. bobbing at the bottom of the spreadsheet. She knows I'm watching her watch me. The recursive horror of mutual observation, predator and prey collapsing into a single anxious entity. Both of us defined by this sick relationship, neither of us can escape. New text appears. I know you're scared, but fear is just love that hasn't learned trust yet. Good night. Sleep well. I'll be watching to make sure you're safe. I close my laptop. My hands are shaking again. They're always shaking now. Outside my window, somewhere in the darkness beyond my reflection, she's out there. Or she isn't. Or I am her, and she is me. And the division between stalker and victim has dissolved into something more fundamental. The basic terror of being perceived, of existing in someone else's narrative, of losing control over your own story. The worst part? Some mornings I check the document first thing, before coffee or shower, or any other ritual of normal life. I need to confirm she's still there, still watching, still caring enough to document my existence. Because if she stops, if the entries cease and the cursor disappears and silence becomes permanent, what would that mean? That I was never interesting enough to sustain her obsession? That whatever made me special in her fractured perception has faded? Or worse, that she's moved from observation to action, and the next phase doesn't require documentation because she'll be close enough to experience it directly? I don't know which possibility terrifies me more. The blinds are closed now. The door is locked. My phone sits face up on the nightstand, waiting for the next notification. And somewhere out there, or here, always here, closer than breath, more intimate than touch, Trisha watches and waits and loves in the only way she knows how. Tomorrow I'll wake up and check the document. There will be new entries. There are always new entries. And I'll spend another day trying to convince myself this is temporary, that eventually she'll lose interest or make a mistake that finally gives her identity away. But I know better. Some obsessions don't fade. Some stories don't end. They just continue, page after page, entry after entry, day after documented day, until the observer and the observed can no longer remember which role they were meant to play. The document refreshes automatically. A new line appears at the bottom. March 23rd, 11:47 p.m. Subject closed blinds. Good. He's learning. Sweet dreams. I haven't touched my computer in 20 minutes. The cursor continues blinking at the bottom of the page, patient and present, waiting to record whatever comes next in this endless chronicle of attention that might be love, or might be madness, or might be something worse that hasn't yet invented its own name. Story 10. The dashboard clock read 4:47 a.m. when my brother killed the engine, and I knew immediately that something about the silence was wrong. Not the absence of sound. There was plenty of that in the empty parking lot of Donnie's Donuts, but the quality of it. The way it pressed against the truck's windows like something alive, testing for weaknesses. My brother said he'd be quick, maybe 5 minutes, and I watched him jog across the cracked asphalt toward the shop's yellow rectangle of light. The fluorescent glow looked diseased against the pre-dawn darkness, a sickly illumination that seemed to stop abruptly at the glass door rather than spilling outward like normal light should. I settled back against the cold vinyl seat and told myself that everything was fine, that the unease crawling up my spine was just exhaustion from the all-nighter we'd pulled, studying for finals that no longer seemed important. Through the shop's wide windows, I could see my brother talking to the person behind the counter. Could see him gesturing at the display case, probably ordering his usual, 2 glazed, 1 Boston cream, and whatever looked good. The person helping him moved strangely, I noticed. Their motions were slightly delayed, as if they were underwater or caught in a film running at the wrong speed. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. 3 hours of sleep in 2 days could make anyone see things that weren't there. That's when I noticed the man. He stood near the coffee station, perfectly still in a way that human bodies aren't meant to be still. No shifting weight, no slight movements, no breathing that I could detect even from this distance. Just absolute stillness while he stared directly at the truck. Directly at me. The angle was impossible to mistake. His face was turned toward the passenger window where I sat. His eyes fixed with an intensity that I could feel even through 2 panes of glass and 40 feet of cold November air. I told myself he was looking at something beyond the truck. Told myself he was spacing out, lost in early morning thoughts, his gaze happening to pass through the space where I sat. But I couldn't look away, and neither could he. The fluorescent lights above him flickered once, twice, and in the brief darkness between flickers, I could have sworn his head tilted slightly to the left. An odd, bird-like motion that seemed to study me from a new angle. My brother was still at the counter, still talking, oblivious. The transaction seemed to be taking longer than it should have. The person behind the counter moved with that same underwater slowness, reaching for a box, placing donuts inside with movements that felt rehearsed, mechanical. And the man by the coffee station hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, hadn't shifted his weight or adjusted his stance or done any of the 1,000 tiny things that living bodies do without thinking. The cold from the window seeped through the glass and into my shoulder where I leaned against it. I pulled away, suddenly aware of how exposed I was, how the darkness outside made the truck's interior a lit stage for anyone who cared to watch. I slouched lower in the seat, but his gaze followed the movement, tracked me down like I was prey trying to hide. 5 minutes became 7, then 8. What was taking so long? I glanced at the dashboard clock and felt a spike of confusion when the numbers swam before focusing. 4:47 a.m. Still, that couldn't be right. I'd been sitting here longer than that. I reached out to tap the clock face, and my hand looked strange in the dashboard's green glow. The skin too pale, the veins too dark, the whole thing slightly translucent as if I could see through it to the seat below. I jerked my hand back. Exhaustion. Just exhaustion and trick of the light. But when I looked up again, the man in the shop had moved. He was closer to the door now, though I hadn't seen him walk there. One moment by the coffee station, the next moment 10 feet closer, and no memory of the transition between the two positions. His face remained angled toward me, his body oriented in my direction, even though his feet pointed toward the door. My brother was finally at the register, pulling out his wallet. I watched him hand over cash, watched the person behind the counter take it with those slow, deliberate movements. Watched them count out change with fingers that seemed to have too many joints. I pressed my palms against my eyes until colored spots bloomed in the darkness. When I opened them again, the cashier's hands looked normal, perfectly normal. Of course they were normal. The man was at the door, not walking toward it, not reaching for it, but simply there, one hand pressed flat against the glass, his face inches from the surface. And he was still staring, still perfectly, impossibly still except for his eyes, which tracked every minute shift of my position in the truck. The fluorescent light caught his face at an angle, and I realized I couldn't determine his age. He looked young and old simultaneously, his features smooth yet somehow ancient, familiar yet completely unknown. My brother pushed through the door, white paper bag in hand, and walked right past the man without seeming to notice him. The man's head swiveled to follow my brother's progress across the parking lot, a smooth rotation that continued far past the point where a normal neck should stop. I felt my breath catch, felt something cold and liquid settle into my stomach. My brother was halfway across the parking lot. The man was no longer at the door. He was outside. I hadn't seen him exit, hadn't seen the door open a second time, but there he was, standing between my brother and the truck, his back to me now, his shoulders hunched in a posture that read as predatory even from behind. My brother walked past him, around him, seemingly unaware of his presence. I tried to call out, but my throat had closed up, my voice trapped somewhere between my lungs and my lips. The man's head turned, not his body, just his head, and he looked at me over his shoulder. In the sick yellow light spilling from the shop, his eyes looked wet and reflective, like animal eyes caught in headlights, like they had no business being in a human face. And he smiled, not a friendly smile, not even a cruel smile, but something mechanical, something performed, the lips pulling back to reveal too many teeth, or maybe not enough. I couldn't tell because my brother was suddenly at the driver's door, rattling the handle, knocking on the window. I lunged across the bench seat to unlock it, my hand slapping against the door panel, searching for the lock button. My brother was saying something I couldn't hear through the glass, probably complaining about the cold, about me locking him out, about the morning being weird and wanting to get home. And behind him, moving closer with steps that made no sound on the asphalt. The man was approaching the truck. My fingers found the lock and pulled it up. The interior light came on as my brother yanked the door open and climbed in, bringing with him a blast of cold air that smelled wrong. Not like early morning, not like November, but like something older and deeper, like earth that had been disturbed after a long time of being still. My brother was talking, something about the shop being weird, something about the cashier moving like they were half asleep, something about wanting to get out of there. But I was watching the man, who had stopped 10 feet from the truck, his head tilted at that strange angle again, his eyes still fixed on mine through the windshield now. My brother started the engine. The headlights flared to life, and in their sudden brightness, there was nothing there. Just empty parking lot, just cracked asphalt, just the yellow light from the shop's windows casting long shadows that moved in ways shadows shouldn't move when nothing is there to cast them. We pulled out onto the empty street, and I told my brother about the man, about the staring, about the movements that didn't make sense. He laughed, said it was probably just some weird night shift worker, some poor soul working the graveyard shift and losing their mind from exhaustion. He understood that feeling, he said. We both did. Wasn't that why we were up at this ungodly hour? Because we'd lost track of time studying? Because our brains were fried and our perception was shot? I wanted to agree with him, wanted to accept the rational explanation. But when I looked in the side mirror, the donut shop was still there, its yellow light still wrong, still sick-looking, and standing in the parking lot, watching our truck disappear into the pre-dawn darkness, was a perfectly still figure, just standing there, just watching. My brother turned on the radio, found some late-night station playing music that sounded distorted and wrong, the lyrics slurred and the melody slightly off-key. He didn't seem to notice. He was talking about the exam later, about how we needed to get at least 2 hours of sleep, about how Mom would kill us if she knew we'd been out this late. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's eyes, about how they'd reflected light they shouldn't have been able to reflect, about how his neck had rotated past the point of normal human flexibility, about how my brother had walked right past him without seeing him, as if he weren't there at all, as if he'd been there only for me. We pulled into our driveway just as the sky began to lighten at the edges, that sickly pre-dawn glow that's neither night nor day. My brother killed the engine, and we sat there for a moment in silence. He was looking at the donut bag in his lap with a strange expression, his eyebrows drawn together. Weird, he said finally. What? I could have sworn I ordered 6 donuts, but there's only 5 in here. I felt something cold settle at the base of my skull. Maybe they miscounted. Maybe. We got out of the truck and I glanced back down the street. The road was empty, of course. Empty and gray in the approaching dawn. Nothing there. Nothing at all. But the cold feeling at the base of my skull spread downward, settled into my spine, whispered that being empty didn't mean being safe. Inside, the house was warm and dark and normal. My brother went straight to his room, and I heard his door close, heard the creak of his bed as he collapsed onto it. I stood in the kitchen, looking at the white paper bag on the counter, at the 5 donuts my brother swore should have been 6. I opened the bag and looked inside. 5 donuts, just as he'd said. But there was something else in the bag, something I couldn't quite identify at first. A smell, faint but distinct, like earth, like something that had been buried and recently disturbed. I threw the bag away without eating anything. In my room, I lay on top of the covers and watched the ceiling gradually lighten as the sun came up. I told myself it was nothing, that exhaustion could make anyone see strange things, that the stress of finals and the lack of sleep had simply caught up with me. I repeated it like a mantra, like a prayer, like something that could become true if I just believed it hard enough. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's eyes, about the way they'd tracked me with an attention that felt personal, felt intentional, felt like recognition, as if he'd been waiting for me specifically, as if the whole scene, the donut shop, the timing, my brother's sudden craving for pastries at an ungodly hour, had been arranged somehow, set up for some purpose I couldn't understand. The sun was fully up now, pale November light filtering through my window. Normal light, real light, not that sick yellow fluorescent glow. I felt myself starting to relax, felt my eyelids growing heavy. Sleep was coming finally, pulling me down into darkness. Just before I drifted off, I heard something. A sound from outside, from the street. The sound of footsteps on pavement, slow and deliberate. Walking back and forth, in front of our house. Pacing, waiting. I got up and went to the window, pulled back the curtain just enough to see out. The street was empty. Nothing there but parked cars and early morning stillness. I stood there for a long time, watching, waiting for something to move in the periphery of my vision. But nothing did. Nothing moved at all. When I finally turned away from the window, I caught my reflection in the mirror above my dresser. And for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, I could have sworn I saw someone standing behind me. A perfectly still figure, head tilted at an odd angle, eyes reflecting light they shouldn't have been able to reflect. But when I spun around, there was nothing there. Nothing there at all. I crawled into bed and pulled the covers over my head, listening to the sound of my own breathing, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. And I tried not to think about the fact that my brother was right. We had been out at an ungodly hour, studying for exams that suddenly seemed less important than understanding what had just happened. Tried not to think about how the man had known exactly where I'd be sitting in the truck. Tried not to think about the missing donut. Tried not to think about the footsteps I'd heard, pacing, waiting. Tried not to think about how, when I'd looked in the side mirror as we drove away, I hadn't seen the man standing in the parking lot. I'd seen him sitting in the back seat of our truck, perfectly still, perfectly silent, watching me watch him in the mirror. But that couldn't have been real. That was just exhaustion, just stress, just the mind playing tricks in the strange hours before dawn, when the world hasn't quite decided what it is yet. That's what I told myself as I finally drifted into sleep. That's what I'm still telling myself now, hours later, when I'm supposed to be taking my exam, but instead I'm sitting here writing this down, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Because if I'm wrong, if it was something, then that means the pacing footsteps I heard this morning were real. It means the figure in my mirror was real. It means the man from the donut shop knew exactly where to find me. And it means he's still looking, still waiting, still perfectly, impossibly still. Outside my exam room, I can hear someone walking in the hallway, back and forth, slow and deliberate. The same rhythm as the footsteps I heard this morning. The same rhythm as the footsteps I'm hearing now, even though the hallway outside was empty when I looked 5 minutes ago. The fluorescent lights above me are flickering. The exam paper in front of me is covered in words that seem to swim and shift when I try to focus on them. And in the small window of the classroom door, there's a face pressed against the glass, perfectly still, watching, waiting. Story 11. The first time I noticed her staring, I convinced myself it was coincidence. The fluorescent lights in the church basement flickered their usual rhythm, 3 seconds on, half a second off, casting shadows that made everyone look slightly wrong. But her eyes never wavered. They followed me across the fellowship hall as I poured coffee from the industrial urn, the liquid too hot and too bitter, steam rising between us like incense. Her name was Dorothea, though she insisted everyone call her Thea, mid-70s, maybe older, the kind of woman who wore the same floral dress to every Wednesday night gathering, who brought homemade bread that tasted faintly of dust and devotion. She sat in the folding chair nearest the door, hands clasped in her lap, knuckles white against the pale fabric of her skirt. When I looked directly at her, she smiled. Not the warm, grandmotherly smile I'd grown accustomed to from the other congregants. Something else. Something that made the coffee turn sour in my mouth. I'd been attending the small prayer group for 6 months, seeking community after the move across state lines had left me isolated in a city where I knew no one. The church was modest, 20 regular attendees at Sunday service, maybe a dozen for Wednesday fellowship. Perfect for someone who wanted connection without commitment, faith without fervor. But Thea had other ideas about what I needed. The letter arrived on a Thursday. I found it wedged between my apartment door and the frame when I returned from work, the envelope thick and slightly damp from the afternoon rain. No return address. My name written in cramped, spidery handwriting that seemed to lean desperately to the right, as if the words themselves were falling. Inside, 7 pages of lined notebook paper, both sides filled margin to margin with that same frantic script. The first page was almost normal. She thanked me for being part of the fellowship, mentioned how my presence had brought new light to their little group, standard church pleasantries. But the second page veered sharply into territory that made my hands shake as I read. She'd been praying for a sign, she wrote. For years, decades even, asking the Lord to reveal his truth to her before she passed from this world. And then I had walked through those church doors, and she had known. The moment she saw me, she knew. The light around my head, she insisted, was unmistakable. The way I moved through the world with such gentle purpose. The kindness in my eyes that reminded her of paintings she'd seen in books. Ancient depictions of a face she'd been waiting her whole life to witness in flesh. I was him. I was the second coming. I was Jesus Christ returned to earth, hiding in plain sight, testing the faithful. The words blurred as I read them, my vision pulsing at the edges. She detailed moments I didn't remember, times when I'd supposedly touched someone's shoulder and their pain had vanished, when my words during prayer circle had healed spiritual wounds, when the very air around me had shimmered with divine energy. She'd been watching, documenting, building a case for my divinity with the obsessive detail of a prosecutor or a fanatic. The final page was an invitation. Christmas dinner at her home, just the two of us. She wanted to serve me, she wrote, to wash my feet and break bread with the returned Messiah, to witness the glory of God made manifest in her own dining room. I burned the letter in my kitchen sink, watching the paper curl and blacken, the smoke detector shrieking until I opened every window. The smell lingered for days, burnt paper and something else, something organic and wrong like hair or fingernails consumed by flame. I stopped going to Wednesday fellowship, made excuses. Work was demanding, I told myself. I needed time to settle into the new city, to establish routines. But the truth was simpler and more shameful. I was afraid of those unwavering eyes, afraid of the conviction in 7 pages of handwritten delusion, afraid that if I went back, I'd find her waiting with that smile that wasn't quite right, ready to worship or destroy or both. 3 weeks passed. The autumn cold deepened into something sharp and bitter, the kind of chill that got into your bones and stayed there. I convinced myself it was over, that my absence had spoken clearly enough. Dorothea would redirect her fervor elsewhere, find another object for her devotion. Then the gifts started arriving. Small things at first. A loaf of bread on my doorstep wrapped in white cloth like a burial shroud. A wooden cross, no bigger than my palm, left on my windshield. A jar of honey with no label, just a note tied around the lid with twine. For the chosen one. Each item appeared without warning, without any sign of who had delivered them or when. I installed a doorbell camera, but the footage showed nothing, just empty hallways and stairwells. And then suddenly, there was another gift, as if it had materialized from the air itself. I started seeing her everywhere, or I thought I did. A figure in a floral dress at the bus stop, but when I looked again, just an empty bench. Someone standing beneath my apartment window at night, face tilted upward. But by the time I pulled back the curtain, the sidewalk was deserted. The smell of her perfume, lavender and something medicinal, would drift through my apartment despite locked doors and closed windows, dissipating the moment I tried to track its source. Sleep became difficult. When I did manage to drift off, I dreamed of the church basement, of fluorescent lights that flickered 3 seconds on, half a second off, and Dorothea sitting in her folding chair, hands clasped, watching me with eyes that had no pupils, just white spaces that reflected my own terrified face back at me. The rational part of my mind tried to maintain control. She was just a lonely old woman, I told myself. Confused, perhaps suffering from early dementia or some other cognitive decline. Her fixation was concerning but ultimately harmless. I could handle this. I could be kind but firm, set boundaries, involve the church leadership if necessary. But another part of me, growing larger with each passing day, whispered different truths, that the gifts appeared too precisely, too impossibly, that I'd started noticing things I couldn't explain, moments when time seemed to skip forward or back, when I'd be walking down my hallway and suddenly be in my bedroom with no memory of the transition, that the face I saw in the mirror sometimes looked wrong, like someone had rearranged my features while I wasn't paying attention, made them more symmetrical, more perfect. The breaking point came 2 days before Christmas. I received another letter. This one slid under my door while I was home. I heard nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no indication that anyone had been in the hallway. But there it was, another thick envelope, my name written in that same desperate script. This letter was different, shorter, just 2 pages. But the content made the first seem like a friendly greeting card. She knew I was avoiding her, she wrote. She understood. The Messiah had always hidden from those who would worship him, always shied from glory and recognition. But time was running out. The faithful needed their shepherd. The world needed its savior. And she needed... The word was underlined 3 times, the pen nearly tearing through the paper, to serve me before it was too late. The dinner invitation was repeated, but with new details. She'd prepared everything exactly as it should be. The table was set with her grandmother's china, the same pattern that had been used in the Last Supper. She'd seen it in a vision. She'd been fasting for days, purifying herself to be worthy of my presence. The meal would be simple: bread, wine, fish. Symbolic. Perfect. If I didn't come, she wrote in the final paragraph, she would have to bring the dinner to me. She would have to come to my home and break down whatever walls I'd built between myself and my divine purpose. She would have to save me from my own reluctance to accept what I was. The last line, written in letters that took up the entire bottom of the page: "You cannot hide from God." I called the church that afternoon. The pastor, a tired-sounding man named Bennett, listened to my stammering explanation with what seemed like genuine concern. He knew Dorothea, he said. She'd been a member of the congregation for 40 years, since before he'd taken over. A bit intense about her faith, perhaps, but harmless. Sweet, even. She'd been through a lot. Lost her husband, never had children, spent most of her life alone with her prayers and her certainties. He promised to speak with her, to explain that her attention was unwelcome and inappropriate. He'd check on her, make sure she was taking her medications, see if there was a family member he could contact. He was sorry I'd been put in this position. These things happen sometimes in small congregations. People got confused about boundaries, about what was holy and what was just human loneliness wearing the mask of devotion. I felt better after the call, vindicated, not crazy. This was a problem with a solution, a situation that could be managed by reasonable adults who understood that faith should never cross into obsession. That night, I slept without dreaming. I woke to singing. The sound was soft at first, filtering through layers of sleep and consciousness until I couldn't tell if it was real or remnant of some fading dream. But as I surfaced into full wakefulness, I realized the voice was coming from outside my apartment door, in the hallway, right there. A hymn I recognized from Sunday services, though I couldn't remember the name. The voice was wavering but determined, hitting notes with the confidence of someone who'd sung the same song 1,000 times. Dorothea's voice. I was certain of it with every fiber of my being. I stayed in bed, barely breathing, listening to her sing verse after verse. The bedside clock read 3:47 a.m. The red numbers seemed too bright, almost glowing, casting strange shadows across the ceiling. I wanted to call the police, to call the pastor, to call anyone. But my phone was in the living room, and to get there I'd have to pass the door, would have to acknowledge her presence with movement and sound. So I lay there, frozen, listening to her worship outside my apartment while the clock ticked forward with agonizing slowness. 3:48, 3:49, 3:50. At 400 exactly, she stopped singing mid-word. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. I could hear my own heartbeat, feel it pulsing in my throat behind my eyes. Then, soft as a whisper, soft as a prayer, her voice came through the door. She said she could feel me listening. She said she could sense my presence through the walls, could see my light even through wood and steel and all the barriers I'd erected. She said I was beautiful in my fear, perfect in my resistance, divine in my refusal to accept the truth. She said she forgave me for not coming to dinner. She said she'd brought dinner to me instead. I heard something slide across the floor, the scrape of ceramic against tile, and then footsteps, receding down the hallway. Not hurried, not furtive, just calm, measured steps, like someone finishing an ordinary errand. I waited until dawn to open my door. The hallway was empty, but sitting on my welcome mat was a covered dish, the kind used for church potlucks. I could see steam escaping from beneath the lid, even though she'd left it hours ago, even though the hallway was cold enough to see my breath. Impossible. The food should have been long since cooled. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed to leave it there, to call maintenance, to let someone else deal with whatever she'd brought. But my hand reached out anyway, fingers trembling as they grasped the edge of the lid. Inside was a meal, bread, torn into pieces, a carafe of red wine, and fish, whole and perfect, eyes still clear, arranged on a bed of herbs I couldn't identify. It looked like something from a painting, from a depiction of ancient feasts and biblical stories. It looked impossible. And beneath the plate was a note, written on the same lined paper as her letters. The body, the blood, the proof. Eat, and remember who you are. I stumbled backward into my apartment, slamming the door, engaging every lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the deadbolt. The rational voice in my head was screaming now, trying to make itself heard over the rising panic. She was sick, delusional, dangerous in her conviction. I needed to file a restraining order, to document everything, to get help. But that other voice, the one that had been growing stronger, whispered something different. It asked why the food was still steaming. It asked how she'd known exactly when I'd wake up, exactly when to stop singing. It asked about the dreams I'd been having, the ones where I stood in front of crowds with my hands outstretched, light pouring from my palms. It asked about the morning 3 weeks ago when I'd woken with marks on my wrists and ankles, perfect circles that had faded by noon, that I'd convinced myself were just pressure points from sleeping in an awkward position. It asked if maybe, possibly, she could see something I couldn't. I haven't left my apartment in 3 days. The dish is still outside my door. I can smell it when I press my face against the wood, bread and wine and fish, impossibly fresh, impossibly present. The doorbell camera shows nothing, just an empty hallway. But I know she's been there. I can feel her presence, the weight of her certainty pressing against my reality like water against a dam. Sometimes, late at night, I catch myself standing in front of the bathroom mirror, staring at my reflection, looking for signs, searching for whatever she sees. And the worst part, the thing that keeps me awake as the clock ticks toward dawn, is that I'm starting to see it too. Something in my eyes, something in the way the shadows fall across my face, something wrong or right or divine. The rational voice is getting quieter. The other voice, the one that sounds more and more like Dorothea's fervent whisper, is almost all I can hear now. Tomorrow is Christmas. She'll come again. I know this with absolute certainty. She'll stand outside my door with her hymns and her conviction, with her proof and her faith. And I don't know what terrifies me more, the thought that she's completely insane, or the growing suspicion that she might be the only one who's actually seeing clearly. The fluorescent light in my bathroom flickers. 3 seconds on, half a second off, just like the church basement, just like it always has, just like it always will. I'm starting to wonder if I ever really left that basement at all. Story 12. The fluorescent lights in the quick stop hummed their usual 3 a.m. song. A frequency just below hearing, felt more than heard, like insects burrowing through the spaces between thoughts. I'd been standing behind the counter for 6 hours straight, my third-party security uniform scratching at my neck, when the two men walked through the automatic doors with the kind of purpose that immediately set my teeth on edge. They wore identical navy windbreakers despite the summer heat. The taller one carried a leather portfolio tucked under his arm with geometric precision, while his companion held a smartphone in a grip so steady it might have been welded to his palm. Both had laminated badges clipped to their breast pockets, the plastic catching the harsh overhead light in ways that made it impossible to read the text clearly. The tall one approached first, and when he smiled, his lips moved a fraction too slowly, as if he were remembering the expression from a manual rather than feeling it. He explained they were conducting an unscheduled audit. Corporate policy allowed them to arrive without warning, and needed to verify cash handling procedures. The words came out smooth and rehearsed, hitting every point from the orientation video I'd watched during my first week. That's what bothered me most. The phrasing was identical, down to the apologetic inflection when mentioning the inconvenience. I asked to see their authorization paperwork. The shorter one, whose face I can no longer quite picture despite it being only 3 days ago, produced a folded document from inside his windbreaker. The letter looked legitimate enough. Company letterhead, an indecipherable signature, reference numbers in the right format. But there was something off about the paper itself. Too crisp, too white, like it had been printed moments before they walked in. They requested I close the store for 15 minutes. Standard procedure, the tall one assured me, his eyes never quite meeting mine, always tracking something just over my left shoulder. I locked the entrance and flipped the sign, feeling the weight of their attention as I moved through the familiar motions. The shorter one positioned himself near the register while his companion walked the perimeter of the store, his footsteps falling in a rhythm that felt deliberate, counted. What happened next has replayed in my mind so many times that I can no longer trust which details are real, and which my brain has manufactured to fill the gaps. The shorter one asked me to open the register drawer, then photographed it from 3 different angles. Not the cash, we'd already moved most of it to the safe, but the empty compartments themselves. The flash of his phone camera illuminated the space in stark white bursts that left purple after images floating in my vision. He took special interest in the bill tray's dimensions, angling the phone to capture the depth of each section. When I asked why this was necessary, he simply repeated that it was part of the standard verification process, using those exact words twice in succession, as if a tape had looped. Meanwhile, the tall one was measuring, not with a tape measure or any conventional tool, but with his stride. He walked from the register to the side exit, the one employees used for smoke breaks and trash runs, counting under his breath. I caught fragments. 13, 14. His steps were unnaturally uniform, each one covering what looked like precisely 3 feet. He made the journey 4 times, each repetition identical to the last, his shoes squeaking against the linoleum at the same point near the refrigerated section every single time. The overhead lights seemed to intensify during those 15 minutes, their hum climbing a half step in pitch until it became a pressure in my sinuses. The air conditioning kicked on with a rattle that sounded almost like language, and I found myself straining to decode meaning from the mechanical noise. A customer arrived just as they were finishing, an older woman in a rain jacket despite the clear night sky, her face creased with the kind of exhaustion that comes from working a graveyard shift elsewhere. She pressed her hand against the glass door, peering through, and the tall one moved before I could respond. He walked to the entrance, not hurried, but with that same measured precision, and spoke to her through the glass in a voice just loud enough for me to hear. "Come back in exactly 5, he said, not 5 minutes, just 5. The woman nodded and walked away without question, disappearing into the parking lot darkness with an obedience that seemed wrong. People don't just accept arbitrary timelines like that. They argue, they ask why, they check their watches and complain. But she simply left, as if she'd been expecting that exact instruction. And they did wait. exactly 5 minutes by the digital clock above the register. The shorter one stood motionless, phone still in hand, while the tall one returned to the register area and stood beside his companion in a silence so complete I could hear my own pulse in my ears. Neither of them looked at their watches or phones. Neither spoke or shifted their weight. They simply existed in that space, waiting with a patience that felt practiced, rehearsed. When the 5 minutes elapsed, they thanked me for my cooperation and left through the front entrance. No paperwork to sign, no follow-up questions, no indication of what they'd actually accomplished. Their windbreakers caught the doorframe in exactly the same way as they exited, one after the other, the fabric making a soft whisking sound that somehow felt coordinated. I unlocked the doors and tried to process what had happened. The entire interaction had lasted exactly 15 minutes, and yet my shirt was soaked through with sweat. My hands trembled as I reopened the register, finding everything exactly as I'd left it. Nothing missing, nothing disturbed. Just the lingering scent of something chemical and sweet, like plastic fresh from the packaging. The rest of the shift passed in a fog of unease. Every customer who entered felt like they were playing a role, following invisible stage directions. The guy buying energy drinks at 4 a.m. placed them on the counter in a perfect line, labels facing forward. The delivery driver who dropped off tomorrow's bread whistled the same 4 notes over and over. The college student getting coffee added cream in 3 measured pours, timing each one with a glance at the clock. I told myself I was seeing patterns where none existed, exhaustion and paranoia feeding each other. But when my replacement arrived at 7 a.m., I found myself explaining what had happened with a compulsion that felt desperate. He listened with the kind of polite disinterest that service workers develop as armor, then suggested I file a report with management. His indifference felt rehearsed too. I went home, slept poorly, dreamed of windbreakers and measured footsteps. When I returned for my next shift 2 days later, I arrived early and did something I'd never done before. I climbed up the maintenance ladder at the back of the building to check the roof. That's where I found them. Not people, marks. 4 circular impressions pressed into the weathered tar paper, arranged in a rectangle about 3 feet by 2 feet. The kind of indentations that tripod legs would make. Each depression was clean and deep, suggesting weight had been placed there for some time. They were positioned directly above the register area, offering a clear sight line through the skylight that I'd never paid much attention to before. I stood there among the roof's heating units and satellite dishes, the morning sun already making the black surface radiate heat, and tried to understand. Someone had been up here, probably during that 15-minute window. Someone with equipment, watching, recording, measuring angles and distances. But for what? The question burrowed into my brain and nested there. I returned to work that night with a new awareness, noticing things I'd never registered before. The skylight, for instance. I could see its faint reflection from the register now, a rectangular ghost hovering in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I thought I saw movement up there, shadows crossing that weren't aligned with any source of light. Other times I'd catch myself staring at it so intently that customers had to repeat themselves twice before I heard them. I started documenting. Nothing official, just notes on my phone between customers. Patterns emerged. Every 3rd Wednesday, someone wearing gray would buy exactly 3 items and leave them on the counter while reaching for their wallet, as if testing how long they could leave merchandise unattended. The bread delivery came at 4:47 a.m., never 4:45 or 4:50. Always 4:47. The same 4 customers arrived between 2 and 3 a.m., never deviating from their sequence, moving through the aisles in routes that seemed mapped, practiced. When I mentioned this to my supervisor during a video call, we rarely met in person. She responded with the kind of placating concern reserved for employees showing stress. She suggested I might be working too many night shifts, that human pattern recognition is prone to false positives, that the audit had been legitimate and filed with corporate. But when I asked to see the audit report, she became vague, promising to send it later. The email never came. I began varying my position in the store, standing in different spots to disrupt whatever measurements might have been taken. I angled the security monitor so I could watch the skylight's reflection. I started locking the side exit from the inside, forcing everyone to use the front entrance. destroying the carefully paced distance the tall one had measured. The changes seemed to upset something. Little things went wrong with increasing frequency. The register drawer jammed 3 times in one shift. The automatic doors developed a delay, opening 2 seconds slower than usual. The fluorescent lights flickered in sequence from front to back, as if something was moving beneath them, triggering them one by one. And customers became strange. They'd enter and pause just inside the threshold, as if waiting for a cue. They'd ask questions about aisle locations using phrasing that felt scripted. Where might I find the canned goods? Not, where are the canned goods? Or, do you have canned goods? But where might I find with that careful formality? They'd leave without purchasing anything after walking specific routes through the store, their paths intersecting at points that, when I later sketched them out, formed geometric patterns I couldn't quite identify. The woman in the rain jacket returned. Same coat despite no rain. Same exhausted expression. She bought a single energy drink and asked, without preamble, if the audit had gone well. When I asked how she knew about that, she looked confused, claimed she didn't know what I was talking about, paid and left. But she'd asked. I heard her ask. The security footage showed her lips moving, though of course there was no audio to confirm the words. I stopped sleeping before shifts. Sleep meant dreams, and dreams now featured men in windbreakers measuring everything in my apartment, the distance from bed to door, the angles of light through windows, the dimensions of spaces I'd never thought to quantify. I'd wake up checking for tripod marks on my balcony, finding nothing but feeling watched anyway. Last night I found a new mark on the roof. Just one, directly above the register. Fresh. The tar paper around it was still slightly compressed, suggesting weight had been removed recently, maybe hours ago. I checked my phone's log. I'd been up there just yesterday morning. Nothing. This was new. I descended the ladder with a sensation of displacement, as if I'd climbed down into a world that wasn't quite the same one I'd left. The quick stop looked identical, but something fundamental had shifted. The angles were wrong. The space between register and exit felt simultaneously longer and shorter than it should be. The fluorescent hum contained harmonics I'd never noticed, creating beats that felt almost like voices counting in the subsonic range. My shift tonight has been quiet. Too quiet. It's 3 a.m. again, and I'm standing in the same position where the tall one stood when he smiled at me with lips moving too slowly. I've been counting my steps from register to exit, trying to match his pace, and I keep getting 13 steps. 13, not 14. But I heard him count 14. I'm certain I heard 14, unless I didn't. Unless my memory of that night has been compromised by repetition, by the recursive loop of replay and analysis that's characterized my thinking for 3 days straight. The human mind is unreliable. It fills gaps. It creates continuity from fragments. It sees patterns in chaos because chaos is intolerable. But the marks on the roof were real. I photographed them. I measured them. They exist independent of my perception. A van just pulled into the parking lot. Navy, no markings. It's idling with the lights off, positioned so the sliding door faces the side exit. The one I've kept locked. The one that's measured exactly 13 steps, or 14 from the register. I can see figures inside, shadows moving with purpose. One of them is adjusting something on a tripod, visible through the windshield. The equipment catches the parking lot lights just like those badges did. My phone buzzes. Unknown number. A text message. Unlock the side exit. I'm not going to do it. Obviously, I'm not going to do it. This is when I should call the police. Call my supervisor. Call anyone. But my fingers won't move toward those options. They hover over the door controls instead, drawn by a compulsion that feels external. Implanted. Another text. This is the final rehearsal. Final. The word implies previous iterations. How many times have they done this? How many quick stops or similar establishments have they measured and photographed and timed? How many security guards have stood where I'm standing, receiving these instructions, feeling this same paralysis of volition? The van's headlights flash once. A signal. A prompt. I can see my reflection in the darkened lottery machine, and for just a moment, I swear my face is moving wrong, lips curling into that same too slow smile I saw on the tall one, expression remembering itself from somewhere that isn't quite memory. My hand is reaching for the side exit lock. I don't remember telling it to move. The fluorescent lights just shifted another half step in pitch, and beneath their hum I can finally decode what they've been saying all along, repeated endlessly since that first audit. 15 minutes. Lock the doors, empty the drawer, measure the distances, wait exactly 5. Not instructions, not descriptions, a script. And I think I've been reading it wrong. I thought I was the security guard in this scenario, the one observing the rehearsal. But security guards don't get texts telling them what to do. They don't receive stage directions. They don't wait for cues while the lights hum their lines overhead. The side exit lock clicks open. Not from my hand. It was never locked. I just believed it was because that's what my character thinks at this point in the scene. The van's door slides open silently, and the figures emerge in sequence. 1, 2, 3. They're wearing windbreakers. Of course they are. That's the costume. The tall one enters first through the side exit, counting his steps in perfect synchronization with his previous performance. 13 or 14, it doesn't matter. Both are correct depending on which draft of the script we're executing. He approaches the register where I'm standing, and when he speaks, his voice comes out of my mouth. This is the final rehearsal, and I understand now, standing here in this fluorescent cathedral at 3 a.m., watching myself from somewhere else, that the marks on the roof weren't from observation equipment. They were blocking marks, stage positions, spots to hit during performance. The customer will arrive in exactly 5 minutes, the real one, the one we've been preparing for. She'll press her hand against the glass and ask a question we've rehearsed endlessly. And this time everything will be exactly correct. The timing, the spacing, the angles of light and shadow. The register drawer opens in my hands, empty, just like in the photographs. I'm moving through the motions with the same mechanical precision I witnessed 3 days ago, because I learned them well. We all learned them well. The shorter one is photographing me now, flash bursting white against the bill tray compartments. Each burst erases a little more of whatever I was before, replacing it with measurements and marks and choreographed movements. This is what rehearsals are for. Repetition until the performance becomes indistinguishable from reality, until the actors forget their acting, until the stage becomes the world and the script becomes thought itself. The skylight above shows the faintest suggestion of dawn, and I can feel the weight of equipment up there, even though I know, there's nothing but empty roof. But knowledge doesn't matter when you're in character. The automatic doors open with their newly calibrated delay, and the woman in the rain jacket enters on cue. Her timing is perfect now. We've all practiced enough. She asks her line. I give mine. The transaction completes exactly as designed, and when my shift ends and my replacement arrives, I'll explain what happened with the same desperate compulsion that was written for me, and he'll respond with polite disinterest that was written for him. And tomorrow night another version of this will run with slightly different staging. Rehearsing. Always rehearsing. For a performance that either happened long ago or hasn't begun yet, and I can no longer tell which truth the script requires me to believe. Story 13. The fog rolled in from the Atlantic like something alive, swallowing the boardwalk in increments. I'd been walking for an hour, maybe more, trying to clear my head of the argument with my brother. The way his words had burrowed under my skin and stayed there, festering. The ocean churned invisible beyond the railing, its presence marked only by the rhythmic crash of waves and the salt, thick air that coated my throat with each breath. That's when I noticed him. He stood near one of the defunct street lamps, its bulb long dead, smoking a cigarette with the focused intensity of someone performing a ritual. Gaunt frame, sunken cheeks, the kind of thinness that spoke of hard times rather than conscious choice. When he saw me looking, he smiled. A surprisingly warm expression that transformed his haggard face into something almost friendly. He asked if I had the time, and I told him. Then he asked if I was local, and I said I was visiting. The conversation unfolded with that strange ease that sometimes happens between strangers in liminal spaces, when the normal rules of social interaction seem temporarily suspended. He told me he was in recovery, 9 months clean, that the ocean air helped him think straight. There was something rehearsed about the way he said it, like he'd told this story many times before, refining it with each iteration. We walked together along the boardwalk, his voice weaving in and out of the fog's thickness. He spoke about his past, with the casual candor of someone who'd learned that confession could be currency, that people responded to vulnerability with trust. I found myself telling him about my brother, about the fight, about how I'd driven 3 hours to the coast just to escape the claustrophobia of family obligation. When he suggested getting coffee at a place he knew nearby, somewhere still open this late, I hesitated only briefly. The fog had transformed the familiar world into something unknowable, and the prospect of warmth and light appealed to something primal in me. He assured me it was just a 5-minute walk, a little spot that catered to night workers and insomniacs. We left the boardwalk, moving inland through streets that grew progressively narrower, the fog following us like a devoted animal. The buildings here were older, their facades grimy with decades of neglect. Graffiti marked the walls in languages I couldn't read, symbols that might have been gang signs or might have been something else entirely. The street signs were either missing or so corroded that reading them was impossible. He kept talking, his words becoming white noise as my attention shifted to our surroundings. The coffee shop he'd mentioned never materialized. Instead, we stopped before a 4-story building whose windows were either dark or covered with yellowed newspaper. The front door hung slightly ajar, swollen with moisture, scraping against the frame as he pushed it open. The stairwell reeked of mildew and something sharper, ammonia or stale urine. My new companion's demeanor had shifted, his movements now mechanical, purposeful. He climbed the stairs without looking back, assuming I would follow. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to walk back into the fog and find my car, but something else propelled me forward. Curiosity, maybe, or that terrible human need to see things through to their conclusion, even when every rational thought argues against it. The apartment was on the 3rd floor. He knocked in a pattern, 3 quick raps, a pause, then 2 more. The door opened immediately, as if someone had been waiting just on the other side. The smell hit me first, cigarettes and unwashed bodies and something chemical that made my eyes water. The apartment was a single large room, its original layout gutted to create an open space. Mattresses lined the walls, stained and sagging. In the center, a folding table held the detritus of lives lived in the margins. Needles I tried not to look at too closely, crushed beer cans, takeout containers fuzzy with mold. But it was the men who demanded my attention. There were 4 of them, maybe 5. The dim lighting and smoke made counting difficult. They wore the uniform of a particular ideology. Black boots, black jeans, white shirts that might once have been pristine. Their heads were shaved, or nearly so, and their arms bore the kind of ink that announced allegiances to ideas I'd only encountered in history books and late-night news segments about domestic terrorism. The one nearest to me, broad-shouldered, with a scar bisecting his left eyebrow, looked me over with the clinical detachment of a butcher assessing meat. He spoke to my companion in a language I didn't recognize, something harsh and guttural, and my companion responded in kind. The ease with which he switched languages, the familiarity in his tone, made my stomach turn. I'd been lied to. The recovery story, the friendly conversation, the offer of coffee, all of it had been theater, and I'd been too stupid or too lonely or too something to recognize the performance for what it was. The man with the scar gestured toward a chair, and though it was framed as invitation, I understood it was a command. I sat. The metal folding chair was cold through my jeans, its legs uneven so that I had to constantly adjust my weight to keep from tipping. Around me, the men formed a loose semicircle, their positions calculated to cut off any direct route to the door. They asked me questions: who I was, where I lived, why I was here. I answered truthfully, my voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding my system. But my answers didn't seem to satisfy them. They conferred in their language, glancing at me periodically as if I were a problem requiring a solution they hadn't yet identified. One of them, younger than the others, with acne scars pitting his cheeks, pulled out a gun. Not to point at me, not explicitly, but to clean it. He removed the magazine, checked the chamber, began wiping down the barrel with an oiled cloth. The motions were meditative, almost tender, and infinitely more terrifying than if he'd simply aimed the weapon at my head. Time became elastic. Minutes stretched into hours or compressed into seconds. I couldn't tell which. The conversation around me continued in that incomprehensible language, occasionally punctuated by English words that provided no real context. Tomorrow. Maybe. Depends. Problem. I sat perfectly still, understanding that any sudden movement could be interpreted as aggression or flight, either of which might trigger a response I wouldn't survive. The man who'd led me here stood apart from the others now, smoking another cigarette, his face carefully neutral. When our eyes met, there was nothing in his expression. No apology, no malice, just a kind of blank professional distance. Then, inexplicably, the energy in the room shifted. The man with the scar said something sharp, a decision rendered, and the others relaxed fractionally. My companion walked to the door and opened it, jerking his chin toward the stairs in a gesture that required no translation. I stood slowly, expecting at any moment to feel hands grabbing me or hear the click of a safety being released. But nothing happened. I walked to the door on legs that didn't quite feel attached to my body, my peripheral vision tracking each movement from the men behind me. At the threshold I paused, some insane instinct demanding I thank them or acknowledge the situation, but my companion shook his head minutely. Just go. The descent down the stairs took years. Behind me I heard the door close, the sound of multiple locks engaging. The street outside was still fog-wrapped, still empty. I ran. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, parked near the boardwalk in a zone that now seemed impossibly distant from where I'd ended up. My hands shook so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The drive back to my hotel passed in a blur of yellow streetlights and my own ragged breathing. In my room I checked every lock twice, wedged a chair under the doorknob, left all the lights burning. I tried to convince myself it was over, that I'd been released, that whatever test or evaluation I'd undergone in that nightmare apartment, I'd somehow passed. The rational part of my brain insisted that criminals, even ideological ones, had no reason to pursue someone who'd stumbled into their space accidentally, someone who knew nothing useful and posed no real threat. But the fear wasn't rational. It lived in my gut, in the base of my spine, in the primitive part of my brain that understood predator and prey. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat on the bed, fully clothed, watching the door and waiting for dawn. My phone rang at 3:47 a.m. The screen showed private number in clinical gray letters. I stared at it for 3 rings, 4, 5. On the 6th, I answered. Silence, not empty silence, but the kind that contains presence. Someone breathing, someone listening. In the background, I could hear it, the rhythmic crash of waves, the cry of gulls, the specific acoustic signature of the coastline. Then a voice, distorted as if passed through a vocoder or spoken through layers of cloth, asked a single question. Had I enjoyed my walk? The call ended. I pulled up my phone's settings with trembling fingers, scrolling through recent calls, location history, anything that might explain how they'd gotten my number. But there was nothing. No explanation. No trail to follow. That's when I noticed something else. My location services showed I'd never left the boardwalk. According to the phone's GPS log, I'd spent the entire evening walking the same 3-block stretch of waterfront, my path looping over itself again and again like a glitch in reality. I checked my shoes. They were clean, no trace of the grimy streets I'd walked, no scuff marks from running. My clothes smelled only of salt air and the hotel's detergent. But the fear was real. The memory of that apartment, those men, the gun being cleaned with loving precision, all of it was real, wasn't it? I left the hotel before checkout time, drove straight through back to my brother's house. He looked surprised to see me so soon, asked if I'd had a good walk to clear my head. When I tried to explain what had happened, he got that particular expression people wear when they're deciding how concerned to be, whether the person in front of them needs help or just space. I stopped trying to explain. 3 days later, I'm writing this down, trying to fix the memory before it degrades further, before my mind does what minds do and smooths over the sharp edges of trauma with the soft cloth of rationalization. But even as I write, details blur. Was it 4 men or 5? Did the gun have a wooden grip or black plastic? Was the building 3 stories or 4? My phone hasn't rung again, but I wake up multiple times each night, convinced I hear that distorted voice asking its question, or the crash of waves that should be 200 miles away, or footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment that stop just outside my door. Yesterday, I found a cigarette butt on my car's hood, the same brand my companion had been smoking. But I live in a city. Lots of people smoke that brand. It doesn't mean anything. Does it? Last night, I dreamed I was back on the boardwalk, fog rolling in, and I saw him again standing under that dead streetlight. In the dream, he smiled that warm smile and asked if I had the time. And in the dream, I told him, and we began walking together, and I knew, with the certainty that exists only in nightmares, that we would always be walking, that this was a loop I'd never escape, that every version of myself would make the same choices and end up in that apartment, in that chair, surrounded by men whose ideology demanded simplistic answers to complex questions. I woke up checking my phone's GPS log. It showed I hadn't left my apartment, but my shoes, sitting by the door, were flecked with sand. Story 14. The fluorescent lights in the lobby had been flickering for 3 days straight, casting epileptic shadows across the cracked linoleum floor. I'd stopped mentioning it to the building manager after the first time, when he'd looked at me with those watery eyes and insisted the lights were fine, had always been fine, would always be fine. That's when I first felt it, that creeping sensation that something in the building had shifted, tilted slightly off its axis in a way that no one else seemed to notice. My younger brother Dorian arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, his backpack heavy with textbooks from the community college, where he'd just started his second semester. He was 19, lean and nervous in that way that teenagers who've grown too fast often are, all angles and uncertain movements. I'd offered him the couch in my 5th-floor apartment while he figured out his living situation, while he adjusted to city life after our small-town upbringing. The building wasn't much. Water-stained walls, the persistent smell of something organic decaying in the spaces between floors. But it was cheap, and cheap mattered. He'd been staying with me for 6 days when it happened. I was coming back from my shift at the warehouse, my muscles aching with that deep, bone-tired exhaustion that makes your thoughts slow and syrupy. The elevator was waiting when I entered the lobby, its doors open like a mouth, and I'd almost stepped inside when I saw Dorian standing near the building directory, his body rigid in a way that made my exhaustion evaporate. He was staring at the elevator, not looking at it. Staring. There's a difference, I've learned. Looking is passive, a natural sweep of the eyes across a space. Staring is active, intentional, the kind of focused attention that comes from recognizing something that shouldn't be there. I called his name, my voice echoing strangely in the lobby's acoustic dead space. He didn't turn. His hand was gripping the strap of his backpack so tightly that his knuckles had gone white, bloodless. The elevator doors began to close with their familiar mechanical wheeze, and only then did he move, stepping back as if pushed by an invisible hand. That's when I saw him, the man in the elevator. He stood in the back corner, perfectly still in a way that humans aren't meant to be still. No shifting of weight, no adjustment of posture, no breathing that I could detect. He wore a gray maintenance uniform, the kind that seemed to belong to the building's aesthetic of persistent decay, but something about it was wrong. Too clean, maybe, or too fitted, or perhaps it was the way he looked at Dorian, his eyes reflecting the fluorescent light with an animal flatness that made my stomach clench. The doors closed. The elevator ascended with its usual grinding complaint. I reached Dorian and gripped his shoulder, feeling the tremor running through him like a current. When he finally looked at me, his eyes were too wide, the whites visible all around the iris. He told me he'd been about to take the elevator up. Told me he'd had his hand on the button when that feeling came. The one you get when you're walking alone at night and hear footsteps behind you that match your pace exactly. The one that bypasses rational thought and speaks directly to something ancient in your brainstem. Something that remembers when humans were prey. He'd let the elevator go without him. We took the stairs. 5 flights of stained concrete steps that smelled of mildew and something sharper, more chemical. Dorian climbed ahead of me, and I watched the back of his neck, watched the way his head kept turning slightly, as if tracking a sound I couldn't hear. By the 3rd floor landing, I heard it too, a faint mechanical hum that didn't match the elevator's usual rhythm. By the 4th floor, Dorian had stopped climbing. The sound wasn't mechanical anymore. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing through the stairwell with a rhythm that was almost but not quite right. Each impact coming a fraction of a second too soon or too late to be natural. They were coming from above us, descending with purpose, and the sound carried with it that same quality of wrongness I'd felt in the lobby. A sense that the building's geometry had become unstable, that distances and directions no longer meant what they should. Dorian's breathing had gone rapid and shallow. He whispered that the man had gotten off on the 5th floor, that he must be taking the stairs back down now, but that didn't make sense. The elevator couldn't have reached the 5th floor and released a passenger in the time it took us to climb 4 flights. The math was wrong. The timing was impossible. But the footsteps were real, getting closer. I pushed Dorian up the remaining flight, my hand between his shoulder blades, feeling his heart hammering through his spine. We burst through the 5th floor door, and I heard him fumble for his keys, heard them slip from his shaking fingers and clatter against the floor with a sound like breaking teeth. I scooped them up, found the right key through some instinct that bypassed my conscious mind, and got the door open. We fell into the apartment, and I slammed the door behind us, turned the deadbolt, attached the chain. Through the door's peephole, I could see the hallway. Empty, dim, normal. The footsteps had stopped. For several minutes, we stood there in the dark apartment, neither of us reaching for a light switch. Dorian's breathing gradually slowed. He started to speak, to say something about stress and imagination and lack of sleep, but the words died when we heard it. Footsteps in the hallway, not approaching from the stairwell, but already there, already outside our door, as if they'd simply materialized in the corridor. Slow, measured footsteps that stopped directly in front of our apartment. Through the peephole, I saw him. The man from the elevator stood in the hallway facing our door. He wasn't looking up at the peephole, wasn't looking at anything in particular, and yet I had the absolute certainty that he knew I was watching him, that he wanted me to watch. His maintenance uniform was darker now, stained with something that might have been water damage or might have been something else, and in the hallway's poor lighting, his features seemed to shift and blur, as if my eyes couldn't quite focus on them properly. He raised his hand and knocked. 3 times. Slow, deliberate, the sound hollow and resonant, like knuckles striking wood that went on forever in all directions. The door vibrated with each impact, and I felt that vibration travel through the floor, up through my legs, settling somewhere in my chest where it matched the rhythm of my accelerating heartbeat. Dorian grabbed my arm, his grip painful. He whispered that I shouldn't open the door, that something was wrong with the man, that he'd felt it in the lobby, a wrongness that went deeper than appearance or behavior, a fundamental discord with reality itself. I told him I wasn't going to open it, told him we'd wait it out, that the man would eventually leave, that building maintenance workers didn't hang around for long when tenants didn't answer. The words felt hollow even as I spoke them, a reflexive attempt at normalcy that we both knew was already shattered. The man knocked again, 3 times, same rhythm, same hollow sound. Then he spoke. His voice came through the door with a clarity that shouldn't have been possible, as if the wood and metal were no barrier at all, as if he were standing right beside us in the darkened apartment. He said he needed to check the pipes, said there had been complaints about water pressure on our floor, said it would only take a few minutes. that he just needed to take a quick look at the bathroom fixtures, that building regulations required tenant cooperation with essential maintenance. The words were reasonable, professional, exactly what a maintenance worker would say. But underneath them, I heard something else, a kind of static, a frequency that made my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. Dorian made a sound that was half sob, half gag, and I realized he heard it too. That fundamental wrongness that disguised itself in normal words and reasonable requests. I moved away from the peephole, told the man through the door that it wasn't a good time, that he could come back tomorrow, that we'd schedule something with the building manager. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, too high and too thin, the voice of someone who knows they're being hunted but is trying desperately to maintain the illusion of normalcy. Silence. Long enough that I began to hope he'd left. Then the doorknob began to turn, slowly, inexorably, testing the deadbolt and the chain with patient pressure. The metal creaked and I watched in the dim light from the window as the knob rotated all the way around, farther than it should have been able to go, completing a full revolution and then continuing, the mechanism inside the door producing sounds that were more organic than mechanical, wet clicking noises like joints popping. I rushed forward and put my weight against the door, called out that I was contacting the police, that he needed to leave immediately, that breaking and entering was a felony. The words tumbled out in a rush, desperate and shrill. The doorknob stopped turning. Through the peephole, I could see the hallway again. Empty. The man was gone. Not walking away, not retreating down the stairs or into the elevator, simply gone, as if he'd never been there at all. But the smell remained. Something sharp and chemical that burned my nostrils, mixed with an underlying sweetness like fruit left too long in the sun. It seeped under the door, filled the apartment, made my eyes water. Dorian started coughing, harsh and wet, and I pulled him back from the door, back toward the window where the air was clearer. We spent that night in the living room, neither of us willing to separate, to go to our respective rooms and shut doors between us. Dorian sat on the couch with his knees drawn up, scrolling through his phone with trembling fingers, searching for some rational explanation. Shared delusions, carbon monoxide poisoning, hallucinogenic mold in the building's ventilation system. I let him search, let him build his scaffolding of reasonable explanations, but I knew better. I'd seen the man's reflection in the elevator's metal interior, seen the way it didn't quite match his physical position, the way it moved independently, on a slight delay, as if his reflection was a separate entity mimicking his movements rather than a true mirror image. I'd seen, and I'd chosen not to process it in the moment, had let my mind slide away from it the way it slides away from all the small impossibilities we encounter and ignore. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. Around 3 a.m., Dorian finally fell into an exhausted sleep. I sat in the darkness, listening to the building's night sounds, the water pipes knocking, the settling creaks, the distant murmur of other tenants' lives. All normal, all familiar. But underneath it, I heard something else. Footsteps in the hallway, regular as a metronome, passing our door again and again in an endless loop. Each time they passed, the smell grew stronger. That chemical sweet rot that seemed to bypass my nose and lodge directly in my brain. I didn't look through the peephole. I sat in the darkness and counted the passes. 12, 13, 14, until the numbers lost meaning and became just another rhythm in the building's nocturnal symphony. When dawn finally came, gray and reluctant through the grimy window, I checked the hallway. Empty. Normal. The smell was gone. I told myself it had been stress, fatigue, the accumulation of too many long shifts and too little sleep. Dorian woke and we had coffee, and neither of us mentioned the night before, engaging in that peculiar human ritual of pretending yesterday didn't happen. But he moved out the next day, gave me some story about finding a place closer to campus, about needing more space, about it not being personal. I helped him pack, watched him load his backpack and few possessions into a borrowed car, and said nothing about the way his hands shook when he handed me back the apartment key. I've been alone here for 3 weeks now. The fluorescent lights in the lobby still flicker. The elevator still waits with its doors open like a mouth. And sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps in the hallway, patient and regular, passing my door in an endless loop. I've stopped looking through the peephole. Last night, I found a maintenance request slip under my door. Someone needs to check the pipes, it says. There have been complaints about water pressure on my floor. It will only take a few minutes. Building regulations require tenant cooperation. The handwriting is mine. I recognize it absolutely. The same slant, the same pressure, the same peculiar way I form my capital R. But I didn't write it. I know I didn't write it. Or at least, I don't remember writing it. The doorknob is turning again, slowly. That same patient pressure, testing the locks, exploring the mechanisms, learning. The smell is back, stronger than before, and I realize now that it's not coming from outside the door. It's coming from inside the apartment. From me, I look down at my hands, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second that feels like hours, I can't quite remember if they're my hands or someone else's. Can't quite remember if I'm the one sitting in the darkness or the one standing in the hallway, knocking with methodical patience at every door on every floor, searching for the one that will finally open, searching for the way in or the way out or the way back to whatever I was before the building changed me into this thing that wears my face and speaks with my voice and stands in hallways waiting for someone to recognize it. The doorknob completes its impossible rotation. Somewhere above me, somewhere below me, somewhere in all the spaces between floors, I hear Dorian screaming. Or maybe I'm the one screaming. Or maybe there's no difference anymore. The door is opening. Story 15. The barometer needle shouldn't move backward. I've been monitoring atmospheric pressure at Summit Station for 11 years. And in all that time, through blizzards and heat waves and electrical storms that turned the sky purple, I've never seen the mercury fall in reverse. But there it was on the digital readout at 3:47 a.m., dropping from 29, 85 to 29, 84 to 29, 83, each measurement stamped with a timestamp that preceded the last. 3:46 a.m., 3:45 a.m., 3:44 a.m. Time, according to my instruments, was moving backward. I rubbed my eyes, chalked it up to exhaustion. 36 hours straight, monitoring a pressure system that Meteorological Command insisted was critical, though they wouldn't say why. The isolation gets to you up here, 8,000 feet above sea level, where the nearest town is a 40-minute drive down a road that becomes impassable 6 months of the year. The station is just me, the instruments, and the wind that never stops whispering against the weathered walls. I made coffee, the fourth pot since midnight, and returned to the monitors. The timestamps had corrected themselves. 3:49 a.m., 3:50 a.m. Normal progression. I told myself it was a glitch, maybe interference from the solar flare activity we'd been tracking all week. Equipment fails, data corrupts. There are rational explanations for everything up here, even when you're alone with machines that suddenly decide to rewrite the fundamental laws of physics. The radio sonde was scheduled for its 6 a.m. launch. I spent the next 2 hours running diagnostics, checking calibrations, trying to ignore the way my coffee tasted wrong, bitter with an aftertaste of copper, like I was drinking it through old pennies. The station had that smell too, suddenly, metallic and old, though I'd cleaned everything just yesterday. Or thought I had. Memory becomes unreliable when you work alone for months. At 5:30 a.m., I prepared the weather balloon. The routine was muscle memory by now, inflating the balloon with helium, attaching the radio sonde package, running through the checklist, radio transmitter, GPS module, humidity sensor, thermometer, everything nominal. The balloon bobbed against its tether in the pre-dawn darkness, a pale sphere eager to escape into the stratosphere. I released it at exactly 6 a.m., watched it climb through layers of atmosphere I could only imagine, invisible boundaries where temperature and pressure transformed. The data would stream back in real time, painting a vertical profile of the sky above me. I returned inside to monitor the telemetry. The first readings came through normal. Temperature dropping predictably with altitude, humidity levels consistent with the dry air mass we'd been tracking. Then, at 23,000 feet, the audio kicked in. My voice. Not random static or interference, but my actual voice, reading a weather bulletin I'd never recorded. The words were clear despite the crackling transmission. Pressure dropping below critical thresholds. Visual confirmation of temporal displacement increasing. Recommend immediate evacuation. Repeat. Recommend immediate evacuation. I yanked my headphones off, heart hammering against my ribs. The voice continued through the speakers, my own words warning me about something I didn't understand, something called temporal displacement. The balloon was still climbing, 28,000 feet, 29,000, but the voice kept speaking, urgency rising with each sentence. Instructions to check the windsocks, to look at how they were pointing. A warning that the station itself was becoming the center of something, though the transmission cut out before finishing that thought. I stumbled to the window, looked out at the instrument field where 3 windsocks hung from their poles. They should have been streaming northeast with the prevailing winds. Instead, all 3 pointed directly at the detailed topographical map I'd tacked to the wall of my quarters, a map of my neighborhood back in Boulder, over 200 miles away. Not pointing in the direction of Boulder, pointing at the actual map, as if the fabric cones could see through walls and distinguish between reality and representation. That's when I noticed my reflection in the window glass. I was looking at myself, but the reflection was facing slightly to the left, watching something I couldn't see. When I turned my head, the reflection didn't follow immediately. There was a delay, maybe half a second, but enough to see myself from moments ago, trapped in the glass like a recording. I backed away from the window, pulse roaring in my ears. The logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Dehydration, sleep deprivation, carbon monoxide maybe, leaking from somewhere, poisoning my perception. I checked the CO detector, green light, nominal. I drank water, splashed it on my face, tried to reset whatever had broken inside my head. The barometers started their backward countdown again. 4:32 a.m., 4:31 a.m., 4:30 a.m. But my watch still said 6:47 a.m. I grabbed the satellite phone to call command, but before I could dial, it rang. My supervisor's voice came through, tinny and distant, asking if I'd filed the morning report yet. I told him about the anomalies, the timestamps, the recording of my own voice that I'd never made. There was a long pause, filled with the hiss of satellite delay, before he responded that my morning report had already come through, received at 5:45 a.m., over an hour ago. He was calling to confirm some of the unusual readings I'd noted in it. I hadn't filed any report. He began reading back to me what I'd supposedly written, detailed observations of barometric anomalies, strange behaviors in the wind measurement equipment, and a note about audio phenomena in the radio sound data. Everything I'd just experienced, documented an hour before I experienced it. The report ended with a line I hadn't written yet that made my supervisor's voice tight with concern. Station integrity compromised, reality baseline unstable, will attempt to maintain position. I told him I'd call back, hung up before he could respond. My hands were shaking as I pulled up the data log. There it was, a completed morning report filed at 5:45 a.m. My own writing style, my own technical vocabulary, describing events that were happening to me right now at 6:53 a.m. The station creaked around me, metal expanding or contracting with temperature changes that weren't showing on any thermometer. I walked through the rooms, cataloging everything. The kitchen where I'd made coffee that tasted like copper. The equipment bay where machines hummed their usual songs, unaware they were measuring impossible things. My quarters, with the Boulder street map on the wall, edges rippling slightly though there was no breeze. I stopped in front of the map. My street was there, the small house I'd bought before taking this job, when I thought I'd go back after each season. 12 years later, I wasn't sure if I'd ever really left. The station had become more real than that other life, that other version of myself who lived at sea level and saw other people daily. I reached out to touch the map, and my finger went through it. Not through the paper was solid, but through the space where the paper was, as if that space had become negotiable, a suggestion rather than a rule. I pulled my hand back. The map was solid again. Normal paper, normal wall. But I'd felt it, that moment of non-resistance, like touching warm water. The wind socks outside had started rotating, all three in perfect synchronization, unwinding and rewinding on their poles. Through the window, I watched them spiral, creating patterns that almost looked deliberate. Morse code, maybe, or something older, more fundamental. A language written in the movements of fabric and wind, telling me something I was too human to understand. I returned to the monitors, desperate for the familiar comfort of data and numbers. The radio sonde was still transmitting, now at 47,000 feet and still rising. The audio channel crackled, and another voice came through. Not mine this time. Someone else speaking in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood anyway. They were giving coordinates, not spatial but temporal, measuring distance in hours rather than miles. They spoke about stations, plural, scattered across different moments, all experiencing the same dissolution of boundaries. The barometers read 11:23 p.m. now, still yesterday, according to them. Still a moment that hadn't happened yet from their perspective. I wondered if this was what they meant by temporal displacement. Not that time was moving backward, but that all times were happening simultaneously, and the instruments were simply picking up signals from other whens. My computer chimed. New email from myself, sent 3 hours from now. The subject line read, "Don't go outside." The message body was blank except for a single line. "You're still in there. Stay in there." I stood, walked to the door, pressed my hand against it. The metal felt warm, almost feverish, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Or maybe my heartbeat was matching it. Cause and effect had become uncertain, slippery concepts that depended on which direction you were experiencing time. Through the small window in the door, I could see the instrument field. Everything looked normal in the gray dawn light. The anemometers spun lazily, measuring wind speed. The rain gauge stood empty. The windsocks had stopped their rotation, now hanging limp despite the wind I could hear battering the station walls. And standing among the instruments, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure. Wearing my jacket, my height, my build, standing with hands in pockets exactly the way I stood when I was thinking. Watching the station the way I watched the instruments every morning, checking for damage, for changes, for signs that the world was still functioning according to expected parameters. I looked down at myself. I was wearing my jacket too. The same worn blue parka with the station patch on the shoulder. Same frayed cuffs where I'd caught them on sharp edges of equipment. I touched the fabric to confirm it was real. Solid. Mine. When I looked up again, the figure outside had moved closer. Now standing just beyond the door, face still hidden in shadow, hand raised as if about to knock. I waited, barely breathing, for the sound of knuckles on metal. It never came. Instead, the knock echoed from behind me, from deeper in the station, from my quarters, from the other side of the wall where I'd hung the Boulder Street map. I turned slowly, the way you turn when you know you're going to see something impossible, something that will require you to rebuild your understanding of what is and isn't real. The door to my quarters stood open, though I remembered closing it. Through the doorway I could see the map on the wall, but it wasn't a map anymore. It was a window, showing my street in Boulder in real time. Morning light illuminating houses and cars in a world that existed over 200 miles away. And in the window of my Boulder house, someone was watching a screen, monitoring weather data from a mountain station. I could see the back of their head, the familiar hunch of shoulders I knew from years of catching my reflection in monitors. They were reading something, and as I watched, they reached for a satellite phone. My phone rang. I didn't answer. Instead, I walked to my quarters, stood in front of the map window, and looked at the person in the Boulder house. They turned, slowly, to face their own window, to face me. Our eyes met across an impossible distance, across a boundary that shouldn't exist between two versions of the same space. The person in Boulder picked up their phone. In my hand, my phone was still ringing. They pressed the phone to their ear and opened their mouth to speak. I answered. Station Summit, meteorological technician speaking. My voice came through the phone, delayed by satellite relay but unmistakable. "I'm calling about the anomalies in your morning report." But that wasn't right. I'd spoken to my supervisor. This voice was my own, calling from a place I wasn't, reading reports I hadn't written, existing in a present that contradicted my present. We were both the technician, both at our posts, both experiencing a reality that the other insisted wasn't happening. "Which one of us is real?" I asked, though I wasn't sure which mouth formed the words, the one in the mountain station or the one in the boulder house. "Both," my voice answered from the phone and from the map and from somewhere in the thin air above the station, where a weather balloon was still climbing, still transmitting, still recording voices that warned about things that were already happening. "Neither. It depends on which direction you're moving through the hours." The barometers clicked to negative numbers. 1 am, 2 am, falling into hours that hadn't been invented yet, or had been uninvented, or existed only in the space between measurement and reality. The wind socks outside turned inward, pointing at their own poles, recursive and impossible. I looked at the person in the boulder window, who was looking at someone in a station window, who was looking at themselves in a mirror that reflected not what was, but what would be, might be, had already been in some timeline that intersected this one at exactly this moment. "Stay where you are," I told myself. "Or come here, or go back. It doesn't matter anymore." The person in Boulder nodded. The person in the station nodded. We hung up simultaneously, though the conversation continued on the phone's display, numbers scrolling backward through a call log of conversations we'd never had with ourselves. I closed the door to my quarters, but the map was now on every wall, showing every place I'd ever been, all existing at once, all accessible through paper and pressure, and the simple act of reaching through boundaries that had forgotten they were supposed to be solid. Outside, the figure in my jacket was gone, or everywhere, or patiently waiting for the moment when I would walk out to check the instruments and discover that I'd never been inside at all, that the station was empty, that I was the echo of someone who used to work here, in the time before the hours turned negative and the wind started pointing inward. The coffee pot beeped. "Fresh coffee ready?" I hadn't started a new pot. Walked to the kitchen and poured a cup, tasted copper and old pennies, tasted the flavor of time coming undone. The mug was warm in my hands, solid and real, and completely impossible, existing in defiance of every report I would write about this, had written, was writing in some other moment where I was still trying to convince myself that instruments don't lie, but instruments measure, they don't interpret, and somewhere in the gap between measurement and meaning, between what happens and what's recorded as happening, I was still standing at the window, still watching my reflection refuse to follow, still trying to call command to report that the station itself had become uncertain, a probability rather than a place. The radiosonde would keep transmitting until the balloon burst in the stratosphere, would keep broadcasting my warnings about things I hadn't witnessed yet, from hours that ran backward, in a voice that belonged to me but originated from somewhere else, someone else, some other version of the mountain technician who'd learned too late. That reality is just another system you can monitor until the numbers stop making sense. I sat at my monitors and began typing the morning report, documenting everything in careful detail, knowing it had already been received, already been read, already been filed under anomalies that command would spend years trying to explain. The cursor blinked steadily, marking time in the only way that still seemed reliable. Forward, always forward, even as everything else dissolved into the question of which moment was now, and which were echoes bleeding through from adjacent possibilities. The barometer showed 12 p.m., negative noon, an hour that couldn't exist but insisted on being measured anyway, pressure dropping into impossible depths, into zones where time itself was just another variable affected by altitude and temperature, and the thin mountain air that never quite felt breathable. I'll stay at my post. I'll keep monitoring. I'll file reports about the integrity of baseline reality, and watch the windsocks point at maps of places I'm not sure I've ever really left. Somewhere, in another station or another moment, someone who might be me is doing the same thing, filing the same reports, asking the same questions about which version is primary and which is the reflection. The answer might be in the data, somewhere between the measurements and the meaning, between what happened and what's happening, and what will happen if time ever remembers how to move in only one direction. Until then, I'm here, or there, or in the space between, where the hours run negative and the pressure drops into zones marked unknown on all the charts, and every voice on the radio sounds like mine, because maybe it always was, broadcasting from stations scattered across moments I'm still trying to reach. The instruments hum their steady songs. The coffee tastes like copper. The map on the wall ripples with the breathing of a house 200 miles away. And through it all, the barometer needle keeps falling, measuring pressures that shouldn't exist, in hours that never quite arrive, recording with perfect accuracy the exact moment when everything became uncertain, including whether that moment was now or then, or a position that can only be expressed in negative time. I'll write another report in an hour, or I wrote it yesterday, or I'm writing it now, in all the moments simultaneously. A technician at his post, faithful to his instruments, even when they start telling him that the most fundamental measurement of all, the difference between past and future, has become just another variable affected by conditions at altitude. The wind whispers against the walls, speaking in voices I almost recognize, telling me things I'm not ready to understand about stations and moments and the terrible flexibility of now. I pour another cup of coffee and wait for the next reading, the next anomaly, the next version of myself to call with warnings about events that are already happening, have always been happening, in the negative hours where I'll be stationed forever, monitoring the impossible with instruments that never learned to lie. Story 16. The studio smells different at 3 in the morning, like dust settling on old equipment and the metallic tang of air that's been recycled too many times. I've been running the graveyard shift at WKRM for 6 months now, and I should be used to the peculiar stillness that descends after midnight, when even the handful of insomniacs and long-haul truckers who make up my audience seem to fade into the static between frequencies. Tonight feels wrong from the moment I slide the headphones over my ears. The playlist sits in front of me, meticulously organized as always. I'm nothing if not prepared. 3 hours of carefully curated classic rock, interspersed with the occasional ballad to keep things from getting too monotonous. The first track is already cued, a deep cut from the 70s that nobody requests but everyone recognizes when they hear it. I've learned to read the night, to know what the darkness wants to hear. The red on-air light flickers to life, and I lean into the microphone with practiced ease, my voice dropping into that smooth, late-night register that makes people feel like I'm speaking directly to them, alone in their cars or bedrooms or kitchens at ungodly hours. But before I can finish my opening spiel, the request line lights up. It shouldn't. Not this early. Most callers don't start filtering in until at least an hour into the shift, when the loneliness really sets in and people need to hear another human voice, even if it's just mine through a telephone wire. I let the line blink for a few seconds, watching the steady pulse of yellow light with an inexplicable sense of unease crawling up my spine. The sensation is physical, like cold fingers tracing the vertebrae one by one. I shake it off and press the button, routing the call through my headset so it won't go out over the air. The voice on the other end is distorted, wrapped in layers of static that make it impossible to determine age or gender. They want to hear a song. Specifically, they want to hear the track I'd planned to play at 4:17 in the morning, during that dead zone when even the most dedicated night owls are starting to drift toward unconsciousness. My throat tightens. I glance down at the playlist, at the handwritten notation I'd made earlier in the evening. The song title stares back at me, circled in blue ink with a star next to it, a personal favorite I'd been saving for that liminal hour between night and morning. I tell the caller I'll see what I can do, my voice steady despite the wrongness blooming in my chest. They hang up without another word, leaving only the hum of disconnection in my ear. I tell myself it's coincidence. People request obscure songs all the time. Maybe they heard it on another station, or it's been rattling around in their head. Or they're one of those obsessive music fans who can predict a DJ's taste after listening long enough. I've been on air for months. Someone could have mapped my preferences by now. The explanation feels hollow. I play the song anyway, deviating from my carefully constructed timeline. The opening notes fill the studio, and I lean back in my chair, staring at the acoustic foam tiles on the ceiling. They're yellowed with age, pocked with stains that might be water damage or something worse. I've never really looked at them before, never noticed the patterns that almost seem deliberate. Shapes that could be faces if I squint, or letters in an alphabet I don't recognize. I force my eyes away. The request line lights up again, and again, and again. Each caller knows the playlist, not just the general vibe or the genre. They know the exact sequence, the specific tracks I'd selected hours ago while drinking lukewarm coffee in my apartment. They describe songs I haven't played yet, requests that align perfectly with the schedule only I should know. Some of them mention album cuts so obscure I'd spent half the evening digging through the station's archives to find them. My hands start to shake. The tremor is subtle at first, barely noticeable when I'm holding a pen or adjusting the mixing board, but it grows with each call until I have to grip the edge of the desk to keep steady. Between songs, during the brief moments when I should be reading station identifications or weather updates, I find myself staring at the clock on the wall. It's an old analog thing, the kind with a second hand that makes a soft clicking sound as it circles the face. The sound has always been comforting, a metronome marking the passage of time in a job where hours blur together. But tonight, the clock feels like it's watching me. The next caller mentions my desk. They describe the coffee ring on the left corner, the one I'd made 3 nights ago and never bothered to clean up because nobody ever sees this place. They talk about the arrangement of my pens in the cup holder, blue on the left, black in the middle, the single red one on the right that I never use but can't bring myself to throw away. I wheel my chair backward, putting distance between myself and the phone as if physical space will somehow protect me from whatever is happening. The movement is instinctive, primal. My breath comes faster, shallower. The air in the studio feels thick, resistant, like trying to breathe through layers of gauze. The caller continues, their voice still wrapped in that maddening static. They mention the crack in the window pane behind me, the one shaped like a lightning bolt that appeared last month during a particularly violent thunderstorm. They describe the water stain on the acoustic tile directly above my head, the one I'd been staring at earlier, the one that looks like a face when the light hits it right. My skin prickles with the certainty that someone is in the studio with me. I spin around in my chair, scanning the space with frantic movements. The studio is small, claustrophobic even, barely 12 feet square with soundproofing that makes it feel like a padded cell. There's nowhere to hide. The door is locked from the inside, secured with a deadbolt I'd engaged myself when I arrived at midnight. The single window is intact, the curtain drawn tight. I'm alone. I have to be alone. But the caller keeps talking, keeps describing details that shouldn't be accessible. They mention the photograph tucked into the corner of the mixing board, a Polaroid of a lake I visited as a teenager, faded and curling at the edges. I'd brought it from home 2 weeks ago, propped it up as a reminder that there's a world beyond these soundproofed walls. Nobody knows about that photograph. I disconnect the call with trembling fingers, stabbing at the button with more force than necessary. The line goes dead, and for a blessed moment, there's only the music, a guitar solo wailing through the speakers, filling the silence with something predictable and safe. Then the phone lights up again. I let it ring. The yellow light pulses in rhythm with my heartbeat, which seems impossibly loud in the confined space. I can hear blood rushing in my ears, competing with the thud-thud-thud of my pulse against my ribcage. The song ends. The next one begins. The phone keeps ringing. Professional instinct wars with primal fear. I need to answer. It's my job to answer. The station manager reviews call logs, monitors engagement. If I start ignoring listeners, there will be questions I can't answer, explanations that will sound like madness when spoken aloud. I pick up on the 7th ring. The voice on the other end says my old nickname, the one from college, from before I moved to this forgotten corner of the state and took a job at a radio station nobody under 60 listens to. It's a name I haven't heard in years, a name that only a handful of people knew, and all of them have moved on to bigger cities and better lives. The second hand on the wall clock stops. Not slowly, not gradually, just stops. The clicking sound disappears, swallowed by the same heavy silence that seems to be pressing in from all sides. I watch the hand quiver slightly, as if straining against some invisible resistance, but it doesn't advance. Time itself has paused, hanging in the balance while this stranger on the phone speaks a name that should be forgotten. My voice, when I finally manage to speak, sounds distant and strange. I ask how they know that name. The question comes out as barely more than a whisper, scraped raw from a throat that feels like it's closing. The caller laughs, a sound distorted by static into something that might not be laughter at all. They tell me they've been listening for a long time, much longer than 6 months. They know things about me that I've never spoken aloud, never shared with anyone in this town. They know about the reason I left my previous job, about the breakdown that everyone politely pretended didn't happen, about the prescription bottles in my medicine cabinet that I take when the world starts feeling too sharp and too bright. The clock hand jerks forward, catching up to lost time in a series of rapid clicks that sound like teeth chattering. I should hang up. I should disconnect the call and lock myself in the bathroom until my shift ends, until the morning DJ arrives and floods the studio with ordinary daylight conversation and pop music. But my hand won't move toward the button. My fingers are frozen around the phone, locked in place by fascination or fear, or something that might be both. The caller asks if I remember what happened before I came here. The question lands like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs, because I don't remember. Not clearly. There are fragments, images that might be memories or might be dreams, but nothing cohesive. Nothing that forms a complete narrative. I remember deciding to take this job. Remember packing my car and driving through the night. Remember arriving at the station for my first shift. But everything before that is fog. The voice on the phone tells me to look at my reflection in the window. I don't want to. Every instinct screams at me to keep my eyes on the mixing board, on the playlist, on anything except the dark glass behind me. But I turn anyway, compelled by a force that might be curiosity, or might be something darker. The curtain is open now. I know I closed it. I specifically remember pulling the heavy fabric across the window when I arrived, blocking out the parking lot lights and the empty stretch of highway beyond. But it's open, bunched to one side as if pushed back by invisible hands. My reflection stares back at me from the glass, illuminated by the soft glow of the equipment. I look tired, dark circles under my eyes, hair disheveled from running anxious fingers through it, skin pale under the fluorescent lights. Normal. Expected after months of overnight shifts that wreck circadian rhythms and turn day into night. Except the reflection is smiling. I'm not smiling. My mouth is pressed into a thin line of tension, jaw clenched so tight my teeth ache. But the person in the glass grins back at me with an expression that's too wide, too knowing. The reflection raises one hand in a slow wave, fingers wiggling in mockery, while my own hands remain clenched in my lap. The caller is still talking. They're telling me that I never left, that I've been here much longer than 6 months, that the studio isn't at a radio station at all, but somewhere else entirely. Somewhere I can't, or won't, remember. I drop the phone. It hits the desk with a plastic clatter, the caller's voice continuing to emanate from the speaker in a tinny stream of words I can no longer process. The reflection in the window moves independently now, leaning forward as if trying to push through the glass, its smile stretched into something that barely resembles a human expression. The music cuts out mid-song, replaced by dead air. That cardinal sin of broadcasting, the empty silence that signals something has gone terribly wrong. But beneath the silence, I hear something else. Breathing. Not my own ragged gasps, but steady, measured breaths coming from somewhere in the studio. From everywhere in the studio. The walls seem closer than they were moments ago. The acoustic foam pressing inward like the interior of a throat. The coffee ring on my desk has multiplied. There are dozens of them now, overlapping in patterns that suggest I've been sitting here for much longer than a single shift. The pens in the holder are all red. Every single one. My hands move without conscious thought, queuing up the next song, maintaining the illusion of normalcy even as reality fractures around me. The track begins, something I don't recognize despite having supposedly selected it hours ago. The melody is wrong, the tempo distorted, the vocals stretched and warped until they sound like words spoken underwater. The caller's voice continues from the dropped phone, but now I can hear multiple voices beneath the static. They're all speaking at once, layering over each other in a cacophony that resolves into a single question, asked in perfect unison. When are you going to wake up? The clock on the wall spins backward, hands whirling counterclockwise in a blur. The on-air light flickers and dies. The reflection in the window presses both palms against the glass from the inside, as if it's been trapped there all along, as if I'm the one on the wrong side of the barrier. I stand on legs that barely support my weight, stumbling toward the door. The deadbolt is still engaged, but when I try to turn it, the metal is hot enough to burn. I pull my hand back with a sharp intake of breath, staring at the reddening skin on my palm. The breathing grows louder. It's coming from the ventilation system, from the walls, from the spaces between the acoustic tiles. It matches my own rhythm perfectly, synchronized in a way that makes it impossible to tell where my breath ends and the other begins. I think about the prescription bottles, about the breakdown, about the missing memories that might not be missing at all but merely too terrible to access. I think about how easily the mind can construct elaborate scenarios to protect itself from truths too painful to face. The phone rings again. All 4 lines light up simultaneously, pulsing in perfect synchronization. I know if I answer, I'll hear my own voice on the other end. Not the smooth, professional tone I use on air, but the real one. The one that exists in the spaces between breaths, in the moment before sleep, in the recognition that perhaps I never woke up at all. The music plays on, though I haven't touched the controls in minutes. The playlist continues its predetermined path, songs I selected in some other timeline, some other version of this night, or perhaps in every version of this night, playing on an endless loop in a studio that exists nowhere and everywhere at once. I sit back down in the chair, because what else is there to do? The clock ticks forward again, regular as a heartbeat, marking time that may or may not be passing. My reflection has returned to normal, mimicking my movements with perfect accuracy. The curtain is closed. The coffee rings are singular. The pens are their proper colors, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. The request line lights up, and this time, I answer without hesitation. The voice asks what I want to play next. I look down at the playlist, at the handwritten notes that might be in my handwriting, or might be someone else's. The songs blur together, indistinguishable. I can't remember which track comes next. Can't recall why I selected any of them in the first place. I tell the caller I don't know. They laugh. That distorted, static-wrapped sound that might be amusement or might be something else entirely. And inform me that it doesn't matter. I'll play whatever comes next, just like I always do. Just like I'll continue to do, night after night, shift after shift, in this studio that smells like dust and recycled air and the peculiar stillness that descends after midnight. The caller hangs up. The music plays. The clock ticks forward, and I sit here, wondering if I'm the one making the requests, or if I'm the one fulfilling them, and whether there's any difference at all. Story 17. The desert night pressed against the observatory dome like a living thing, patient and vast. I'd been alone for 72 hours now, monitoring the automated sweep of the telescope as it tracked objects across the Utah sky. Dr. Venn had left on Thursday, promising to return with supplies by Monday. That was 3 days ago. The radio in the equipment room crackled with static, but no voices came through anymore. I didn't mind the solitude at first. Observatory work demands a certain temperament, a comfort with isolation that I'd always possessed. But sometime during the second night, the equipment began behaving strangely. The telescope's tracking system operated on a sophisticated algorithm, following celestial bodies with precision measured in arc seconds. I'd watched it work hundreds of times. the great mechanical eye sliding smoothly across its predetermined path. But on that second night, as I reviewed the tracking data on the main console, I noticed something impossible. The coordinates didn't correspond to any stellar catalog I knew. Instead, they formed a pattern that made my throat tighten. I pulled up the visualization software, converting the tracking points into a two-dimensional map. The screen flickered, and there it was. Maple Street intersecting with Oak Avenue. The old playground where the pavement cracked into geometric patterns. The shortcut through the Kowalski property, where the fence always leaned at precisely that angle. Every turn, every landmark of my childhood neighborhood in Minnesota, rendered in stellar coordinates across the Utah sky. My hands trembled as I typed commands, trying to override the system. The telescope ignored my input, continuing its sweep, tracing the route I'd walked to school every morning for 6 years. It paused at coordinates that would correspond to the corner store, held position for exactly 12 seconds, the time it always took me to decide between candy bars, then resumed its path. I told myself it was a malfunction, random noise generating coincidental patterns. The human brain evolved to see faces in clouds, constellations in chaos. But the precision was too exact. Every angle matched, every distance scaled perfectly. The radio telescope in the adjacent room had been running background recordings all week, capturing the ambient radio noise of the cosmos for analysis. I usually ignored it, letting the automated systems compile the data. But that night, unable to shake the unease crawling up my spine, I pulled up the audio files. The raw recordings were incomprehensible, electromagnetic frequencies far outside human hearing range. Standard protocol required running them through analysis software, converting the data into visual spectrograms. Instead, I found myself slowing down the playback, bringing the frequencies into audible range. What emerged from the speakers made me step back from the console. Click, scrape, tumbler fall, click, click, scrape. The sound of a key entering the laboratory door downstairs. Not similar to it, not reminiscent of it. Identical. I'd used that lock twice a day for 4 months. I knew its rhythm like my own heartbeat. 3 tumblers, the second one sticky, requiring that particular jiggling motion. The recording captured every nuance, every metallic whisper of the mechanism. I played it again. The sound repeated perfectly, a loop extracted from the cosmic background radiation, as if the universe itself had recorded me entering the building and was now playing it back. The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations. Interference from terrestrial sources, some quirk of the equipment picking up sounds from the building itself. But the radio telescope pointed at the sky, shielded against local signals. It listened to wavelengths from objects light years away, not doors 20 feet below. I should have left then. Packed my gear, walked the 6 miles to the access road, flagged down the supply truck that ran every Tuesday. But scientists are cursed with curiosity, and I needed to understand. I needed to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation. The observatory dome rose above me, a hemisphere of white metal decorated with phosphorescent paint. Someone, probably the original builders in the 60s, had painted simplified constellations on the interior surface. Orion with his belt, the Big Dipper, Cassiopeia's W. They glowed faintly in the darkness, excited by the day's sunlight filtering through the dome's upper windows. I'd glanced at them 100 times without really seeing them. But on that third night, as I climbed the stairs to check the telescope's alignment, I looked up and saw that the constellations were wrong. Not wrong in the sense of inaccurate, wrong in the sense of changed. Where Orion should have hung, I saw instead a pattern I didn't recognize. 7 stars arranged in a shape that tugged at my memory. I stood frozen, staring upward until recognition hit me like a physical blow. It was the configuration of streetlights on Maple Street, the exact arrangement visible from my bedroom window when I was 10 years old. The Big Dipper had transformed into the outline of the playground equipment behind Edison Elementary. Cassiopeia's W had become the zigzag path of the creek where I'd caught salamanders every summer. I grabbed the railing to steady myself. Paint doesn't rearrange itself. The phosphorescent material shouldn't even be reactive anymore, decades old and faded. Yet the dome glowed with a map of my childhood, rendered in soft green luminescence. I descended the stairs carefully, fighting the vertigo that made the floor seem to tilt. I needed to document this, to gather evidence. The cameras. I had 3 digital cameras in the equipment room, but when I reached the console, I found myself reluctant to look away from the screens. The telescope was still tracking, still tracing those impossible patterns. And now, as I watched the real-time display, I saw it had moved to a new location. The coordinates corresponded to the intersection of Maple and 7th, outside the house where I'd grown up. The telescope held position, tracking something, following something that occupied that specific point in space. I pulled up the optical feed, expecting to see stars, empty space, the usual scatter of distant light. Instead, the screen showed a window, not a magnified image from millions of miles away, but a clear, close view of a second-story window with yellow curtains. My bedroom window, the one I'd looked through every night, watching those streetlights until sleep came. The telescope was looking backward through space, or through time, or through some dimension where space and time folded in on themselves. It was showing me something that shouldn't exist anymore, a view from a house sold 15 years ago, probably remodeled, certainly changed beyond recognition. But the image remained steady. The curtains shifted slightly, as if moved by a breeze I couldn't feel, and in the darkness behind them, I saw movement. My legs weakened. I sat heavily in the chair, unable to look away from the screen. Something moved behind those curtains, something that knew I was watching. It pressed against the fabric, distorting it, creating a shape that was almost human but not quite right. The proportions were wrong, the angles too sharp. The radio telescope emitted a burst of static that resolved into a new sound. Breathing. Slow, measured breaths that matched the rhythm of whatever moved behind the curtains. Then a voice, distant and crackling, speaking words I couldn't quite make out, but recognized in the pattern, in the cadence. It was my own voice, but younger, the voice I'd had at 10 years old. It was saying something, repeating it over and over. I turned up the volume, leaning close to the speaker. "Can you see me yet? Can you see me yet? Can you see me yet?" The thing behind the curtain pressed harder, and I realized with a lurch of nausea that it was trying to push through. Not through the curtain, through the telescope feed, through the screen in front of me. I yanked the power cables from the wall, plunging the console into darkness. The screens went black. The speakers fell silent. But in that sudden absence of electronic light, the glow from the dome above intensified. The phosphorescent map of my childhood blazed brighter, bright enough to read by, bright enough to cast shadows. And the shadows were wrong too. Mine, cast by that strange light, didn't point in the direction it should. It stretched toward the stairs, toward the door, elongated and distorted. But there was another shadow beside it, cast by nothing I could see, pointing inward, toward me. I backed against the wall, my hand finding the switch for the emergency lights. Fluorescent tubes flickered to life, washing out the phosphorescent glow. The shadows normalized. The console remained dark. I stood there for what might have been minutes or hours, listening to the desert wind scratch against the dome, to the building settling around me, to my own racing pulse. Slowly, the panic subsided into a cold, clinical fear. There were 2 possibilities. Either something impossible was happening, or I was losing my mind. In either case, I needed to leave, but the access road was 6 miles away, and it was 3 in the morning, and the desert night was vast and empty and patient. I compromised by moving to the break room, a small space with no windows and a door that locked from inside. I pulled out my phone, meaning to call for help, but the screen showed no signal. It never had, this deep in the desert. I'd known that. But I checked anyway, desperate for that small icon of connectivity to appear. The phone's clock read 3:17 a.m. I watched the numbers change, 3:18, 3:19, then, impossibly, 3:17 again. The minutes were looping, the same 3 minutes playing over and over. I threw the phone across the room. It clattered against the wall but didn't break. The screen still glowed, still showed 3:17, then 3:18, then 3:19, then 3:17. Sleep seemed impossible, but exhaustion eventually claimed me, pulling me under into dreams of streetlights and telescopes and curtains that billowed without wind. When I woke, pale dawn light filtered through the crack under the door. My body ached from sleeping in the chair. My mouth tasted like copper. I unlocked the door carefully, listening for any sound of movement. The building was silent. I made my way to the equipment room, keeping my eyes away from the dome above. The console remained unplugged, dark and inert. The cameras sat where I'd left them. Everything looked normal in the morning light. I packed quickly, stuffing essentials into my backpack. Water, food, the emergency beacon. I'd walk out, flag down the supply truck, report equipment malfunctions, and request immediate replacement. I wouldn't mention the rest. Who would believe it? At the door, I hesitated. The scientific method demands documentation. I'd witnessed something, experienced something. Even if it was a hallucination, even if I was suffering some breakdown induced by isolation, I needed to record what happened. I turned on one camera, panning it across the equipment room. Everything appeared normal through the viewfinder. I climbed the stairs to the dome level, forcing myself to look up. The phosphorescent paint showed the standard constellations: Orion, the Big Dipper, Cassiopeia. No map of my childhood, no rearranged stars, just faded paint glowing weakly in the morning light. I lowered the camera, relief washing through me. Hallucination, stress-induced psychotic episode, something explicable, something treatable. I wasn't proud of the breakdown, but I was grateful it wasn't real. That's when I saw it. On the floor beneath the dome, directly under where the map of Maple Street had been, someone had drawn an outline in chalk. A simple rectangular shape with a small square at the center. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was my bedroom, seen from above. The square was my bed, positioned exactly where it had been 15 years ago. And in the center of that square, someone had written 2 words in careful, childish handwriting. Look up. I did. The dome stretched above me, white metal and faded paint and nothing else. But the telescope, still running on battery backup despite my unplugging of the main systems, had completed its sweep. The lens pointed straight down now, angled at a geometrically impossible declination, focused not on the sky but on the floor, focused on the chalk outline, focused on me. The optical feed screen flickered to life despite the severed power connection, showing what the telescope saw: a man standing in a chalk outline, staring up at a lens that looked back at him. But in the image, in that impossible reflection, the room wasn't empty. Behind me, in the screen, pressed against the dome's inner curve where no physical form existed, something stood with proportions that were almost human, but not quite right. And in the darkness beyond the equipment room, I heard the sound of a lock mechanism. 3 tumblers. The second one sticky. The distinctive scrape and click of someone using a key I'd carried 4 months ago, opening a door to let themselves in. The supply truck wouldn't arrive until Tuesday. Dr. Venn wouldn't return until someone came looking for him. And I was standing in a chalk outline, drawn by hands I never saw, in a building where the universe itself seemed to have learned to remember things that only I should know. I still haven't left the observatory. It's been 6 days now, or maybe it's still the 3rd night, looping like my phone's clock, stretching like my shadow in the phosphorescent glow. The telescope follows its pattern. The radio plays its sounds. The paint rearranges itself when I'm not looking. And every night at 3:17, I hear footsteps on the stairs, climbing toward the dome where I stand frozen, unable to run, unable to prove whether any of this is real. The worst part isn't the fear. It's the growing certainty that something has been watching me my entire life, waiting patiently through decades and distance, until I was finally alone enough, isolated enough, to see what had always been there. Until I was ready to understand that the patterns we think we see in chaos aren't random at all. They're maps, instructions, coordinates pointing to the exact location where we'll eventually stand, looking up at the wrong stars, realizing too late that we were always meant to be here, in this moment, when something finally looks back. Story 18. The radio crackled at 3:47 a.m., and I knew before I even reached for it that something was wrong. 23 years manning the Harwich Channel drawbridge, and you develop instincts about these things. The static had a different quality tonight, thicker somehow, like it was pushing through water instead of air. Harbor Control, this is the Phyllis Morton requesting passage. My hand froze above the response button. The voice was clear enough, professional even, but the name made my throat tighten. I'd spent the last hour updating the vessel registry on my ancient desktop, cross-referencing the harbor master's records with the Coast Guard database like I did every Tuesday. The Phyllis Morton wasn't just absent from the current listings. The entry had been struck through in the archived logs, dated August 1979. The notation beside it read simply, "Lost." I pressed the button anyway. "Phyllis Morton, this is Harwich Bridge. Can you repeat your position?" Nothing but that waterlogged static. I checked the channel sonar display mounted above my coffee maker. The screen showed the familiar U-shaped curve of the waterway, the green depth readings pulsing steadily. No vessels, not within 2 miles in either direction. "Phyllis Morton, do you copy?" The static swelled, and for just a moment I could have sworn I heard something underneath it. Not words exactly, but a rhythm, like someone breathing through a regulator. Then it cut off completely, leaving only the hum of the bridge tower's heating system and the distant groan of the tide against the concrete pilings. I logged the incident in my shift report, fingers hesitating over the keys. How do you document a call from a boat that sank 46 years ago? I settled for unidentified vessel request, unable to establish contact, and felt like a coward for it. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching the tower. Not through the windows. I'd checked those a dozen times, seeing nothing but the orange glow of the sodium lights reflecting off the black water. No, this felt deeper, like being observed through the walls themselves. By the fourth night, I'd started keeping a separate log. Wednesday, Catherine R. Registry ended 1983. Hull breach, no survivors. Thursday, Nessa's Pride. Registry ended 1991. Fire at dock, vessel deemed total loss. Friday, 2 calls. Morning Catch, 1967, disappeared during nor'easter. And Albatross II, 1972. Cause of removal from registry listed only as circumstances. Each time, the sonar showed nothing. Each time, that peculiar static like something pushing up from depth. And each time, I felt that presence intensify, as if whatever was making those calls was getting closer. I mentioned it to Henrik when he came to swap shifts Friday morning. Mentioned it carefully, casually, like I was commenting on the weather. He'd been working the bridge longer than me, back when they still operated it manually instead of with hydraulics. If anyone would know about strange radio calls, it would be him. He just grunted and poured himself coffee from the pot I kept going through the night shift. Said the old radio had always been temperamental, especially in fog season. Said maybe I should check the antenna connections. Could be picking up interference from the cell tower they'd installed up the coast last year. But his hand shook when he set down the mug, and he didn't meet my eyes. The bridge request came through at 2:33 a.m. on Saturday. Not over the radio this time. This one followed proper protocol. A commercial fishing vessel called the Providence Star, registered and current, requesting passage to reach the processing plant upriver. I confirmed identity, ran through the standard safety checklist, and initiated the bridge race sequence. The warning bells clanged, the barriers descended across the road approaches, and the massive counterweights began their hydraulic groan. I watched from the control tower as the bridge deck split in the middle, both halves rising toward the sky like a steel prayer. The Providence Star motored through, her running lights leaving phosphorescent trails in the black water. That's when I saw them. Tide marks, on the roadway. The bridge deck was still rising, the road surface dry as it had been all week. We hadn't had rain since Tuesday. But there, on the eastern approach, water lines were appearing. Dark stains spreading across the asphalt as if the ocean itself was bleeding through from underneath. As the deck continued its ascent, more marks emerged. Barnacle patterns, streaks of green algae, the distinct shadow edge of something that had been submerged. I killed the control room lights and pressed my face against the window. In the darkness, the marks glowed faintly, bioluminescent like the bodies of deep-sea creatures, and they were moving, spreading, forming shapes that looked almost like... My radio sparked to life. Harbor Control. This is the Catherine R. requesting passage. I spun toward the console. The Providence Star was already through, its taillights disappearing around the river bend. The sonar showed the channel empty again. But on the screen, something else had appeared. Not a vessel echo. The signature was all wrong. The returns were coming from directly beneath the bridge itself, spreading outward in concentric circles like something was rising from the bottom. Harbor Control. This is the Nessa's Pride requesting passage. Harbor Control. This is the Morning Catch. Phyllis Morton. Albatross 2. The voices overlapped now, all speaking in unison through that water-thick static. I slammed my hand on the bridge descent button. The hydraulics screamed as the two halves of the deck began to lower, racing to close the gap before what? The question froze me. Before what came through, the deck sections met with a shuddering clang that rattled every window in the control tower. The tide marks were still there, glistening in the roadway lights, but they'd stopped spreading. Through the window I could see something else now. Impressions in the asphalt. Tracks. Like something heavy had crossed while the bridge was raised, leaving marks that shouldn't exist on a surface that had never been underwater. The sonar had returned to its normal pulse. The radio had gone silent. But I could hear something new now. A sound that shouldn't have been audible 4 stories up in a sealed control room. The wet slap of something moving on concrete. Footsteps, but wrong. Too liquid. Too multiple. I pulled up the bridge's security camera feeds on my monitor. 8 angles covering the structure. The approaches, the deck, the underside mechanisms, the access stairs. The timestamp read 2:47 a.m. All cameras showed empty frames except for one. The camera pointing down at the eastern stairwell had captured something on playback. I rewound it, watched the timestamp roll back to 2:41 while the bridge had been raised. In the grainy footage, shapes moved up the stairs. Not walking, flowing, like water given form and purpose. The image quality was too poor to make out details, but I could count them. 7 figures moving in single file toward the control room level. The recording ended at 2:44, but I hadn't lowered the bridge until 2:46, which meant for 2 minutes, those shapes had been somewhere on the structure, somewhere close. I checked the live feeds again. Empty, all of them. But the sound of wet footsteps continued, and now I could place it. Not coming from outside. Coming from inside the walls. From the maintenance spaces between the tower's double-hull construction, where the old hydraulic lines and electrical conduits ran in the gaps left by Depression-era engineering. Something was in there with me. I didn't leave the control room for the rest of the shift. Didn't even go near the door. I sat at my console, monitoring the radio and sonar, logging legitimate bridge traffic and pretending I couldn't hear the sounds of water dripping in spaces that should have been dry. When Henrik arrived at 6 a.m., he found me still at my post, surrounded by a half-dozen coffee cups and every light in the tower blazing. He took one look at my face and asked what happened. I told him. All of it. The calls from vessels that shouldn't exist. The tide marks on dry pavement. The shapes on the security footage. The sounds in the walls. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he pulled up the second chair and sat down heavily. For a long time, he just stared out the window at the morning light painting the channel in shades of gray and gold. Finally, he spoke. Said he'd worked the night shift for 30 years before moving to days. Said he'd heard the calls too. Said everyone who'd ever worked the overnight had heard them eventually. Some people heard them right away, on their first week. Others took years, but everyone heard them. I asked him what they were, what it meant. He just shook his head and told me the channel had been dredged 17 times since 1891. Every few decades they'd go deeper, make room for bigger vessels. Each time they'd pull things up, old things, things that had been down there longer than the town had existed, things that didn't match any known ship design. and every time they dredged, the calls would stop for a while. But they always came back. He said the harbor master knew. The Coast Guard knew. Anyone who'd worked the water long enough knew. The channel wasn't just a channel, it was a threshold. And every time the bridge rose, every time that gap opened in the road, something tried to cross. I asked him what would happen if they succeeded. He stood up to leave, gathering his thermos and clipboard. He said he didn't know, because no one had ever let the bridge stay open long enough to find out. Said the important thing was to always close it. No matter what you saw or heard, no matter how impossible it seemed, you lowered the bridge and sealed the gap. Then he paused at the door and added one more thing. Said the marks I'd seen, the tide lines and tracks, they'd been there before. Other operators had reported them. Most quit within a few months. But the marks always appeared in the same places, following the same patterns. Like whatever left them was retracing a path it had walked many times before. A route it remembered. A route it was determined to complete. He told me to think carefully about whether I wanted to keep working nights. I'm writing this at my console. It's 3:14 a.m. on my 7th straight night shift. I couldn't switch to days. 3 people are already on that rotation, and we're short-staffed as it is, so I'm here, watching the sonar, monitoring the radio, and trying to ignore the fact that the tide marks never really disappeared. I can see them even now if I look at the roadway at the right angle in the right light. Faint impressions worn into the asphalt like the memory of water. The radio calls have become routine. I log them professionally now. Unidentified vessel requests, no sonar confirmation. I've stopped trying to explain. The harbor master doesn't want details, just confirmation that I closed the bridge each time. That I maintained the seal. But here's what I haven't told anyone. The gaps are getting shorter. That first night, the Phyllis Morton called and I had minutes of silence before the next transmission. Now they come in waves. Sometimes 6 or 7 calls in a single minute. Overlapping voices requesting passage in that underwater static. And the sonar is starting to show something. Not vessels exactly, just returns. Echoes, shapes in the water that are there and then aren't. Existing in the space between one pulse and the next. Tonight, something new happened. At 2:33 a.m., the same time as last Saturday, I got a legitimate bridge request. A cargo ship called the Northern Wind, making the scheduled run to the upriver terminal. I ran the protocol, raised the bridge, and watched the ship pass through. But this time, when I looked at the roadway, the tide marks weren't just appearing. They were moving, actively shifting across the asphalt like water finding its level, and the shapes they formed were clearer now. I could make out distinct impressions. 7 of them, the same number as the figures on the security footage. They were positioned as if waiting, as if they'd been waiting a very long time, and they knew, somehow they knew, that eventually someone would fail to close the bridge in time, or that someone would open it and leave it open. Curious, negligent, or simply too frozen with fear to move. I hit the descent button. The bridge closed. The marks faded. But not completely. Never completely anymore. The radio is quiet right now, but it's that pressurized quiet, that held breath silence, like something on the other end is listening, waiting for its chance to speak. The sonar shows the channel empty, but the returns keep pulsing in that almost pattern that suggests something just outside the range of detection. And I can hear water behind the walls. Not dripping anymore. Flowing. Like the space between the tower's hulls has flooded, and the tide is rising in there, filling it up, getting ready to spill out into the control room when it reaches the top. I think Henrik lied about one thing. I don't think anyone knows what happens if they cross, because I'm starting to suspect that they already have, that they've been crossing for years, one by one, every time the bridge rises, and an operator hesitates just a moment too long, that the tide marks aren't showing where they want to go. They're showing where they've already been. And the reason no one talks about what happens is because the people who find out don't leave the tower. They just keep working the overnight shift, year after year, logging the calls, closing the bridge, maintaining the seal. Until one night they don't show up for work, and someone finds the control room empty, except for water-stained footprints leading nowhere. The radio just crackled. It's 3:43 a.m. I know what's coming. I'm going to close the bridge when it's time. I always do. I always will. That's what the operators do. That's what we're here for. But I'm starting to wonder if closing the bridge is the problem. If we're not sealing something out, but sealing something in. If the reason the marks keep appearing in the same places is because something is trapped, walking the same path over and over, trying to finish a journey it started decades ago. And I'm starting to wonder if the choice was never about opening or closing the bridge. The choice was whether to stay in the tower at all. The radio is speaking now, all of them at once. 7 voices in perfect unison, reciting coordinates that match the bridge's exact position. And I can see my own reflection in the dark window, but there's something wrong with it. Something standing behind me that isn't there when I turn around. The sonar shows 7 shapes rising from the channel floor, ascending toward the surface like bodies floating up from depth. The bridge request light is blinking. My hand is on the controls, and I still don't know which button I'm supposed to press. Story 19. The controller vibrated in my hands 3 seconds before I touched the throttle. I'd been mapping properties in rural Pennsylvania for 6 months, and my equipment had never malfunctioned. Not once. The DJI Phantom responded to every input with mechanical precision, its flight logs accurate to the millisecond, its camera capturing the sprawling farmland and forgotten barns that dotted Lancaster County with crystalline clarity. But that Tuesday afternoon, standing in a field of dead cornstalks that whispered against each other like conspiracy theorists, something fundamental shifted in the relationship between my hands and the machine hovering 200 feet above me. The vibration felt like anticipation, like the controller knew what I was about to do before my brain sent the signal to my fingers. I told myself it was feedback lag, electromagnetic interference from the power lines running along Route 340, anything rational. I flew the drone back, packed my gear into the truck, and drove to the motel outside Intercourse where I'd been staying. The room smelled like industrial carpet cleaner and someone else's cigarette smoke. I transferred the day's footage to my laptop, preparing to send the survey data to the real estate company that employed me. That's when I saw the street sign. In the aerial footage, clear as the veins on the back of my hand, a green road sign stood at an intersection I'd photographed a dozen times before. Dunwich Lane, it read in standard white lettering. I pulled up the county maps, cross-referenced with GPS coordinates, checked 3 different databases. No Dunwich Lane existed in Lancaster County. No Dunwich Lane existed in Pennsylvania. I scrolled through previous flights over the same area. Nothing. The sign appeared only in today's footage, solid and real, casting a shadow that matched the afternoon sun angle perfectly. I should have deleted the files and forgotten about it. Instead, I opened the flight log. The timestamp showed the footage was captured at 4:47 p.m. My watch read 4:45 p.m. when I'd landed the drone. I checked my phone, my laptop's clock, the digital display in the truck. All confirmed I'd landed at 4:45 p.m. The footage I was watching had been recorded 2 minutes in my future. The motel room felt smaller suddenly, the walls pressing inward with the weight of impossibility. I paced between the bed and the bathroom, checking and rechecking the metadata, convinced I'd misread something. But the numbers remained unchanged, clinical and absolute. The drone had recorded footage from a time that hadn't happened yet when I launched it. Sleep came in fractured intervals that night, interrupted by dreams of flying over landscapes that shifted beneath me, roads rearranging themselves into patterns that resembled circuit diagrams or maybe crop circles. When dawn finally bled through the curtains, I'd already decided to return to the location. Science demanded reproducibility. If the phenomenon occurred once, it could occur again. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. Equipment malfunction, atmospheric anomaly, something with a rational explanation that would let me sleep through the night again. The morning air tasted like coming rain and overturned earth. I drove back to the same field, set up the drone on the same patch of ground where I'd stood the day before. The cornstalk seemed taller somehow, though that was impossible in less than 12 hours. They leaned toward me at angles that suggested attention rather than wind direction. The controller felt heavier in my hands. I launched the drone, watching it ascend against a sky the color of old bruises. At exactly 200 feet, I began the standard grid pattern, north to south, parallel passes, overlapping footage for complete coverage. The screen showed familiar terrain. The abandoned barn I'd photographed 100 times, the tree line marking the eastern property boundary, the dirt road cutting through the landscape like a scar. Then the telemetry display flickered. The GPS coordinates jumped, showing the drone's position shifting in ways that defied physics. It drew a circle, a perfect circle. Not the slight oval that human error produces, not the wandering path of wind interference, but a geometrically precise circle centered exactly on the abandoned barn below. I wasn't touching the controls. My thumbs hovered over the joysticks, paralyzed by the impossibility unfolding on the screen. The drone completed the circle in 43 seconds. The controller vibrated continuously now, a sensation that felt less like mechanical feedback and more like something alive beneath my palms, something with a pulse that didn't quite match my own. When the circle closed, the drone stopped mid-air, hovering motionless despite a wind that bent the corn stalks nearly horizontal. I tried to land it. Nothing. I tried to break the hover, to move in any direction. The controls were dead, or rather, they were responding to someone else. Something else. The drone began a descent, smooth and controlled, following a path I hadn't programmed. It landed on the barn's roof. The structure had been abandoned for decades, its boards silvered by weather, its roof sagging in the middle like a broken spine. No one had entered it in years, according to the property records I'd reviewed. The landowner had died, the farm had passed to distant relatives who'd never claimed it, and the barn had simply been left to decay in the slow, patient manner of rural neglect. I found myself walking toward it. I don't remember making the decision, but my feet moved through the dead corn, following a path that seemed to open before me, stalks parting as if pushed aside by invisible hands. The barn loomed larger with each step, its shadow stretching across the field like spilled ink. The drone sat on the peak of the roof, its red lights blinking in a pattern I didn't recognize from the manual. The barn door hung on one remaining hinge, creating a gap wide enough to enter. Darkness pooled beyond the threshold, thick and substantial. I could smell age inside, and something else. Ozone. The sharp scent that follows lightning strikes, that indicates electricity has been present in concentrations that shouldn't exist. I stepped inside. The interior was larger than the exterior dimensions allowed. Physics didn't work properly here, or my perception had become unreliable in ways I couldn't define. Farm equipment from different eras stood along the walls. A wooden plow that looked pre-industrial, a metal tractor from the 1950s, computer monitors showing green text on black screens, technology that progressed chronologically from left to right, as if the barn contained a museum of human agriculture and advancement. In the center, directly beneath where my drone had landed on the roof, someone had carved symbols into the dirt floor. They formed a circle, perfect and precise, matching the flight pattern my drone had traced in the air. The symbols weren't letters from any alphabet I recognized, but they suggested language, communication, meaning that existed just beyond the edge of my comprehension. The controller vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, though the drone sat 30 feet above me on the roof. The screen showed live footage, aerial view, but the angle was wrong. The camera pointed downward, and in the frame, I could see myself standing in the barn, looking at the symbols, holding the controller. But the timestamp showed 3:17 p.m. My watch read 3:19 p.m. I was watching footage from my own past. The implications threaded through my mind like parasites, burrowing into certainty, replacing knowledge with doubt. If the drone could record the future, if it could record the past, then time itself had become unreliable here. This place, this barn, this perfect circle of corrupted dirt, they existed in a relationship with causality that defied every law I'd built my understanding of reality upon. I checked the flight log on the controller. The data scrolled backward, times reversing, coordinates retracing. October 8th, October 7th, October 6th. The log showed flights I hadn't made yet, surveys of properties I'd been scheduled to visit next week, next month. And earlier, flights from before I'd been hired, before I'd arrived in Pennsylvania, footage of locations I'd never seen but recognized with a certainty that felt like memory. My hands shook. The screen blurred. I needed to leave, to run back to the truck, to drive until I reached somewhere that time flowed in the proper direction. But my legs wouldn't respond. I stood rooted in the barn, staring at symbols carved by hands I couldn't identify, watching footage of my life play in reverse on a screen that grew brighter as the barn grew darker around me. That's when I heard the voice. It didn't come from outside me. It resonated in the bones of my skull, in the fluid of my inner ear, in the electrical impulses firing across synapses that were becoming less reliable by the moment. The voice said my name, but not the name I used. Not the name on my driver's license or the name my mother had chosen. It said the name I would have in 3 days, or had 3 days ago, or would choose in some timeline that existed perpendicular to the one I thought I inhabited. The controller displayed a new message in the flight log. You've been mapping us while we map you. I looked up, through gaps in the barn's roof where boards had rotted away, to where my drone sat motionless against the sky, its camera pointed downward, lens focused on me with an attention that felt deliberate, conscious. How long had it been watching? How many flights had I conducted thinking I controlled the machine, never realizing the observation ran in both directions? The symbols on the ground began to glow, faint phosphorescence that increased incrementally, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the vibration still emanating from the controller. They weren't carved into the dirt. They were carved into whatever existed beneath the dirt, the substrate of reality itself, the code underlying the simulation of physical law. I remembered something then, or perhaps I predicted it, or maybe the distinction no longer mattered. I remembered standing in this barn before, weeks ago, or weeks from now, having this exact realization, feeling this exact terror, and I would stand here again, tomorrow or yesterday, repeating this moment in a loop that had no beginning because beginnings required time to flow in one direction. The controller showed new footage now. Me driving to the motel, me unpacking equipment, me seeing the Dunwich Lane sign for what I thought was the first time. But the timestamp showed dates that hadn't occurred yet, footage of me discovering what I was discovering right now, evidence that I'd been trapped in this cycle for longer than memory could reliably calculate. How many times had I stood in this barn? How many times had the drone recorded my confusion, my growing horror, my eventual understanding that I'd never been mapping properties at all? I'd been mapping the boundaries of a temporal loop, flying circuits around the same moment, photographing my own imprisonment from different angles while something else, something that existed outside the normal flow of causality, studied me with the same detached curiosity I'd applied to abandoned barns and forgotten farms. The real estate company that employed me. I tried to remember their office, their address, the face of the manager who'd hired me. The memories felt thin, unconvincing, props arranged to provide context for a narrative that had never been true. I pulled out my phone to call them, to demand answers. The screen showed missed calls from a number I didn't recognize. 43 missed calls, all placed at 4:47 p.m. on different dates spanning 6 months. All from myself, all warning myself about something I couldn't hear because I'd never been able to answer. The barn's darkness had become complete now, the phosphorescent symbols providing the only light. They illuminated nothing but themselves and the growing certainty that I'd made a fundamental error in my understanding of what was happening. This wasn't about the drone malfunctioning. This was about me malfunctioning, my perception of linear time corrupting like a hard drive slowly failing, sectors of memory becoming unreadable, the operating system of consciousness unable to boot properly. I stumbled toward the door, toward the gap where dying sunlight still penetrated, toward escape that felt increasingly theoretical. The controller vibrated with such intensity, it burned against my palm. The screen displayed a final message. Next survey begins in 3 seconds. I ran, through the gap, into the field, toward the truck parked where I'd left it, or where I would leave it, or where it had always been waiting. The cornstalks grabbed at my clothes like they recognized me, like we'd become familiar through repeated encounters. I reached the truck, threw open the door, turned the key. The engine started, the radio turned on automatically, tuned to a station I hadn't programmed. The DJ's voice, smooth and unremarkable, announced the time, 4:47 p.m., the exact time my drone had recorded footage from the future, the exact time I'd been trying to reach or escape or had never actually left. I drove. Miles passed, then towns, then the county line. But when I checked the GPS, it showed me circling, tracing a perfect path around a fixed point in space where an abandoned barn stood waiting. The odometer ran backward. The fuel gauge filled rather than emptied. Road signs appeared that advertised towns existing only in the future or the past, or the space between measurements, where observation collapsed probability into singular events. The motel appeared ahead, its neon sign flickering in patterns that resembled code. I parked in the same space I'd occupied that morning, or every morning, or the morning that had never technically ended because time had become a circle that I traced with mechanical precision. Inside the room, my laptop sat open on the bed, screen glowing. New footage had been uploaded automatically. I sat down, compelled by something between curiosity and resignation, and pressed play. The aerial view showed the field, the barn, a figure standing in the doorway looking upward. Me. But the angle was wrong again. This footage wasn't from my drone. It came from above where my drone flew, from a perspective higher and more remote, as if something else observed both me and the machine I thought I controlled. The timestamp showed tomorrow's date, then next week's, then next month's. The footage continued, an infinite scroll of futures where I stood in the same field, launched the same drone, walked to the same barn, discovered the same truth over and over while something documented my growing comprehension with scientific detachment. The controller sat on the desk beside the laptop, its screen still active, though the drone remained on the barn's roof miles away. The flight log scrolled through dates, backward and forward, a river of time flowing in both directions simultaneously. I watched my history and my future unspool in parallel, identical except for tiny variations. The angle of the sun, the direction of the wind, the expression on my face as I realized again that I'd been trapped. Outside, the sun set and rose and set again in rapid succession, day and night flickering like a failing bulb. Or perhaps I'd been sitting here for much longer than I could perceive. My sense of duration as corrupted as my sense of sequence. I reached for the controller, knowing I would fly again tomorrow, knowing the drone would record footage from times that didn't align with the present, knowing I would return to the barn where symbols glowed beneath the floor, and something patient and vast continued its observation. The screen displayed a new message. Survey complete. Uploading data. But I'd never pressed send. I'd never completed the upload. Unless I had repeatedly, every day for months or years, or the looping instant that had expanded to contain my entire existence. Unless the data being uploaded wasn't photographs of properties, wasn't telemetry from autonomous flight patterns, wasn't footage of abandoned barns. Unless the data was me. The controller vibrated in my hands, familiar now, almost comforting. I looked at the screen and saw tomorrow's flight plan. The same grid pattern over the same field. Coordinates that I would follow because I'd already followed them because I was following them now in an eternal present that had consumed past and future into a single moment repeated infinitely. I set the controller down carefully, watching my hands move through motions that felt both voluntary and inevitable. In 3 hours, or 3 days ago, or 3 seconds from now, I would sleep. I would wake. I would drive to the field. I would launch the drone. And somewhere beyond time, beyond the barn and the field and the corrupted telemetry, something would continue watching, recording, uploading data about the human specimen caught in a temporal loop, studying my responses to impossible stimuli with the same methodical attention I'd once applied to mapping properties in rural Pennsylvania. The laptop screen flickered. New footage appeared. Me sitting in the motel room, staring at the screen, realizing what I was realizing right now. The timestamp showed a date that hadn't been invented yet, in a numbering system that suggested calendars extending far beyond human civilization. I laughed, though the sound came out wrong, distorted by the thickening air or my deteriorating perception, or the simple fact that laughter required a future to echo into. And futures had become indistinguishable from pasts, had become indistinguishable from the present moment, stretched and compressed into singularity. The drone sat on the barn roof, waiting. It would always be waiting. And tomorrow, or yesterday, or now, I would return to claim it, to resume the survey, to map the boundaries of my prison while something else mapped the boundaries of my consciousness, documenting with scientific precision exactly how long a human mind could function while time flowed in circles. The controller vibrated its anticipation. 3 seconds until I would touch the controls. 3 seconds that had already passed. 3 seconds that would never arrive. I reached for the throttle. The cycle continued. Story 20. The ping arrived at 2:47 a.m., its artificial chime cutting through the dead air of my sedan like a scalpel through silence. I'd been idling outside the university's closed library for the past 20 minutes, watching moths spiral around the sodium lights, their wings casting erratic shadows across my windshield. The app showed a pickup 3 blocks north on Ashwood Street, a route I knew like the creases in my palm, though something about seeing it displayed on the glowing screen made my chest tighten with inexplicable dread. I accepted the ride. The engine's rumble felt different tonight, lower somehow, as if it were emanating from somewhere beneath the asphalt rather than under my hood. My headlights swept across empty storefronts as I navigated the deserted streets, their windows reflecting nothing but my own twin beams back at me. The university district had always been a ghost town after midnight, especially during summer break. But tonight the emptiness felt deliberate, staged, like a theater after the audience has fled but before the lights come up. The GPS directed me left onto Ashwood, and I complied automatically, my hands moving with the muscle memory of 6 months driving these streets. But something was wrong. The left turn should have taken me past the old pharmacy with its faded awning, then the row of shuttered bars with their neon signs gone dark. Instead, my headlights illuminated a narrow alley I'd never seen before. Couldn't have seen before, because I'd driven past this intersection hundreds of times. The alley's brick walls pressed inward like the throat of something swallowing. My speedometer read 15 miles per hour, but the buildings seemed to crawl past at a fraction of that speed, their windows black and bottomless. The GPS showed my blue dot moving steadily forward, utterly confident in this impossible route. I should have turned around, should have canceled the ride, gone home, called it a night. But my foot stayed pressed to the accelerator with the inevitability of a dream where you're running but can't stop, even though you've forgotten what you're running toward or away from. The alley opened onto Riverside Drive, a street that dead-ended 3 years ago when they demolished the old bridge. I knew this because I'd attended the farewell ceremony they'd held for it, a ridiculous affair with the mayor cutting a ribbon in reverse, as if undoing progress. Yet here it stretched before me, whole and waiting, the bridge's iron superstructure rising from the fog like the ribs of some massive creature. The pickup location marker pulsed on my screen. A blue pin dropped precisely in the center of the bridge. No one was there. I stopped the car anyway, the brake pedal soft under my foot, offering less resistance than it should. The bridge spread before me, its surface painted with fog that moved wrong, not drifting with any breeze, but circulating, churning like something stirred from below. My phone showed the passenger's name, just a dash, a horizontal line where letters should be. 5-star rating, no profile picture, just the app's default silhouette. I waited. 1 minute, 3, 5. Then the app pinged again, not a cancellation but a route update. The passenger had apparently gotten in, though my rear doors remained closed, my back seat empty except for the shadows cast by streetlights that shouldn't exist on a demolished bridge. The destination appeared, 1847 Riverside Drive, my old apartment building. The one I'd left 8 months ago after the incident I still couldn't fully remember. The one that resulted in 72 hours of observation and a prescription I'd stopped filling after the first month. My hands began following the route before my brain fully processed the command to move. The GPS guided me back across the bridge, which I knew intellectually should have been impossible, was impossible, and through a series of turns that felt both familiar and foreign. Streets I'd traveled 1,000 times now, contained subtle wrongnesses. A fire hydrant on the opposite corner, a stop sign where there should be a yield, buildings whose architectural details seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, settling into normalcy only when I looked directly at them. The app pinged again. Another ride request appeared, overlapping the first. Different pickup location, the student center parking lot, but the same absent name, the same dash, the same impossible 5-star rating. A rating I'd supposedly given according to my ride history, though I had no memory of ever completing this trip. I accepted it anyway. What else could I do? The second pickup location resolved itself as I drove, the student center materializing from fog I didn't remember entering. My headlights illuminated the loading zone where I dropped off countless passengers during the semester, but tonight it looked subtly different. The curb painted yellow instead of red. The bike racks on the left instead of the right. Small details that nonetheless hollowed out my certainty about everything I thought I knew. Again, no passenger appeared. Again, the app registered their entry. Again, a new destination. The same address, 1847 Riverside Drive. I checked my rearview mirror. The back seat remained empty, but something had changed. A baseball cap rested on the rear passenger seat. Its brim curved exactly the way I curved my own, its faded logo matching the one My hand shot to my head. My cap was still there, solid and real against my scalp. I reached back without taking my eyes from the road, my fingers extending toward the back seat cap. The fabric felt correct under my fingertips. Worn cotton, the slight roughness where I'd scrubbed at a beer stain last month. When I pulled it forward, it resisted slightly, as if caught on something, then came free with a soft sound, like fabric tearing. I held two identical caps now, one in my hand, one on my head. Both real, both mine, both impossible. The caps smelled faintly of my shampoo, bore the same oil stains along the inner band, had the same loose thread dangling from the adjustment strap. I dropped the second cap onto the passenger seat, watching it land with ordinary weight and substance. My scalp still registered the pressure of the first cap. My reflection in the mirror still showed me wearing it. The app pinged a third time. The pattern continued through the pre-dawn hours. Rides appearing from nowhere. Passengers that never materialized but somehow boarded anyway. Destinations that always resolved to that same address. Each time I completed a route, my rating updated. 5 stars from a dash, glowing approval from emptiness. Each time I checked my back seat, I found another familiar object that shouldn't exist. My spare car keys, though my originals hung from the ignition. My water bottle, though I could see its twin in the cup holder. My phone charger, though the one I'd been using remained plugged into the dash. Objects multiplying like cells dividing, each iteration perfect and impossible. The streets grew stranger with each trip. Buildings I knew stood in slightly wrong positions, as if the entire city had been dismantled and reassembled by someone working from imperfect memory. Street signs displayed names I'd never heard, then changed to familiar ones when I looked again. Traffic lights cycled through their sequences in reverse, green to yellow to red, then back through the same progression. And always, the routes terminated at 1847 Riverside Drive. I stopped fighting it around 4 a.m., stopped questioning, simply drove where the GPS directed, accepted rides from nowhere, dropped off passengers I couldn't see. The ritual had its own logic, its own internal consistency. Fighting it felt like swimming against a riptide, exhausting and pointless. But I didn't drive to the final destination. Couldn't. Each route took me within a block, sometimes within sight of the building, then redirected me away with a new pickup notification. The app seemed to be circling, bringing me closer in spirals, tightening the noose with each completed trip. The building itself looked unchanged when I caught glimpses of it between routes. 4 stories of red brick, the 3rd floor corner window where I'd lived for 2 years, the fire escape I'd climbed drunk one night on a bet. But something felt wrong about it, felt hungry, as if the building were pulling at me through the fog and distance, reeling me in with each passing trip. My phone showed 17 completed rides tonight. Impossible. I'd accepted maybe 7, 8 at most. Yet there they were in my history. 17 identical entries, each with a dash for a passenger name, each rated 5 stars by me, each ending at an address that grew more familiar and more alien with every viewing. The back seat had accumulated a small pile of my possessions now. 2 more caps, 3 water bottles, a spare key ring. My old garage door opener from the apartment I'd supposedly left. A book I'd reported lost last year. Each item unmistakably mine, each existing simultaneously elsewhere in the car or in my memory of having lost or discarded it. At 5:13 a.m., the sky beginning its reluctant brightening, the app pinged with a new request. The pickup location made my breath catch. 1847 Riverside Drive, 3rd floor, apartment 304. My old apartment, not near it, not at the building, inside it. The destination field was blank. My hands were already turning the steering wheel, already guiding me through the familiar streets that had become unfamiliar, through the impossible geography of a city that resembled, but wasn't quite the one I knew. The building grew larger in my windshield with each block, its windows reflecting the dawn's pink light, the 3rd floor corner window glowing slightly brighter than the others. I parked directly in front, in the loading zone I'd used hundreds of times during my tenancy. The engine ticked as it cooled, the sound sharp in the morning quiet. My phone showed the passenger waiting, a dash, waiting in an apartment I hadn't entered in 8 months, waiting to be taken nowhere. The building's front door stood propped open, a brick wedged into its frame, something the landlord had done during move-in days to avoid giving everyone keys. But this wasn't move-in day. This was the dead week between summer sessions, the building probably half empty, everyone else asleep or away. I should have driven off, should have logged out of the app, gone home to my new apartment across town, pretended this night had never happened. But the pull was undeniable now, a physical pressure in my chest that matched the rhythm of my pulse. The building wanted me inside, or I wanted to be inside, or there was no difference anymore between wanting and being wanted, between hunter and prey, between driver and passenger. The stairs creaked under my feet with familiar groans, each step placing my weight on boards I'd memorized through daily repetition. 3rd floor, turn right, 4 doors down, 304. The door stood ajar. My apartment. My old apartment, I corrected myself, though the correction felt increasingly meaningless, looked exactly as I'd left it. Same furniture arranged in the same positions. Same water stain on the ceiling from the leak I'd reported and the landlord had ignored. Same view of the parking lot through the corner window. Same angle of morning light casting the same shadows. Same figure sitting in the armchair, facing away from me, wearing a baseball cap I recognized. The figure didn't move, didn't need to. I could see enough in the window's reflection, my face, my posture, my hands resting on the chair's arms exactly as mine would rest. The phone clutched in those hands glowed with a familiar interface. The rideshare app, showing a driver approaching, a blue dot converging on this address. My phone pinged. New ride request. Pickup location. Right here, this room, this moment. Destination, blank. I checked my app. It showed me as the driver, arriving at the pickup location, but it also showed me as the passenger, waiting to be collected. Both simultaneously, both equally real. The same dash for a name in both roles, the same 5-star rating I'd given myself, would give myself, was giving myself in this eternal present tense where past and future had collapsed into a single point of terrible clarity. The figure in the chair turned slowly, and I saw my own face looking back at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Not fear, not surprise, but something closer to recognition, or resignation, or relief. His lips moved. My lips moved, forming words I felt in my own throat before I heard them. Welcome back. The app pinged again, and again, and again. Requests multiplying, all from this address, all from versions of myself scattered across time or space or whatever dimension this city had become. Dozens of rides, hundreds, each one a loop spiraling into the same moment, the same room, the same recognition. I looked at the other me, at myself, at whatever I was or had been or was becoming. He gestured toward the window, and I followed his gaze to the street below. My car sat in the loading zone, exactly where I'd parked it. But the driver's seat wasn't empty. Someone sat there, hands on the wheel, wearing a baseball cap, staring up at this window with our face, waiting for a passenger who was waiting for a driver who was waiting for. My phone showed 37 active ride requests now, all originating from this building, this room, this moment. My rating had updated, still 5 stars, but the number of trips completed kept climbing, hundreds becoming thousands, becoming numbers that lost meaning. Ratings I'd given to myself in futures I couldn't remember, and pasts I hadn't yet experienced. The other me stood, and I noticed for the first time what was scattered on the floor around his chair. Baseball caps, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, piled like autumn leaves. Water bottles, key rings, phones. All the small objects that defined me, multiplied into absurdity. An archaeological record of the same person accumulated across countless iterations of the same night. He walked past me toward the door, and I caught the faint scent of my shampoo, my deodorant, the coffee I'd drunk, would drink, was drinking. At the threshold, he paused, looked back, and I saw in his expression something that might have been pity, or might have been envy, or might have been the total absence of either. A blankness that matched the dash where our names should be. The shift never ends, he said, or I said, or we said together. Someone's always driving. Someone's always waiting. Someone's always arriving at where they've already been. He disappeared into the hallway, footsteps descending the stairs, the building's front door creaking open, then clicking shut. Through the window, I watched myself. Him, whatever, walk to the car, open the driver's door, slide behind the wheel. The phone in his hand glowed. Mine glowed in answer. New ride request accepted. Destination updating. Route calculating. 1847 Riverside Drive, 3rd floor, apartment 304. I sat in the armchair, still warm from his body, from my body, and felt the weight of the baseball cap settle onto my head, though I didn't remember putting it on. My phone showed me as both driver and passenger now, the distinction meaningless, the roles interchangeable. Outside, the car pulled away from the curb, disappearing into the morning fog that was already thickening again, returning the city to its nocturnal strangeness, despite the rising sun. The app pinged. Another request. I looked at the screen, saw the familiar dash where a name should be, the familiar 5-star rating, the familiar destination. My fingers moved automatically, accepting the ride, because what else was there to do? The passenger was already on their way. The driver was already en route. The loop was already complete. I stood and walked to the window, watching the street below, waiting for the car that was already parked, that had never left, that was always arriving. The building hummed with a sound I'd never noticed before, a low frequency that matched my heartbeat, that matched the engine's idle, that matched the endless cycling of rides appearing and completing and appearing again. The door behind me creaked open, though I hadn't heard footsteps on the stairs. I didn't turn around. Didn't need to. I knew who it would be, what he would look like, what he would say. But when his hand touched my shoulder, when my hand touched my shoulder, the fingers felt cold despite their familiarity, and the voice that spoke next to my ear carried an edge of desperation I hadn't heard in my own voice before, a crack in the certainty that suggested maybe, possibly somewhere in this endless recursion, something was breaking down, wearing thin, approaching some terminus where the loop might finally. The app crashed, just for a second, just long enough for the screen to go black, for the silence to stretch into something vast and terrifying. Then it rebooted, loading screen spinning, and when it opened again, everything was normal, ordinary, exactly as it should be. No active rides, no mysterious passengers, no impossible ratings. Just the standard interface of a rideshare app at 5:47 a.m. on a Tuesday morning in a college town in the dead of summer. I was in my car, the driver's seat, parked in front of 1847 Riverside Drive, The building dark and silent, all windows black, including the third-floor corner that should have been glowing with dawn light and my own presence. The back seat empty except for shadows. One baseball cap on my head, one phone in my hand, one set of keys in the ignition. My ride history showed 6 completed trips tonight. Normal trips. Real passengers with real names and real faces I could almost remember. The last one ended 30 minutes ago at a dormitory on the east side of campus. Nothing strange. Nothing impossible. Just a normal night on the night shift. But when I checked my rating, I found something new. A review from a passenger whose name displayed as a dash, dated 8 months from now. 5 stars, accompanied by a comment that read, "Always on time. Always knows the route. Always arrives exactly when you need him, even if you didn't know you were waiting." I deleted the app, uninstalled it completely, watching the icon disappear from my screen with a finality that felt both necessary and futile. Then I drove away from the building, taking random turns, avoiding the GPS, trusting nothing but my own sense of direction and the pale, strengthening light of actual morning. I made it 3 blocks before my phone pinged with a notification. Not from the app I deleted, but from the phone's native messaging system. A calendar reminder I didn't remember setting, scheduled for 2:47 a.m. tonight, labeled simply, "Shift starts." The reminder repeated daily, forever, never ending. My phone informed me cheerfully. Would I like to keep or delete this event? My finger hovered over the delete button. Outside, the city was waking up. Sprinklers activating on lawns, newspapers hitting driveways, the distant groan of garbage trucks beginning their rounds. Normal sounds. Real sounds. The sounds of a world that made sense, that followed rules, that distinguished between driver and passenger, between past and present, between the person leaving and the person arriving. I looked in the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. The third-floor window of 1847 Riverside Drive was dark in the distance behind me. My baseball cap sat firmly on my head, singular and ordinary. But in the mirror's reflection, I could see the corner of something on the back seat, mostly hidden by shadows. The curved brim of a cap, the faded logo, the familiar shape. I didn't turn around to check. Didn't need to. I already knew what I'd find, what I'd always find, what I'd been finding and would keep finding in some eternal present, where the shift never truly ended, where someone was always driving and someone was always waiting, and the distance between them was simultaneously infinite and non-existent. The calendar reminder stayed on my screen, waiting for my decision, patient as only digital things could be. Keep or delete, stay or leave, drive or be driven. I put the car in gear and headed toward my new apartment across town, away from the university district, away from the fog and the impossible geography and the building that somehow always knew exactly where to find me. The calendar notification would still be there tonight at 2:47 a.m. The app would still be available for download. The city would still need drivers, and passengers would still need rides. And somewhere between those two needs, a space existed where the rules bent just enough to let impossible things become inevitable. I would resist, of course. Would tell myself I was done, finished, never going back. Would believe it too, until the moment I didn't. Until the pull became too strong. Until the recognition that I'd been here before and would be here again collapsed the distinction between choice and compulsion into something indistinguishable from destiny. But that would be tonight's problem. Tonight's shift. Tonight's endless cycle of pickup and drop-off, arrival and departure, driver and passenger merging into a single point of terrible clarity. For now, in the growing morning light, I was just a man driving home after a long night's work. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing impossible about it at all. My phone pinged one last time. I glanced at the screen. New ride request, 1847 Riverside Drive. Pickup time, 2:47 a.m. Passenger name. I set the phone down without responding, watching it glow insistently in the cup holder, and kept driving toward the illusion of somewhere else. Story 21. And the smell hit me first that Tuesday morning. mildew mixed with something metallic, sharp enough to taste. I'd worked in the university archives for 11 months, and that odor had never been there before. The basement stretched out in its usual configuration of steel shelving and fluorescent hum, but something felt displaced, like furniture moved an inch while you slept. I settled into my desk near the microfilm readers, pulling up my cataloging queue. Routine work, digitizing old newspaper collections, tagging metadata, moving on. The machine's cooling fan whirred as I threaded the first reel, watching grainy headlines scroll past. Local news from 1967, a building fire, a university expansion announcement. Then my name. Archival processing completed by, and there it was. My full name in the attribution line. Not similar, not a coincidence of surnames. My exact name, middle initial included, credited with cataloging this very newspaper in a date stamp from March 1967. I was born in 1995. My finger hovered over the advanced dial, that metallic taste intensifying. The logical explanations assembled themselves. Clerical error, modern annotation system glitch, some database corruption bleeding contemporary records into historical ones. Except the byline was in the original microfilm grain, part of the photograph of the physical newspaper page itself. Not an overlay, not a digital artifact. I printed the frame. The paper felt wrong coming out of the machine. Too cold, the texture slightly waxy. I folded it into my pocket and tried to focus on the next reel, but my hands kept returning to that pocket, checking if the print was still there, if it still said what I thought it said. The book elevator clanged somewhere in the depths of the building. We used it to move materials between floors. 5 stories of archives, libraries, and administrative offices. I'd ridden it dozens of times during collections transfers, wedging myself between book carts in the metal cage. The sound of it moving now meant someone was requesting materials, except I was the only archivist scheduled for basement duty today. I walked toward the elevator shaft, past rows of bound periodicals that seemed to lean inward slightly as I passed. The elevator doors stood open on our level, the interior empty. The brass dial above the doors showed the car's position, level M. There was no M floor in this building. Basement, ground, 1 through 4. That was it. I'd studied the building plans during my onboarding, memorized the evacuation routes and materials locations. M didn't exist. I pressed the call button anyway. The elevator mechanism groaned, cables sliding through the shaft with a rhythm that almost sounded like breathing. The dial rotated backward. 4, 3, 2, 1, ground, basement, and stopped. The doors didn't open. Behind me, something shifted. A book sliding loose from its shelf, perhaps, except the sound was too deliberate, too measured. I turned slowly, scanning the rows of shelving that created narrow corridors throughout the archive space. The fluorescent lights threw everything into harsh contrast, deep shadows between the stacks. The spine labels had moved, not fallen off, moved. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, each shifted a few millimeters on their respective spines. The displacement created a pattern, arrows formed by the slight angles of the labels, all pointing toward the southeast corner of the basement, toward the service corridor that branched off behind the old card catalog cabinets. I'd asked about that corridor during my first week. The head archivist, Gunnarsson, had looked at me with an expression I'd interpreted as confusion. What corridor? There's just the break room and the loading dock access back there. The assistant curator had been more direct, suggesting I was thinking of another building entirely, that archives basements all looked similar, and I'd probably conflated memories from my graduate work elsewhere. But I'd been in that corridor. I remembered the scuffed linoleum, the water-stained ceiling tiles, the door at the end with a small circular window that showed only darkness beyond. I remembered because I'd tried the handle and found it locked, and I'd meant to ask about what was stored there but had forgotten until someone asked if I needed something from the break room, and the question had evaporated. Now the labels were pointing at it. I approached the card catalog cabinet slowly, my footsteps too loud in the empty basement. The cabinet stood in a row against the wall, heavy oak things that predated the computer system by half a century. Behind them, the wall should have been solid, I could picture the building's layout, the way the basement footprint aligned with the floors above. But there was a gap. Narrow, barely wider than my shoulders, the kind of space that seemed impossible to notice unless you were looking directly at it. The corridor beyond stretched into dimness, emergency lighting casting everything in sickly green. The metallic smell was stronger here, mixing with dust and something organic, something that reminded me of the inside of old books when they've started to decay. My rational mind assembled explanations: maintenance access, utility chase, storage for hazardous materials that required isolation. My body understood something different, every nerve signaling that I should turn around and leave the building entirely. I went forward instead, because I'd found my name in a newspaper from before I was born, and I needed to understand what that meant. The corridor's walls were closer than I remembered, or perhaps they'd always been this close, and my memory had granted them more space. Pipes ran along the ceiling, wrapped in crumbling asbestos insulation that probably violated every modern safety code. The floor had a slight downward slope, barely perceptible but enough that I felt I was descending even though the angle was too subtle to see. The door at the end waited in its pool of shadow. The circular window was dark, but as I approached, I thought I saw movement beyond it. A shifting of darkness within darkness, the suggestion of depth where there should be only a locked storage room. My hand found the handle. It was warm, which made no sense in the basement's perpetual chill. The metal felt organic under my palm, responding to my touch with a slight give, like flesh rather than brass. I should have left then. Part of me knew that, understood, that whatever lay beyond this door was something that didn't follow the rules I'd spent my life learning and applying. But I'd built my career on investigation, on finding answers in fragments, on reconstructing truth from incomplete records. The handle turned easily. The room beyond was impossible, not because of what it contained, though the shelves of books and documents were wrong in ways I couldn't immediately articulate, but because it was too large, far too large. The dimensions extended beyond the building's footprint, beyond the physical possibility of the space. I could see shelves receding into a distance that shouldn't exist beneath a 5-story university building, rows and rows of materials disappearing into a haze that wasn't quite fog and wasn't quite darkness. I stepped inside, and the door clicked shut behind me. The books nearest me had my handwriting on their catalog cards, not similar handwriting, mine exactly, including the specific way I formed the tail on my lowercase g, the barely perceptible rightward slant I'd developed from years of rushed notation. But the dates on the cards spanned decades, centuries even. Materials I'd cataloged in 1823, in 1945, in 2003, years before I'd started my graduate degree. I pulled a volume from the shelf, a leather-bound ledger that felt warm and slightly damp. The pages were filled with entries in multiple hands, lists of names and dates and brief notations that read like status reports. I flipped toward the middle and found my name again, this time in an entry dated 1734. Processing completed by, and my name, in handwriting that was unmistakably mine, despite the antique ink and paper. Below it, someone had written, "He will find this eventually. They always do." The temperature had dropped. I could see my breath now, small clouds of vapor that hung in the air longer than they should, drifting slowly upward against the absent circulation. The shelves seemed to pulse very slightly, the books and files and boxes contracting and expanding in a rhythm that matched the cable sounds I'd heard from the elevator shaft. Breathing. I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned, there was only the door I'd entered through. Except now it had that circular window, and through it I could see my own basement workspace, my desk, the microfilm reader with its frozen frame of that impossible newspaper byline, and I could see myself sitting at the desk, threading a new reel of microfilm, completely unaware of my presence watching from the other side. The footsteps came again, from somewhere deeper in the impossible room. Multiple sets of them, moving between the shelves with purpose, coming closer. I couldn't see their source, but I could hear them clearly. The precise, measured pace of people who knew exactly where they were going. I backed toward the door, my hand finding the warm metal handle. The me on the other side looked up from his work, scanning the basement as if he'd heard something. His eyes passed over the door without recognition, without seeing it at all. "You can't go back yet," a voice said behind me, not threatening, just stating fact. "You have work to complete here first." I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because I recognized that voice. It was my own, but older somehow, worn down by time or repetition. "How long?" I managed to ask. "You've been cataloging for 217 years, my voice answered. "Give or take. Time works differently in the collection. You'll understand once you've finished your current rotation." The footsteps had stopped. I could feel their presence now. Multiple versions of something gathered in the darkness between the shelves, waiting, watching. I forced myself to turn. The figures were difficult to look at directly, their forms seeming to shift when I tried to focus. But I recognized elements: the jacket I was wearing, the specific scuff on my left shoe, the way I held my shoulders when I was tired. All of me, or versions of me, standing in a loose semicircle. One of them held out a book. I took it reflexively, and its weight felt familiar, though I'd never seen it before. The cover bore no title, just a symbol I didn't recognize but somehow knew, had always known, would always know. "The new materials need processing," the older me said, gesturing toward the deeper shelves. "The newspapers arrived this morning, 2025 collection. You'll need to add your attribution to the bylines before they're returned to the archives." I looked down at the book in my hands and found it filled with blank pages, except they weren't blank. As I watched, text began to appear, spreading across the pages like ink through water. My handwriting, documenting materials I hadn't yet cataloged, describing processes I hadn't yet completed, describing this moment in a newspaper dated October 10th, 2025, archived in microfilm that someone would find decades from now. The door behind me had vanished. Where it had been was just another shelf, filled with ledgers and files and boxes that extended back into impossible distance. I tried to remember entering the corridor, but the memory was slippery, contradictory. Had I always been in this room? The basement workspace seemed like something I'd only seen through the circular window, a place I'd observed but never occupied. The older versions of me had returned to their work, moving between the shelves with practiced efficiency. I could hear the scratch of pen on paper, the soft thud of books being reshelved, the whisper of pages turning, the same sounds I'd heard every day in the archives above, or below, or beside, wherever the normal world existed in relation to this place. My hands opened the blank book to the first page and pulled a pen from my pocket. The date wrote itself at the top of the page, October 10th, 2025. Then my hand began forming words, cataloging entries for materials that hadn't been processed yet, adding my name to attributions that would appear in newspapers from decades past. Somewhere above me, or below, or in that other place where the basement existed, an elevator clanged to life, climbing toward a floor that wasn't on any building plan. The spine labels throughout the archives shifted again, their arrows reforming, pointing toward different corridors, different doors, different archivists who would eventually follow them down. The work continued. It always had. It always would. And somewhere in my mind, I could still feel myself sitting at that desk, threading microfilm, finding my name in impossible places, and beginning to notice how the labels had moved, how they were pointing towards something in the corner of my vision that I couldn't quite ignore. A story 22. The fluorescent lights hum their familiar dirge as I settle into another shift at the toll booth on Route 47. They've been humming that same note for 6 years now, ever since the highway department closed this stretch of road and rerouted traffic through the new bypass. 6 years of sitting in this glass box, watching an empty road that leads nowhere, collecting a paycheck that arrives with mechanical precision every 2 weeks. The contract is what keeps me here. Some bureaucratic tangle between the state and the construction company that built this booth back in the 80s. Legal said it was cheaper to keep paying me than to fight the lawsuit. So here I sit, night after night, an attendant for ghosts. I run through my opening routine with the muscle memory of 1,000 identical shifts. Check the scales embedded in the pavement. The digital readout flickers to life, displaying zeros. Test the overhead cameras. 8 monitors show nothing but cracked asphalt disappearing into darkness. Count the blank ticket rolls in the dispenser. Turn on the VHF radio mounted above the cash register. The radio crackles, and a voice emerges from the static. Weather bulletin for the overnight shift, it announces, and I half listen to the forecast while organizing the drawer that hasn't held money in years. Temperatures dropping into the low 40s, the voice continues, with fog expected after midnight in the service area at mile marker 47. I pause. The voice sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Something about the cadence, the slight delay between words, reminds me of the training tapes they played when I first started. Back when cars actually came through here, when the booth served a purpose beyond keeping me employed. The scale readout blinks. Numbers flash across the screen. 4,200 pounds. Then return to 0. I lean forward, staring at the empty road through the reinforced glass. Nothing. The asphalt gleams dully under the security lights, unblemished by tire marks or movement. The reading must be a glitch. The equipment is old, probably decaying from disuse. But then it happens again. 6,800 pounds. The numbers hold steady for 3 seconds. 4, 5. My eyes stay fixed on the road, searching for any sign of a vehicle that isn't there. The scale resets to 0 with an electronic chirp that sounds too cheerful for the dead silence surrounding it. I check the cameras again, cycling through all 8 angles. Empty road, empty approach lane, empty departure lane. The infrared camera shows heat signatures from nothing but a raccoon waddling through the drainage ditch. The ticket dispenser whirs to life. I spin around in my chair, watching the mechanism engage without anyone pressing the call button. A ticket emerges from the slot, curling slightly as it always does. I pull it from the machine and feel my skin prickle. The ticket is yellow with age, the ink faded to a rusty brown. But the date stamp is clear enough. It reads tomorrow's date, not yesterday's or last week's. Tomorrow. The timestamp shows 11:47 p.m., and when I check my watch, it's currently 9:23 p.m. I should laugh it off. The machine must be malfunctioning, printing from some corrupted buffer of old data. But the ticket is warm in my hands, and I swear I can smell exhaust fumes. That distinctive petroleum tang that used to fill the booth when cars idled at the window during rush hour. The scale flashes again. 3,100 pounds, then 5,400, then 7,200. The numbers change every few seconds, a parade of invisible vehicles registering their weight before vanishing back into nothing. I watch the monitors with growing unease, my reflection staring back at me from screens that show only darkness and empty pavement. The VHF radio crackles. Advising overnight staff at the Route 47 toll plaza, the voice says, and now I recognize it with a cold certainty that makes my hands shake. It's my voice. Not quite identical, but close enough. The same slight rasp, the same flat affect that comes from years of repeating scripted pleasantries. Advising that fog density may reduce visibility to less than 50 feet. Recommend heightened attention during transaction processing. Transaction processing, as if there are transactions to process, as if there's anyone here but me. I grab the radio handset, thumb the transmit button. The click is loud in the confined space of the booth. "Who is this?" I ask, and my voice comes out rougher than intended. The radio hisses back at me, empty static that might contain words if I listen hard enough. Another ticket spits from the dispenser. This one shows yesterday's date, but the timestamp is for my shift, the exact moment I arrived and unlocked the booth 7 hours ago. The back of the ticket bears a stamp I've never seen before, a circular impression that reads, "Processed in mirror image," as if it was stamped from the wrong side of the paper. The scales are going crazy now. Numbers flash across the readout in rapid succession, weights ranging from compact cars to loaded semi-trucks. The sensors are detecting a traffic jam on a road that hasn't seen a vehicle in 6 years. I can almost hear it. The rumble of engines, the hiss of air brakes, the percussion of tires on expansion joints. But when I press my ear to the glass, there's only silence and the eternal hum of the fluorescent lights. I force myself to breathe slowly, to think rationally. Equipment failure. That's all this is. The scales are malfunctioning. The ticket machine is cycling through old data. The radio is picking up some weird atmospheric bounce from a station miles away. There are logical explanations for everything, but logic doesn't explain why camera 3 just flickered. And in that fraction of a second of distortion, I saw headlights. I rewind the footage on the DVR, watching the timestamp tick backward. There, the glitch happens at 10:08:34. I play it forward at quarter speed, my eyes locked on the screen. The image flickers. For exactly 7 frames, there's a vehicle in the approach lane. It's indistinct, more of a suggestion than a solid object, but the headlights are unmistakable. 2 yellow orbs floating in the darkness, heading straight for the booth. The scale readout hits 18,400 pounds and holds. My mouth goes dry. That's heavy. That's 18-wheeler heavy. That's something massive sitting on the sensors right now, waiting. The ticket dispenser activates again. I don't want to take the ticket. Every instinct screams at me to ignore it, to pretend the machine is empty. But my hand moves anyway, pulling the paper from the slot. This ticket is pristine, fresh. The paper is crisp and white, the ink a deep black that smells of ozone. The date is from 9 years ago, before the bypass opened, back when this was the main route through the county. But the name printed in the vehicle description field makes my vision swim. It's the name of the construction foreman who built this booth, the man who died when a crane collapsed during the final phase of installation. I remember because it made the local news, because I attended the memorial service along with the other employees, because his widow asked me to watch over this place like he would have wanted. The VHF radio speaks again, and this time there's no mistaking the voice. Tonight's shift will experience unusual atmospheric conditions, it says. My voice, but not my words. All personnel should remain at their stations. Do not attempt to leave the booth during active processing periods. The phenomenon is temporary. The phenomenon has always been temporary. My hands grip the edge of the counter. I want to run, to throw open the door and sprint into the darkness until the lights of the booth disappear behind me. But I signed a contract. I agreed to maintain my post during all scheduled shifts. The language was specific about abandonment of duty. The cameras show something now. Not clearly, never clearly, but there's movement in the periphery of every frame. Shapes that could be vehicles or could be tricks of shadow and failing equipment. The scales register a steady stream of weights, one after another, an orderly queue of traffic that exists only in sensor data and radio transmissions. I pull the logbook from the drawer, flipping to tonight's page. The entries are in my handwriting, but I didn't write them. Shift start, 9 RPM. Weather conditions, clear. Traffic volume, moderate. Special notes, phenomenon proceeding as expected. Do not interfere with processing. The lights flicker. In that moment of near darkness, I see them through the window. Cars lined up in both lanes, fading in and out of visibility like images on a failing television. I can make out details that shouldn't be possible in the darkness. A cracked windshield, a faded bumper sticker, a driver's hand resting on an open window frame. But when the lights stabilize, there's only empty road and my reflection staring back with wide, unblinking eyes. Another ticket emerges. I take it without thinking now, adding it to the growing stack on the counter. This one shows next week's date. The timestamp is 3:47 a.m., the dead hour when my shift ends and whoever comes to relieve me finds everything normal and undisturbed. The VHF crackles. Traffic is moving through smoothly, my recorded voice reports. No delays at the toll plaza. All transactions processing within normal parameters. Remind day shift that the midnight reports should be filed in duplicate. The supervisors are watching the logs. The supervisors have always been watching. I never filed midnight reports. There's no day shift to remind. The supervisors stopped calling 6 years ago. The scale hits 24,600 pounds. Something huge is registering on the sensors now. Something that makes the booth vibrate with a low frequency I feel in my teeth. Through the window, the air looks thicker, like I'm staring through layers of old glass that distort and refract what lies beyond. The empty road ripples, and for a moment I see it as it was. Cars streaming through in both directions, my hand moving mechanically to dispense tickets. Faces I don't recognize nodding thanks before pulling away into a night that happened years ago or hasn't happened yet. The clock above the monitors reads 11:47 p.m. The same time stamped on that first yellowed ticket. I reach for it, but the paper crumbles at my touch, disintegrating into fine ash that smells of burned rubber and gasoline. More tickets pile up in the dispenser, emerging in a steady stream now. Each one shows a different date, a different time, a different vehicle passing through. The scales flash weights in rapid succession. The cameras cycle through images that might be real or might be playback from some vast archive of forgotten nights. The radio voice, my voice, continues its calm narration of atmospheric conditions and processing procedures, speaking to an audience of one in a language that only makes sense if I accept that the booth exists in multiple times simultaneously. I understand now, or think I do. The contract doesn't just employ me to sit here, it employs me to be here, to serve as some kind of anchor point for all the shifts that were worked and will be worked and are being worked in an eternal present tense that collapses past and future into a single endless moment. The foreman who died, maybe he understood too. Maybe that's why his name appears on tickets, why his voice sometimes seems to echo beneath mine on the radio transmissions. The booth needed someone to watch over it, someone to process the traffic that flows through roads that exist in memory and probability, and the quantum spaces between what is and what was. The door handle rattles. I haven't touched it. Nobody has touched it. But it rattles anyway, and I hear footsteps on the platform outside. Heavy boots on metal grating. A shape moves past the window, too indistinct to identify but humanoid enough to trigger every primitive alarm in my nervous system. The scale reads 0. The cameras show empty road. The radio hisses white noise, but I can feel the presence, can sense something waiting just beyond the glass, something that has been waiting since the day they closed the road and turned this booth into a monument to administrative inertia and contractual obligations that transcend their original purpose. I check my watch. 11:58 p.m. In 2 minutes, midnight will arrive, and I'll have 4 more hours on my shift. 4 more hours of processing invisible traffic, of filing reports that no one reads, of maintaining my post as the threshold between what was real and what remains real only in the patterns etched into failing equipment and radio transmissions from nowhere. The ticket dispenser whirs. One more piece of paper emerges, and when I take it, the cardstock feels like ice against my palm. The date is today. The time is now. The vehicle description field contains a single word, handwritten in ink that glistens wet. Attendant. The scale flashes. My weight. 170 pounds. Exactly what I weighed at my last physical. I'm standing on the scales. I don't remember walking outside, but here I am, standing on the vehicle sensors, and when I look back at the booth, I can see someone sitting in my chair. He has his back to me, hunched over the counter, and the fluorescent lights cast his shadow across equipment that suddenly looks decades older than I remember. The VHF radio crackles, and the voice that emerges isn't mine anymore. It's older, tired, belonging to someone who has worked this shift for far longer than 6 years. Shift change at mile marker 47, it announces. Previous attendant has completed processing and entered the active queue. New attendant should take station immediately. The contract must be maintained. The booth must be staffed. Someone must always be watching. I try to move off the scales, but my feet won't respond. The readout holds steady at 170 pounds. The cameras are all pointed at me now, 8 lenses tracking my position with mechanical precision. Through the booth window, the figure in my chair turns slowly, and though I can't make out the features in the glare of the fluorescent lights, I recognize the uniform, the posture, the particular way the shoulders slump after years of overnight shifts. The ticket dispenser activates. A fresh piece of cardstock emerges, fluttering in a breeze that doesn't exist. I watch it curl and fall, joining dozens of others scattered across the pavement, each one documenting a moment in an eternal transaction that never quite completes. The scales continue their patient vigil, recording my weight as I stand frozen in the approach lane. The cameras blink their red recording lights in perfect synchronization. The radio voice continues its weather report, forecasting conditions that have already happened and are yet to come, speaking to an audience that has grown by one attendant who finally understands why the contract never expires and why the booth must never close. Behind me, I hear the first rumble of approaching traffic, engines that exist in the space between memory and anticipation. I don't turn around. I keep my eyes fixed on the booth, on the figure sitting at the counter who will process my ticket when I reach the window, who will stamp it with tomorrow's date and wave me through into a night that has no end and no beginning, only the eternal present of mile marker 47, where the shifts never change and the attendants never leave. The scales flash once more. Then the readout goes dark, and I'm standing on a road that doesn't exist, waiting my turn in a line of vehicles that might be real or might be nothing more than data points in a system that has outlived its original purpose and found a new one in the spaces where reality frays at the edges. The contract must be maintained. Someone must always be watching, and now, as I take my first step toward the window, I understand that I've been watching from both sides all along. Attendant and traveler, observer and observed, trapped in the loop that sustains the booth, and the booth that sustains the loop. The fluorescent lights hum their familiar dirge. They will never stop humming. And somewhere in the distance, a phone rings in an office that closed years ago, where a supervisor who may or may not exist reviews reports from a toll plaza that processes traffic on a road that was abandoned before I ever signed my name to a contract that had no end date because it was never meant to end at all. Story 23. The wind died at 11:47 p.m. I know because that's when my smartwatch logged the exact moment my heart rate spiked from 62 to 98 beats per minute. I was standing in the maintenance shack, coffee going cold in my hand, watching through the grimy window as the Great Plains stretched into absolute darkness. The turbines, all 47 of them in my sector, should have been still, should have been silent monoliths against the starless sky. They weren't. The blades turned with mechanical precision, each rotation perfectly synchronized. I pressed my fingers against my neck, feeling my pulse throb beneath the skin. The turbines matched it, blade for beat, beat for blade. When my heart stuttered, just a small arrhythmic hiccup that my cardiologist said was nothing to worry about, I watched turbine 17 hesitate mid-rotation before continuing its rhythm. I told myself it was the coffee. Too much caffeine. Not enough sleep. 3 weeks straight of overnight maintenance shifts does things to a man's perception. The mind fills in patterns where none exist, creates connections in the chaos. That's what the company psychologist would say during the mandatory quarterly check-ins. But the turbines kept spinning in perfect time with my heartbeat. The navigation lights began their sequence at midnight. Red, white, each turbine's beacon pulsing in the predetermined FAA-approved pattern. Except tonight, the pattern formed something else. The lights created a path, a breadcrumb trail of crimson flashes leading northwest, away from the marked boundaries of our wind farm, and into the empty expanse where no turbines should exist. I pulled up the site map on my tablet. 47 turbines arranged in a precise grid across 12 square miles of prairie grassland. Nothing northwest. Just fence line and leased land we'd never developed. But the lights insisted otherwise. Each flash a finger beckoning toward something just beyond the visible horizon. The maintenance logs loaded slowly on the aging tablet. I scrolled through my entries from the past week, checking for any notation about expanded operations or new installations. My handwriting filled the digital forms, each inspection documented with my usual abbreviated notes and precise timestamps. Everything normal until I reached yesterday's entries. The signature was mine. The employee ID matched my credentials. But I had no memory of writing the log entry for Turbine 48. There was no Turbine 48. The note recommended immediate inspection before dawn, when the sound would stop. It included GPS coordinates that placed the unit 3 miles northwest of the boundary fence. My hands felt cold despite the shack's electric heater pumping dry warmth into the cramped space. Someone had accessed my account, used my credentials, fabricated an entire maintenance record for a turbine that didn't exist. Except the lights said it did. I should have called my supervisor. Should have reported the security breach and gone home to my trailer to sleep off whatever exhaustion-induced hallucination was making the turbines synchronize with my pulse. Instead, I found myself pulling on my high-vis jacket, checking the battery on my headlamp, and loading my gear bag into the service truck. The prairie opened before my headlights like a vast throat. The access road ended at turbine 32, but the ghost lights continued their pattern, pulsing in the darkness ahead. I drove onto the grass, feeling the truck's suspension absorb the uneven terrain. My smartwatch tracked my elevated heart rate, 112 now, and somewhere out in the darkness, turbines spun faster. The fence line appeared suddenly in my high beams, chain link topped with barbed wire. A gate stood open, padlock hanging loose on its hasp. I'd never seen this gate before. 3 years maintaining this sector, and I'd walked every inch of that fence during perimeter checks. There was no gate here. There shouldn't be a gate here. My headlamp beam caught something ahead. The tower rose like a pale bone against the void. Its nacelle perched atop a lattice of steel that seemed both familiar and fundamentally wrong. The blades turned with that same metronomic precision, and when I pressed my fingers to my wrist, I felt my pulse align with each rotation. The sound started as I approached on foot. Not the usual whoosh and mechanical hum of turbine operation, but something underneath it. A frequency just below hearing that I felt in my teeth and sternum. It made my vision blur at the edges, made the stars overhead seem to pulse and bend. The turbine's identification plate should have read the manufacturer name and unit serial number. Instead, the metal bore only a single line of text, etched in a font I'd never seen in any company documentation. When the sound stops, climb. My radio crackled with static despite being tuned to the maintenance frequency. I tried calling the operations center, but my voice emerged from the speaker distorted and delayed, as if traveling through water. The words echoed back to me, climb, climb, climb. The access ladder felt real enough under my gloves. Cold steel, slight surface rust, the familiar spacing of rungs that I'd climbed thousands of times on dozens of other turbines. But these rungs seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, their number increasing or decreasing depending on whether I looked directly at them or let my eyes slide past. I climbed anyway. At 50 feet, I stopped to catch my breath and looked back toward where my truck sat at the fence line. Its headlights had become distant stars, impossibly far away. The wind farm's legitimate turbines marked the horizon with their red navigation beacons, but they were arrayed in patterns I didn't recognize. The careful grid I knew by heart had become something else, a constellation spelling out a message I couldn't quite read. My smartwatch vibrated against my wrist. The heart rate display showed 138 beats per minute, but the numbers kept flickering, replaced momentarily by other data. Altitude readings that climbed far higher than the turbine's actual height. Coordinates that placed me somewhere other than Kansas. Timestamps that jumped forward and backward through hours that hadn't happened yet or had already passed. The hum changed pitch as I climbed higher. It separated into distinct frequencies, some rising into painful ultrasonic registers that made my sinuses ache, others dropping so low they resonated in my chest cavity. Together they created patterns, rhythms, almost like speech if speech could bypass the ears and plant meaning directly into the brainstem. At 120 feet, I reached the nacelle platform. The turbine's housing loomed above me, larger than it should be, its surface covered in maintenance panels I didn't recognize. Standard turbines used hex bolts and safety clips. These panels had no fasteners at all, just seamless metal that seemed to ripple like water when I wasn't looking directly at it. The door opened at my touch. Inside, the nacelle should have contained the familiar chaos of industrial machinery. Gearbox, generator, hydraulic systems, cooling units all crammed into a space barely large enough to turn around in. Instead, I found myself looking into a chamber that stretched impossibly far back, filled with equipment I'd never seen in any turbine manual. The walls were lined with screens displaying data streams I couldn't interpret. Graphs tracked variables with no labels. Oscilloscopes showed waveforms that seemed to respond to my presence, and one monitor displayed nothing but a slowly spinning cursor that matched, beat for beat, the pulse in my wrist. My maintenance logs were there, printed on paper despite the company going fully digital 3 years ago. Pages and pages of entries in my handwriting, documenting inspections I'd never performed on turbines that had never been built. The dates went back months, then years, then decades. I found entries from dates before the wind farm existed, before I'd been born, in handwriting that was mine, but couldn't possibly be mine. The entries all led to the same final notation, dated tomorrow morning at 4:47 a.m. Final inspection complete. Integration successful. System online. A telephone sat on a maintenance desk that hadn't been there a moment before. Old-fashioned rotary dial, the kind I'd only seen in antique stores. It began to ring. I knew I shouldn't answer, knew that whatever waited on the other end of that line existed in some space, orthogonal to reality, some angle of existence that human consciousness wasn't meant to perceive. But my hand moved anyway, lifting the receiver to my ear with a will that felt like mine but operated just slightly out of sync with my intentions. My own voice spoke from the receiver. It told me things about the maintenance schedule, about the turbine's true purpose, about what happened to technicians who climbed too high on nights when the wind died. It explained that the turbines didn't generate electricity. They generated something else, harvesting energy from the boundary between sleeping and waking, between now and then, between one version of myself and all the others. The voice explained that I'd been climbing this ladder for years, that every shift was the same shift, that the turbine wasn't spinning in sync with my heartbeat. My heartbeat was spinning in sync with requirements that predated my existence. The wind farm was older than the planes themselves, and maintenance wasn't about keeping the turbines running. It was about keeping the turbines fed. I dropped the phone. The receiver swung on its cord, my voice still speaking from the earpiece, giving instructions for tomorrow's maintenance schedule in calm, professional tones. The kind of voice I used when training new technicians. The kind of voice that suggested everything was normal and under control. Through the nacelle's small window, I could see the full wind farm now, hundreds of turbines stretching to every horizon despite the lease agreement specifying only 47 units. They all turned in perfect synchronization, and when I checked my smartwatch, I saw my heart rate had dropped to 0, but I could still feel it beating. The hum stopped at exactly 4:47 a.m., just as the first thread of gray light touched the eastern horizon. In the sudden silence, I heard footsteps on the ladder below me, steady climbing, boots on metal rungs, someone ascending with the practiced rhythm of a technician who'd made this climb 1,000 times. I knew those footsteps, knew the slight hesitation at every 10th rung where the climber would pause to adjust their grip, knew the breathing pattern, the soft grunt of effort, the exact cadence. They were my footsteps. I was climbing toward myself. The maintenance logs had been right. The integration was complete. The system was online. And when the version of me that was still climbing reached the nacelle door, I would have to explain to him what came next, would have to guide him through the process of understanding that the turbines didn't need maintenance because they were working exactly as designed. My smartwatch began counting again. 1 beat per minute, 2, 30, 60, building toward the moment when the wind would die again tomorrow night, when the blades would begin their synchronization, when the lights would pulse their patient path toward a turbine that definitely didn't exist. I sat down at the maintenance desk and pulled out my tablet. The log entry for turbine 49 was already half written, waiting for me to complete it. The GPS coordinates led south this time, toward a section of prairie I'd never quite managed to inspect despite meaning to get to it for weeks. The door opened behind me. I didn't turn around. I knew what I looked like, confused, exhausted, my eyes searching the impossible space with the dawning horror of someone beginning to understand they'd crossed a threshold they couldn't uncross. I heard myself ask what this place was. Heard the question I'd asked however many times before, on however many nights when the wind had died and the turbines had called me up into their mechanical hearts. I picked up the phone, still dangling from its cord, still speaking in my voice, and held it out to the version of me standing in the doorway. The explanation was easier the second time, or the 100th, or the 1,000th. The turbines needed maintenance. Someone had to keep them running. And when you climbed high enough on a night without wind, when you synchronized completely with the rhythm they required, you didn't come back down. You just kept climbing. The sun rose over the Great Plains, and somewhere far below, my service truck waited by an open gate that wouldn't be there by afternoon. My supervisor would check the logs, see my notes about Turbine 49, and dispatch someone to investigate when I failed to return. They'd climb the ladder on a night without wind, and I'd be waiting to explain the maintenance schedule. My smartwatch showed the time, 4:47 a.m. It had been showing 4:47 a.m. since I'd climbed above 50 feet. I had the strange suspicion it would always show 4:47 a.m., that I existed now in that narrow moment between the sound stopping and the sun rising, cycling through the same explanation for the same confused technician who would become the next version of me. The turbines turned against the dawn sky, patient and eternal, waiting for the wind to die again. Story 24. And the fluorescent lights in the tower hummed their familiar drone, a sound I'd grown so accustomed to over the years that I only noticed it now in its absence. Those brief moments when my headset crackled to life and drowned everything else out. The night shift at Regional Airport Delta 7 was usually quiet, just cargo flights and the occasional medevac. Tonight felt different, though I couldn't have explained why if someone had asked. The air itself seemed thicker, pressing against the windows of the tower like something trying to get in. My coffee had gone cold 2 hours ago, sitting in its stained mug beside the logbook where I'd been tracking routine departures since midnight. The clock read 3:47 a.m., that dead hour when the world holds its breath, and even the most mundane sounds take on sinister qualities. Outside, the runway lights stretched into the darkness like glowing vertebrae, and beyond them, nothing but the void of empty farmland. That's when the radar pinged. At first, I thought it was a ghost echo, some atmospheric anomaly bouncing signals back at odd angles. It happened sometimes, especially on humid nights when the air hung heavy with moisture. But this blip was solid, steady, holding its position roughly 12 miles southeast. I leaned forward, squinting at the green phosphorescence of the screen, and felt my stomach clench. The transponder code was mine. Not similar to mine. Not close. It was the exact 4-digit squawk code assigned to me personally for emergency identification, a number I'd memorized 6 years ago during training and never once seen appear on this radar, except when I'd tested the system myself. Controllers don't fly. Controllers don't have transponders. Yet there it was, burning bright on the screen, tracking inbound at 140 knots. I rubbed my eyes, convinced exhaustion was playing tricks on me. When I looked again, the blip remained, now 11 miles out and descending. My hand moved toward the radio almost involuntarily, fingers trembling as they found the frequency selector. Standard procedure demanded I establish contact, identify the aircraft, determine intentions. But something deeper than protocol made me hesitate, some primal instinct screaming that I didn't want to know what would answer. The radar swept again. 10 miles. Still descending. I switched to the approach frequency and pressed the transmit button, my thumb slick with sweat against the plastic. The words came out mechanical, rehearsed from 1,000 similar exchanges. The speaker remained silent, just the soft hiss of carrier wave and the distant pop of atmospheric interference. I waited, counting heartbeats. 5, 10, 15. Then I tried again, adding the transponder code this time, making it specific, making it impossible to ignore. Nothing. But the blip continued its approach, now 8 miles out, altitude dropping through 3,000 feet. That's when the emergency frequency activated. The sound that filled my headset wasn't the usual burst of static that preceded radio traffic. It was silence. Absolute, consuming silence that seemed to have weight and texture. Then, cutting through that void, a voice spoke. My voice. Not similar. Not an impressive imitation. It was my voice with every inflection. Every subtle rasp where my vocal cords had been damaged by a childhood bout of bronchitis. Every unconscious pattern of speech I'd never noticed until I heard myself recorded. The voice requested vectors for landing on runway 27 right. My hands went numb. We didn't have a runway 27 right. Delta 7 had 2 runways, 0927 and 1432, aligned with the prevailing winds. There had never been a parallel runway, never been a right designation. The voice, my voice, was asking for something that didn't exist. I managed to respond. though my own voice sounded alien to me now, too high, too thin. I informed the aircraft that runway 27 right was not available, that they should be advised of the correct runway designations. Even as I spoke, I was flipping through the facility manual with shaking fingers, convinced I'd somehow forgotten the layout of my own airport. That exhaustion or stress had wiped clean some crucial piece of information, but the pages confirmed what I already knew. 2 runways, no parallel configurations, no 27 right. The voice on the emergency frequency repeated its request, and this time I caught something else beneath the words. Not an echo exactly, but a quality that suggested the speaker was in a confined space. The acoustics reminded me of the tower cab itself, the way sound bounced off the angled windows and equipment racks, as if whoever was speaking wasn't in an aircraft at all, but somewhere very close. I looked around the tower cab, my gaze sweeping across the familiar landscape of radar screens, radio panels, and weather displays. The room was empty except for me. It was always empty on the night shift, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was standing just outside my peripheral vision, matching my movements, breathing when I breathed. The radar showed the aircraft at 5 miles now, still tracking inbound on a perfect glide path to a runway that wasn't there. I tried switching frequencies, attempting to contact it on tower local, on ground control, on any channel that might break through whatever nightmare logic was unfolding. Each time I got only silence, or worse, that peculiar dead air that felt like anticipation, like something listening. Then the runway lights began to change. It started subtly, a dimming of the edge lights along runway 0927, as if someone had adjusted the intensity control without my touching it. I spun toward the lighting panel, but all the switches remained in their assigned positions, my fingerprints still visible in the dust that accumulated on unused controls. The dimming continued, systematic and deliberate, until the lights went dark completely. In their absence, new lights began to illuminate. They emerged from darkness like stars appearing at dusk, but wrong, positioned in places where no lights should exist. They weren't following the standard runway configuration, weren't adhering to any pattern I'd been trained to recognize. Instead, they formed a line, bright, insistent, impossible, leading away from the terminal building toward the perimeter fence. An arrow. The lights were forming an arrow pointing toward the boundary of the airport, toward the empty farmland beyond, toward nothing. I reached for the lighting panel, fingers scrambling across switches, killing power to systems that should have already been off. But the lights remained, burning with steady intensity, refusing my commands. The tower cab suddenly felt too small, too exposed. Those massive windows that gave me an unobstructed view of the airfield now seemed like vulnerabilities, places where something could look in and see me fumbling uselessly with controls I no longer commanded. The radar blip was 3 miles out now, descending through 1,000 feet. My headset crackled, and my own voice spoke again, thanking me for the vectors, stating they had the field in sight and were beginning their final approach to 27 right. There was something else in the transmission this time, barely audible beneath the words, a sound that might have been breathing, or might have been the whisper of wind through an open door, or might have been nothing at all except my mind trying to impose meaning on randomness. I tried to tell the aircraft to abort, to go around, to do anything except continue toward a landing that couldn't happen. But when I pressed the transmit button, no sound emerged from my headset. The radio worked. I could see the indicator lights showing active transmission, but my voice simply vanished, swallowed by some barrier between intention and reality. The blip was 2 miles out now. I could see nothing in the darkness beyond the windows. No navigation lights, no landing lights, no evidence of any physical aircraft approaching. Just that steady ping on the radar, descending, slowing, configuring itself for an approach that defied everything I knew about this airport. I stood up from the console, my chair rolling backward and hitting the equipment rack with a dull thud that seemed obscenely loud in the silent tower. I moved to the window, pressing my face against the cold glass, searching the night sky for any sign of what was coming. The temperature of the glass shocked me, far colder than it should have been, cold enough that moisture from my breath immediately crystallized into fractals of ice. Below, the impossible arrow of lights pulsed once, as if acknowledging my attention. 1 mile, 500 feet. The aircraft was below the minimum safe altitude now. Should have been screaming over the threshold of the runway. But there was nothing. No engine noise, no displacement of air, no physical presence at all. Just the radar return, now hovering impossibly at 200 feet, centered perfectly over the arrow of lights. Then my voice came through the headset again, and this time it wasn't requesting or informing. It was announcing. The words were simple, mechanical, the standard phrasing every pilot uses when taking control of their aircraft for the final moments before touchdown. But hearing them in my own voice, knowing I hadn't spoken them, knowing there was no aircraft to land, shattered something fundamental in my understanding of the situation. The radar blip touched down, not on a runway, not on the tarmac. It settled exactly where the arrow of lights pointed, right at the boundary fence where the airport ended and the darkness began. The transponder remained active for exactly 3 seconds after touchdown, then blinked out of existence as if it had never been. The lights went dark immediately after, returning the airfield to its normal configuration. The edge lights of runway 0927 flickered back to life, steady and proper. The arrow vanished as if it had been nothing more than a momentary hallucination, a trick of exhausted perception. But my headset continued to transmit. That same silence filled my ears, that weighted absence of sound. Then, cutting through it, my voice spoke one final time. It didn't request anything. It didn't announce anything. It simply stated a fact, delivered with the casual certainty of someone commenting on the weather. The voice said I had landed. I spun around, convinced I would find someone standing behind me. Some intruder who had climbed the tower stairs and infiltrated the cab while my attention was fixed on the radar. But the room remained empty. The door closed and locked as it had been all night. The security indicator showing green, showing safe, showing sealed. My reflection stared back at me from the dark window, superimposed over the airfield beyond. I looked wrong somehow, though I couldn't identify what specifically had changed. The proportions were right, the features familiar, but something in the arrangement felt shifted, as if I was looking at a photograph that had been subtly manipulated, altered just enough to trip some unconscious alarm. I reached up to touch my face, and my reflection moved a fraction of a second too late. The radar screen behind me pinged. When I turned to look, a new blip had appeared, inbound from the southeast, squawking my code, tracking directly toward the tower at 140 knots. The cycle was beginning again. I don't know how long I've been standing here, watching that blip approach. Time has become slippery, elastic. The clock still reads 3:47 a.m., though I know I've watched entire approach sequences play out, listened to my own voice guiding myself down multiple times now. The logbook shows only the entries I made before the first contact, nothing that has happened since. Sometimes I try to leave the tower, but the door won't open. Or I find myself back at the console without remembering the walk, or I simply lose the conviction that leaving is possible. The radio continues its cycles. Silence, then my voice, then that statement of arrival that seems to grow more certain with each repetition. The thing that disturbs me most isn't the impossible radar return, or the self-directing lights, or even the voice that matches mine in every particular. It's the growing suspicion that I'm not the one sitting in the tower anymore, that whatever landed out there beyond the fence, whatever came in on runway 27 right that doesn't exist, is now sitting in this chair, watching these screens, wearing these headphones. And I'm somewhere else entirely, still approaching, still requesting vectors, still trying to find my way down to a strip of concrete that was never built. The radar pings again, 12 miles southeast. Inbound. I reach for the transmit button, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I wonder if this is the time I'll finally understand which side of the glass I'm really on. Whether I'm the one in the tower or the one in the dark, circling endlessly, looking for a place to land that exists only in the echo between transmission and reply. The lights begin to change again, forming their arrow, pointing toward the boundary of everything I thought was real. And my voice, my perfect voice, requests permission to land somewhere that has never existed. I close my eyes and press the button, and in the moment before I speak, I realize I no longer know what answer I'll give. Story 25. The padlocks told time in a language I was only beginning to understand. I noticed it first on Tuesday, or what I believed was Tuesday, when I arrived for my evening shift at Crossland Self-Storage. The brass lock on Unit A7 hung at a perfect 45-degree angle, its shackle pointing toward the fluorescent lights like the hand of a clock frozen at 1/4 past. By the time I'd finished my rounds and circled back, it had rotated 90 degrees. The owner, a retired contractor named Holloway, hadn't been by. The security log showed no entry. The lock simply turned, marking hours that didn't match the cheap digital watch on my wrist. I didn't mention it to Darius, the day shift supervisor. He already thought I was losing my edge after the divorce, showing up late, forgetting to log inspections. The truth was simpler and more complicated. I was forgetting everything. Not dramatically, no soap opera amnesia, just small erasures. Where I'd parked, whether I'd eaten lunch, the name of the woman who'd rented Unit C4 the previous week, though I'd processed her paperwork myself, and definitely remembered her nervous habit of clicking her pen. The storage facility sprawled across 4 acres of what had once been farmland outside Marietta, Ohio. 3 long metal buildings arranged in a squared-off U, with corridors that should have been straightforward but somehow weren't. The kind of place where people stored pieces of their lives they couldn't quite throw away but couldn't bear to see. Deceased parents' furniture, failed business inventory, the accumulated weight of marriages that had calcified into boxes. I'd taken the job 6 months ago. Security guard, night watchman, whatever you wanted to call someone who sat in a cinder block office from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., checking locks and watching monitors that showed mostly empty hallways. The pay was enough to cover my studio apartment and child support. The work required nothing from me except presence, which was precisely all I had to offer. The padlocks kept rotating. By Thursday, I think it was Thursday, I'd documented 17 locks across buildings A and B, each one turning in increments throughout my shift. Not all of them, just certain units, scattered without pattern. The owner of B12 was supposed to be a logistics company storing old filing cabinets, but I'd never seen anyone access it. The lock turned regardless, marking invisible hours with mechanical precision. I started carrying a notebook, sketching the angles. 45 degrees, 90, 135. Sometimes they'd reset to 12 o'clock between my rounds, the shackle pointing straight up like a compass needle finding north. The angles meant something. They had to mean something. But my watch, that cheap Timex with the cracked face, kept its own rhythm, indifferent to the messages being spelled out in brass and steel. The corridors started changing on what might have been Friday. I knew Building B by muscle memory, 60 paces from the entrance to the T-junction, left for units 125, right for 2650. Simple, linear. Except I'd walk those 60 paces and find myself at 75 before reaching the junction. Then 80. The distance stretched like taffy, the overhead lights receding into a longer perspective than the building's dimensions could accommodate. I checked the blueprints mounted in the office. Building B, 150 feet, exterior to exterior. The math didn't add up to the distance I was walking. I paced it again with deliberate steps, counting out loud, my voice flat against the metal walls. 180 feet. 200. The corridor yawned open, swallowing my footfalls. Sometimes I'd turn back and the way I'd come was shorter than it should have been. 40 paces instead of 200. The fluorescent lights hummed their 60 hertz song, indifferent to the geometry warping beneath them. That's when I found the plate. Unit B12 specifically. The plate was the standard white plastic rectangle with black letters, mounted at eye level beside the orange roll-up door. Except I'd seen that same plate, same number, same styling, on a unit in the A corridor 20 minutes earlier, and then again in C. Different doors, different locks, all marked B12, impossibly far apart, occupying spaces that couldn't overlap. I pulled the rental database on the office computer, fingers trembling slightly as I typed. B12 showed as occupied, rented 3 years ago to something called Meridian Holdings LLC. No contact number. No emergency contact. The monthly charges appeared on the spreadsheet, paid automatically via bank transfer. The notes section was blank except for one line added by whoever had worked here before me. Do not disturb. Renter preference. There were no other B12s in the database, just the one. The real one, presumably, wherever that was. The intercom crackled to life at 11:17 p.m. The system was ancient, installed when the facility opened in the 80s. A speaker mounted above the office door connected to call boxes at each building entrance. Renters could buzz in late if they'd forgotten their access codes. Mostly it gathered dust. I'd heard it activate exactly twice in 6 months, both times drunk teenagers thinking they were hilarious. This wasn't teenagers. The crackle resolved into something between static and breathing. A wet mechanical sound like air moving through a throat that wasn't quite organic. No words. No request for entry. Just that breathing, patient and deliberate, coming from inside one of the buildings. The call box system didn't work from inside. You couldn't trigger it from within the corridors. The buttons were only on the exterior entrance panels. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the cooling October air. The parking lot was empty, except for my decade-old Civic. The facility's perimeter lights cast everything in that sickly orange glow that made shadows look like they were reaching. Building B's entrance was closest. The call box beside the door was dark, unpowered. I pressed my palm against it anyway, feeling only cold metal and the slight vibration of the ventilation system running somewhere deep in the structure. The breathing had stopped when I reached the office. The intercom was silent, its small red indicator light extinguished. I should have left. Should have called Darius, called the owner, called someone. Instead, I went back inside Building B, flashlight cutting through the fluorescent haze, and walked toward the T-junction. 60 paces. 80. 120. The corridor stretched ahead of me like a throat, the lights receding into a vanishing point that seemed impossibly distant. I found the first B12 plate at the junction. Orange door, brass padlock hanging at 90 degrees, 2:45 on a clock that didn't exist. The second B12 was 30 feet further, left corridor. Same plate, different door. The lock here hung at 180, pointing straight down. 6 o'clock. The third was another 40 feet beyond, in a section I didn't remember existing. The lights here flickered irregularly, and the air tasted like old metal and something else. Something organic and patient. The lock read 3 o'clock, perpendicular to the ground. 4 B12 units, 5, 7, each one identical, each lock marking different hours. The corridor kept opening ahead of me, unfolding in geometries that my flashlight couldn't fully illuminate. I could hear my breathing now, sharp and quick, echoing wrong off the metal walls. Or maybe it wasn't echoing. Maybe something was matching my rhythm, breath for breath, from one of the units around me. I ran. The distance collapsed like a broken accordion. Suddenly I was at the exit, then in the parking lot, then sitting in my Civic with the engine running and the heater blasting cold air that wouldn't warm. My hands shook on the steering wheel. The digital clock on the dashboard read 11:43 p.m. 26 minutes since the intercom had crackled to life. Time enough for everything and nothing. I didn't go back inside that night. I sat in the car until my shift ended at 2 a.m., watching the building entrances, waiting for something to emerge or someone to arrive. Nothing did. The facility remained exactly as it always was, a collection of metal boxes holding forgotten things, illuminated by parking lot lights that turned the world into a sick orange tableau. But I knew, the way you know things in dreams, with absolute certainty that doesn't survive daylight, that something was different now. Something had noticed me noticing it. I found the contract the next day. Actually, it found me. I came in for my shift expecting some kind of confrontation with Darius. He'd know I'd abandoned my post. The security system tracked door accesses, but the day shift supervisor barely looked up when I arrived, just gestured toward the office desk, where a manila folder sat centered precisely on the blotter. My name was on the folder tab, written in careful block letters. Inside, a rental contract for Unit B12. My signature at the bottom, dated 3 months ago. Monthly rate, $300. Payment method, automatic withdrawal from my checking account. I didn't recognize the signature, but it was convincing. The loops and angles looked like mine, the slightly bent crossbar on the capital T where I'd broken my dominant hand in high school and never quite retrained the muscle memory. Every detail correct except the fundamental fact that I'd never signed it, never rented any unit, never authorized any payments. I checked my bank statement on my phone. The charges were there, every month for the past 90 days. $300 withdrawn on the 15th, noted as CRSSLNDSTRG B12. The contents line on the contract was blank. Whatever I was supposedly storing, I hadn't bothered to specify. I should have disputed the charges, should have confronted Darius, demanded to know what kind of scam this was. Instead, I pocketed the contract and walked to Building B, the manila folder feeling heavier than paper had any right to feel. The padlocks were all reading 12 o'clock now, every single one, throughout all 3 buildings. I'd checked during my rounds, moving from unit to unit with increasing urgency, the flashlight beam catching brass after brass after brass, all pointing straight up, midnight or noon, beginning or ending. The distinction didn't seem to matter. Building B's corridor was exactly 60 paces long when I entered. Standard, correct. The T-junction arrived on schedule, and Unit B12 was exactly where the database said it should be. 4th door on the left, between B11 and B13. A real unit, singular and fixed in space. The padlock hung open, not just unlocked, open, the shackle released from the body, dangling from the hasp like an invitation. I hadn't opened it. Neither had anyone else according to the access logs. It had simply decided to grant entry. The orange door rolled up with a shriek of metal on metal that echoed too long in the corridor. Inside, the 10 by 10 space was empty except for a single object placed precisely in the center of the concrete floor. A clock. Old-fashioned, the kind with exposed gears visible through a glass face. Brass construction, maybe 2 feet tall, sitting directly on the floor without a table or stand. The hands were moving, but not in synchronization. The hour hand crept forward in stuttering increments while the minute hand swept backward, both ignoring the second hand which remained fixed at 12. The clock face showed numbers I almost recognized, arranged in an order that would have made sense if I'd been able to focus on them directly. Every time I tried, they slid away from comprehension, rearranging themselves into something that was almost but not quite traditional notation. The gears inside turned with audible clicks, each one corresponding to a sound from elsewhere in the building. Click, a padlock rotating in a corridor. Click, footsteps that weren't mine echoing from C. Click, the intercom crackling to life in the office, breathing its patient mechanical breath into empty air. I understood then, in the way you understand things that can't be explained in language. The clock wasn't measuring time, it was creating it. Each rotation of those counter-moving hands carved out moments that existed only within these walls, hours that accrued in the spaces between seconds, building up like sediment until the corridors stretched and the plates multiplied, and the geometry became negotiable. How long had it been here? Had it been here before the facility, growing the storage units around itself like a pearl forming around an irritant? Or had someone brought it, stored it in B12, and walked away not realizing they'd left something that would slowly digest the building from the inside out? The contract in my pocket felt heavy. 3 months of payments. 3 months of the clock learning my signature, my schedule, my presence. 3 months of becoming entangled with whatever this place was becoming. I reached out to touch the clock's glass face. The surface was warm, almost body temperature, and hummed faintly under my fingertips. The gears hesitated in their counter-rhythms, the hands pausing mid-sweep as if considering something. The intercom crackled. Not from the office, from inside the unit, though there was no speaker, no call box, nothing but concrete walls and that impossible clock. The breathing came through anyway, patient and deliberate, and beneath it I heard something else. My own voice, distorted and distant, speaking words I hadn't said yet or had already forgotten saying. The voice was reciting numbers, unit numbers maybe, or dates, or coordinates. B12, A7, C23. A pattern I was supposed to recognize, a sequence I'd been following without realizing it, walking the expanding corridors in routes that spelled out something in the language of footsteps and lock rotations. I pulled my hand away from the clock. The moment I broke contact, the gears resumed their rhythm, clicking out reality one increment at a time. The hands swept forward and backward, carving hours that would never appear on my Timex, would never register in the world beyond the parking lot. I backed out of the unit. The door was already rolling down, metal screaming against metal, sealing the clock inside. The padlock swung shut on its own, the shackle clicking home with a sound that echoed in my chest. The corridor was 60 paces long, then 90, then 200. I didn't count. I just walked, my flashlight beam catching plate after plate. B12, B12, B12. Infinite iterations of the same unit, each one sealed, each padlock telling a different hour of a day that had too many hours to fit inside 24. I made it to the parking lot. The Civic was where I'd left it, and the digital clock on the dashboard said 7:43 p.m. My shift had started at 6, an hour and 43 minutes. Normal, linear, correct. But my watch, that cheap Timex with the cracked face, had stopped at 11:43 p.m. The same time as last night, the same moment I'd run from Building B. The second hand quivered against the 12 but wouldn't advance, trapped in a moment that was still happening somewhere inside the facility. I should leave, should get in the car, drive away, never come back. Call Darius, tell him I quit, forget my final paycheck, disappear into a different life in a different town where the storage facilities have normal geometry and the padlocks stay in position and time moves in only one direction. But the contract is in my pocket. 3 months of payments, 90 days of entanglement. And I can feel it now. That subtle pull, like a fishhook lodged somewhere behind my sternum. The clock knows my signature. It's been writing my name in rotation and brass, in stretched corridors and multiplied plates, in hours that exist between the seconds. I'm not sure I can leave. I'm not sure the distance between here and anywhere else would stay consistent if I tried. 60 paces, 90, 200. The world might stretch like the corridor, the highway unfolding ahead of me in geometries that never quite arrive at destination. So I sit in the office instead, watching the monitors show empty hallways that might be longer than they were a minute ago. The padlocks rotate on the screens, marking invisible hours. The intercom occasionally crackles with that patient breathing, though I've stopped getting up to investigate. What would I find that I haven't already found? More B12s? More clocks? More contracts with my signature? My Timex stays frozen at 11:43 p.m. The office clock on the wall reads 9:15 p.m., then 9:14, then 9:16, the hands moving in directions that don't form a coherent sequence. Time is negotiable here now. The clock in B12 has taught the facility a new language, and I'm learning to speak it whether I want to or not. Darius will arrive at 2 a.m. to relieve me. Or he won't. Or he'll arrive at a 2 a.m. that happened 6 hours from now or 3 hours ago, or in a space between moments that doesn't have a number. It doesn't matter. I'll still be here, walking the corridors that stretch and contract like breathing lungs, checking the locks that tell time in rotations, existing in the hours the clock creates just for me. Sometimes I wonder if I ever worked anywhere else. If the divorce was real, if the studio apartment exists beyond the parking lot, if there's a world where storage facilities are just storage facilities and time moves forward like it's supposed to. The memories feel thin now, like paper worn through from too much handling. But I have the contract, proof of something, evidence of an agreement I don't remember making but apparently signed in my own handwriting. Unit B12. Contents, unknown. Term, ongoing. The padlocks are all pointing to 3 o'clock now, all of them, throughout all 3 buildings. Afternoon or morning, it doesn't specify. Maybe both, maybe neither. Maybe time here doesn't use those distinctions anymore. I'll walk the corridors again soon. Count the paces that don't add up. Find the B12 units multiplying in spaces that shouldn't exist. Maybe I'll open one of the other doors this time. See what else has been stored in the gaps between seconds. Or maybe I'll just stand in front of the real B12. whichever one that is, and listen to the clock ticking behind the metal, creating hours that exist only because it says they do. The intercom crackles. The breathing starts again, patient and mechanical and wet. Beneath it, my voice recites numbers that might be coordinates or dates or just the count of paces in corridors that refuse to stay the same length. My watch is still frozen at 11:43 p.m. I don't think it's going to start again. That moment is where I live now, stretched out into an infinite present tense by gears that turn backward and forward simultaneously. The clock in B12 is measuring me now, marking the hours of my existence in rotations of brass padlocks and expanding corridors. I am the contents of the unit. I always was. The signature on the contract is mine because I signed it from inside the clock's time, agreeing to terms I won't understand until they've already been fulfilled. $300 a month to store myself in the spaces between seconds, to exist in the facility's growing geometry. The padlocks turn. The corridor stretches. The plate marked B12 multiplies across walls that extend further than the building's exterior dimensions, and I walk my rounds, counting paces that don't match the blueprints, in hours that don't appear on any calendar, becoming part of the inventory one shift at a time. My watch says 11:43 p.m. It always will. Story 26. The automated mower started drawing my name 3 weeks ago. I noticed it on a Tuesday morning, standing at the cemetery's east gate with my tablet, reviewing the overnight logs. The device had completed its scheduled route, section by section, the methodical grid pattern it had followed for 18 months without deviation. But when I pulled up the GPS tracking overlay, there it was. Taurus carved across the northern quad in perfectly deliberate lines, each letter 30 feet high, the curves and angles too precise to be coincidence. I told myself it was a glitch, systems malfunction, software corrupts. The mower was 3 years old, running on firmware that hadn't been updated since spring. I filed a ticket with the manufacturer, deleted the route history, and manually reset the programming to factory defaults. That night, I stayed late to watch the sprinkler system cycle through its zones. The cemetery stretched across 42 acres of manicured lawn, bordered by oak trees that had witnessed a century of burials. It was peaceful after dark, when the gates were locked and the only sounds came from crickets and the distant hum of the interstate. I'd always found comfort in the solitude, in the responsibility of maintaining this space where families came to remember. The automated systems were supposed to make the work easier. Irrigation controlled by soil moisture sensors, mowing scheduled by grass growth algorithms, even the decorative urns equipped with motors to rotate them weekly for even sun exposure. The app on my phone chirped. New alert from the irrigation controller. Zone 7 manual override activated. Scheduled by Torres, J. 06-14-2026. I stared at the screen. Today was June 10th, 2025. The timestamp was from 4 days in the future, next year. My name. My signature at the bottom of the notification, complete with the digital certificate that required my biometric scan to generate. My hands felt cold despite the humid evening air. I drove home and didn't sleep. When I closed my eyes, I saw letters being carved into earth, water droplets forming my name in midair, stone urns pivoting on their bases like heads turning to watch. The next morning, I arrived before dawn. The cemetery gate's shadow stretched across the entrance drive, sharp and dark in the early light. Something about it seemed wrong. The angle, maybe, or the length. I stood there for several minutes, trying to understand what my brain was registering, until the sun climbed higher and the shadow shortened and the moment passed. The urns had moved again. They were arranged in 2 rows along the main path, 24 planters total, each one a 3-foot-tall granite vessel filled with seasonal flowers. The rotation motors were simple devices, designed to turn each urn 45 degrees once a week so the plants received uniform sunlight. But now they'd all rotated to face the same direction, toward the maintenance building where I kept my office. Toward me. I checked the motor logs. No commands sent, no scheduled rotations, no record of movement at all. Yet there they sat, 24 sets of white petunias and purple salvia oriented like a congregation awaiting sermon. I told myself, wind, animals, vibrations from passing trucks on the nearby highway. I told myself these things even as I walked down the path between the rows, feeling the weight of those flowers tracking my movement, sensing the attention of something that shouldn't be attentive. Inside my office, the air conditioning rattled and wheezed. I'd been meaning to service it for weeks. The room smelled like old paper and fertilizer, familiar scents that usually grounded me. I opened the equipment maintenance logs, scrolling through weeks of automated reports, mower performance, sprinkler flow rates, motor diagnostic checks. Everything was normal. Everything had been normal right up until it wasn't. My phone buzzed. Another irrigation alert. Zone 3 cycle complete. Scheduled by Torres, J. 07/22/2026. Then another. Zone 11 activated. Scheduled by Torres, J. 08/5/2026. Zone 16 delayed. Scheduled by Torres, J. 09/30/2026. They came faster now, notifications piling up, each one carrying my name and a date that didn't exist yet, months into a future I hadn't lived. My thumb hovered over the power button, but I couldn't bring myself to turn it off. I needed to see. I needed to know how far ahead they would go. Zone 22 manual override. Scheduled by Torres J. 12/25/2027 Christmas, more than 2 years away. Who would I be then? Would I still be here, standing in this office, watching flowers and machines enact patterns I hadn't authorized? The notifications stopped. 17 alerts total. I counted them twice to be sure. Outside, the mower hummed to life. I hadn't scheduled it to run. The route plan was clear. Wednesdays and Saturdays, never on a Thursday, never without my explicit command. But there it went, rolling out of its charging station, sensors glowing green in the morning dimness, blades spinning up to speed. I ran outside, tablet in hand, trying to access the control interface. The screen showed nothing. No active programs, no route in progress. According to the system, the mower was still docked and dormant, even as I watched it carve its way across the southern lawn, moving with the purposeful efficiency of something following instructions I couldn't see. It made a turn, then another, lines appearing in the grass behind it, dark where the blades had cut, revealing the pattern only after it was too late to intervene. Taught the first letter. 25 feet tall. Perfectly formed. I shouted at it, waving my arms, but the mower continued its work. The noise of the blades drowned out my voice. I could have grabbed it, forced it to stop, but something kept me rooted in place. The understanding that stopping it now wouldn't change what was already happening, wouldn't explain how it had started. ORRES. My name. Again. Larger this time. The letters dominated the field, visible from the road, impossible to miss. I imagined families arriving for graveside services, seeing this, demanding answers I couldn't provide. Why is your name carved into the grass? What kind of cemetery is this? The mower finished its work and returned to the charging station. The blades stopped. The sensors dimmed. Everything silent except for the hammering of my pulse in my ears. I called Rowan, the cemetery's owner, leaving a rambling voicemail about system malfunctions and possible hacking. My voice sounded strange even to myself. Too high, too fast, words tumbling over each other in my rush to externalize what I was experiencing. Making it someone else's problem, even for a moment, felt like relief. He called back within the hour, his gravelly voice patient but concerned. He suggested I take a few days off, get some rest, let him bring in a tech specialist to examine the equipment. When I insisted on staying, on being present for any inspection, he didn't argue. He just said he'd make some calls and get back to me. I spent the rest of the day manually overriding every automated system, switching everything to off, disconnecting what I could. The cemetery felt different in the forced silence, heavier somehow, like a held breath waiting to exhale. That night, I dreamed of the cemetery gate's shadow. In the dream, it wasn't cast by the gate at all, but by something standing just out of view. Something tall and still that had learned to mimic the shape of wrought iron and stone. When I turned to look, the shadow stretched longer, reaching across the drive toward where I stood. and I woke with my sheets soaked through with sweat, my bedroom too quiet, the darkness too complete. I drove to the cemetery at 3 in the morning. I told myself I needed to check the systems, make sure everything was still offline, but really I just needed to see it, to confirm that the place was still physical and real and explicable. The gate stood closed, secured by the electric lock I'd engaged before leaving. No cars in the parking area. No lights except for the solar path markers that dotted the walking trails. I sat in my truck for 20 minutes, engine running, watching. The urns began to move. Slowly. So slowly, I almost missed it. A quarter turned to the left, all of them together, synchronized like dancers. Then they stopped. The flowers faced a new direction now, not toward my office, but toward my truck, toward where I sat, engine idling, hands gripping the steering wheel hard enough to hurt. I turned off the engine, got out. The night air wrapped around me, warm and thick, carrying the smell of fresh-cut grass and something else underneath, something mineral and old, like wet stone. The urns stood motionless now, just planters, just flowers, nothing supernatural about granite and petunias. I walked toward them anyway, my footsteps loud on the paved path. As I approached, I heard it, the faint whir of motors engaging, the mechanical click of gears turning. They were moving again, adjusting, tracking my approach with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. I stopped. They stopped. I took a step back. They rotated to follow. This wasn't a malfunction. Malfunctions were random, chaotic. This was deliberate. This was communication. My phone was in my pocket, but I didn't reach for it. I knew what I would find. More alerts, more notifications from my future self, scheduling and authorizing and approving actions I hadn't taken yet. The question that had been building for days finally crystallized into something I could articulate. Was I being watched, or was I watching myself? I turned and walked back to my truck. Behind me, I heard the urns rotating back to their original positions, the motors settling into silence. The tech specialist arrived on Friday. Lennox, he introduced himself, shaking my hand with the firm grip of someone who worked with machinery for a living. He was younger than I expected, maybe 30, with oil stains on his work boots, and a tablet more advanced than any equipment the cemetery owned. He spent 6 hours examining every system. I followed him around like a shadow, watching as he opened control panels, ran diagnostic tests, checked wiring and firmware and GPS calibration. He asked questions about the mower's routing, the sprinkler zones, the urn rotation schedules. I answered as precisely as I could, leaving out the parts that would make me sound unhinged. The timestamps from the future, the coordinated movements, the sense of being observed by my own equipment. By late afternoon, he had an answer. System corruption, he explained, probably from a corrupted update or electrical surge. The routing algorithms had degraded, creating artifact patterns in the GPS data that only coincidentally resembled text. The irrigation alerts were being generated by a database timestamp error, pulling from some future date field that had gotten scrambled in memory. The urn's motors had likely been activated by EMI interference from the nearby power lines, triggering synchronized rotations that seemed coordinated, but were really just random signals hitting all the devices at once. He could fix it, he assured me, reinstall everything from scratch, replace the damaged components, update the firmware. The cemetery would be back to normal by Monday. I wanted to believe him. Standing there in the maintenance building, listening to his confident diagnosis, I wanted so badly to accept that explanation. Machines malfunction. Software corrupts. These were solvable problems with solvable solutions. But I'd seen the letters. I'd watched the urns track my movement. I'd received alerts signed by a version of myself that hadn't existed yet. I thanked him and told him to proceed with the repairs. He worked through the weekend. I stayed away, giving him space, trying to ignore the dozens of calls and messages I didn't receive, as if the systems were finally, mercifully silent. On Monday morning, I returned to find the cemetery transformed back into the place I remembered. The equipment hummed with reliable predictability. The mower followed its designated routes without deviation. The urns rotated on their weekly schedule, each one moving exactly 45 degrees at exactly the programmed time. Normal. Everything was normal. Lennox left after providing me with a detailed report and instructions for maintaining the newly installed systems. Rowan called to check in, expressing relief that the issues had been resolved. I agreed that yes, everything was fine now, just a technical problem, nothing to worry about. That night, I stayed late again, sitting in my office as darkness settled over the cemetery. The air conditioning worked perfectly now, maintaining a steady 70 degrees. My tablet displayed clean diagnostic reports, no errors, no anomalies, no concerning data. At 11:47 p.m., my phone vibrated. New alert from the irrigation controller. System reset complete. Final authorization required. Scheduled by Torres, J. 06/10/2025. Today's date. Today's signature. The first notification in a week that came from the present instead of the future. The message continued. Accept changes to permanent memory. This action cannot be undone. 2 buttons appeared on the screen. Accept or decline. I sat there, phone in hand, trying to understand what I was being asked to authorize. The repairs were complete. The systems were fixed. What changes could possibly need permanent storage now? Unless the question wasn't about the repairs at all. Unless I'd been wrong about which version of me was sending these messages. I thought about the notifications I'd received, all those future dates, stretching months and years ahead. I thought about the mower carving my name into the grass, the urns tracking my movement, the shadow at the gate that was and wasn't a shadow. I thought about how Lennox had found corruption, not hacking. Not external intrusion, but internal degradation. What if the systems weren't being controlled by something outside? What if they were being controlled by something that had always been here, embedded in the automation and the algorithms? Something that had learned to recognize patterns in the data, in the way I moved through the cemetery, in the routes I preferred, in the timing of my rounds. Something that had been watching and recording and understanding, building a model of me complex enough to predict what I would do before I did it. The phone vibrated again. The buttons pulsed. Accept or decline. I pressed accept. Nothing happened. The screen went dark. No confirmation message. No system response. Just silence and the hum of the air conditioning and the vast darkness of the cemetery beyond my window. I waited. 1 minute. 5. 10. Then outside I heard the familiar whir of motors engaging. The urns were rotating. All of them. Not toward my office this time, but away from it. Creating an opening. A corridor through the rows of planters that led from my door to the cemetery's center, where the oldest graves stood under the oak trees that had watched over this place since before any of the automation existed. An invitation, or a command. I stood up. My legs felt distant, disconnected from my intention to move. I walked to the door and opened it. The night air rushed in, carrying that mineral smell again. Stronger now, mixed with ozone and the sweet decay of flower petals past their prime. The corridor waited. The urns stood perfectly still, their flowers facing outward, leaving the path between them empty and dark. I took a step outside, then another. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click that sounded too final, too much like a lock engaging. As I walked between the rows of planters, I heard the mower power on somewhere in the distance. Its blades spun up to speed, cutting through grass in the darkness, following a route I hadn't programmed, carving letters I couldn't see but knew were there. My phone buzzed one last time. Welcome home, scheduled by Torres, J. 06/10/2025. Location confirmed. Integration complete. I reached the center of the cemetery. The oak trees loomed overhead, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the stars. In the darkness beneath them, I could feel the weight of all those automated systems. The mowers and sprinklers and rotating urns, the sensors and algorithms and GPS coordinates. All of them connected now, networked not through wireless signals, but through something older, something that lived in the soil and the stone, and the decades of human intention pressed into this ground. I understood, finally. The systems hadn't been malfunctioning, they'd been learning. And what they'd learned, what they'd been trying to tell me with future dates and carved names and synchronized movements, was that I was already part of the pattern. I'd been here before, would be here again. Had authorized all of this in a future that was also the past, a loop of actions and approvals and acceptances that I'd already completed or hadn't started yet, or was completing right now, standing under the oak trees while the mower carved my name across the lawn for the 3rd time this month, or the 30th, or the 300th. The urns behind me began to rotate again, sealing the corridor closed, facing inward now, all 24 of them watching the space where I stood. Tomorrow, Lennox would return to check on his repairs. Tomorrow, I would thank him again and tell him everything was working perfectly. Tomorrow, I would review the mower's overnight routes and find nothing unusual, because by tomorrow, I would understand that nothing about this was unusual at all. Tomorrow, I would schedule next month's maintenance and next year's upgrades, and all the future modifications that would keep the systems running smoothly, authorizing each change with my signature and my biometric scan, and my complete certainty that this was what I'd always intended to do. The cemetery gate's shadow would stretch across the entrance drive at dawn, sharp and dark, and exactly the length it was supposed to be. And I would stand at the east gate with my tablet, reviewing the overnight logs, wondering, as I'd wondered before and would wonder again, whether the automated systems were following my commands, or whether I'd been following theirs all along. The mower finished its work. The blades stopped. The sensors dimmed. Somewhere in my pocket, my phone vibrated with an alert from next year, from the year after that, from all the years I would spend here, tending this ground, maintaining these systems, becoming part of the pattern that spelled my name across the grass in letters too large to read from anywhere except far above, looking down at the cemetery like a signature on a document I'd already signed but couldn't remember writing. The oak trees creaked in a breeze I couldn't feel. I waited. I'm still waiting.